Hello. Great job on stage, guys. That was amazing. Hello, everybody. We are now live for the first day of the Unite Community Hangout. You're in for a treat with over 12 hours of live stream between today and tomorrow with surprise guests. And actually, we have someone very special with us today. So joining us now, fresh off the keynote, we have our Unity's president and CEO, Matteo Bromberg. Matt, thanks for being here.
That's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Amazing. So before we dive in, I wanted to ask you, the community wants to know, what is the first video games that you ever played?
I'm pretty old. So we're probably going back to the Intellivision.
Okay.
So I think probably like Pung.
Yeah.
Was probably my very first one, but I would say that like in terms of what I spend a lot of time doing, I'm a huge sports gamer, big FIFA guy.
Yeah. We need to maybe one day like play together and like see who wins.
Yeah, I mean it would probably be you.
I don't know. I'm so bad at soccer.
Yeah,
we say football in French.
And of course, I've been building and loving mobile games forever. So it's just like too many of those to count.
Cool. Pong is a pretty strong contender. I think this is one of the oldest and coolest game we can play. So we need to talk about the huge news, the elephant in the room. Team Sweeney joined you on stage earlier
that was
this
fun,
morning.
right?
So can you tell us about the announcement a little bit? Like, this is an amazing opportunity for developers.
Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie, it was super fun to have Tim there, and it's a secret we've been keeping for a few weeks now. So it was fun to let it out, and he came in last night for to do like the sound check and walk through, and we snuck him in the back door, and it was all very cool.
That's so nice.
Listen, the whole point is to try to give Unity developers as much opportunity as possible, the broadest canvas we can to have everybody paint on. So it's, Fortnite is an enormous community, an enormous game, and being able to have Unity devs build experiences in Fortnite is just all good for Unity and for us and for Fortnite, because it exposes the creativity and the genius of our community into Fortnite, and it's just going to be great for players. It's going to be great for devs, and that's really exciting.
I love that. So, what are you the most excited for the future of gaming and the industry, and where does Unity play in that ecosystem?
I think part of what we're seeing is just an explosion of interest in interactive entertainment. I mean, the most important thing to remember is that more and more consumers are playing games every day. I think we're almost up to 3.5 billion gamers in the world. So this is the right spot to be in. And what we want to do at Unity is just bring as many people as we possibly can into the world of creation, and to enable as many people as we can to make great games. And that's just what we think about all day, every day.
I love that. It's funny, I was asking someone, do they play video games? And they tell me, no, I don't play games. I was like, even Sudoku sometimes? Like, some people don't realize how much it spans across many different platforms.
I think so. I think that's right. I think people used to think about gamers as a separate category in the world, but when 3.5 billion people are doing something, it's just like people. I mean, I would say it'd be very hard to find a person. Well, also remember, like, some people are too young, some people are too old. Like, it's kind of everybody who isn't a toddler or super elderly, so
absolutely.
It's what makes it so exciting to be in this industry.
I love that. So what would be your last word for the community while we're here? And thank you for being here again. Very short notice.
I mean, where else would I be? I just kind of want to let everybody know that we're working all the time to try to create more opportunity. And whether it's the deal we just did with Epic, or the launch of our new store product, which we hope will make it easier and better for devs to be able to manage stores across any platform, which is also coming to Unreal. Like, those are just examples of the kinds of things we're working on, and all of it really focused on supporting our community. So I guess I want to thank everybody so much for
thank you guys
for tuning in and for your interest and for your passion. And we'll see you down the road.
I love that. Well, publish once, publish everywhere. Develop once, publish everywhere.
That's the way to go.
Love the motto. Thank you, Matt.
You
really
bet.
appreciate that. And up next, we're going to actually have our friend talking a little bit about some of the events from the keynote. So I want to answer a few questions from the community. People are asking us, are we live streaming right now? Yes, we are. We're live in Barcelona. It is currently 11:22 local time, which is CET, super early for the West Coast, but also pretty nice for the people joining us from everywhere around the world. I want to know in the chat, where are you joining us from? I would love to know who we are with us. Currently in Barcelona, I'm personally Manuel Sainsily from Montreal. Happy to be here with our friend James Stone, joining us on the stage to talk a little bit about what he just spoke about on the keynote a few minutes ago. So what do we have on the planning right now? You wanted to maybe explain a little bit about the platform and what the community can learn from this segment?
Yeah, so Platform Toolkit is something that I've been really wanting to do for a long time. Anybody who has been especially solo indie devs like me.
Right.
I've made a bunch of games. I love making games. I still make games, and it's amazing. There are so many things that we have to consider. And not just solo developers, but also teams all the way up, right? There's a lot to do to make games. Making games is hard. And so the platforms team at Unity, we've always focused on trying to make sure that there are really solid runtimes for everybody to be able to take their games wherever they want to go. We support as many platforms as we possibly can because we want you to get your games out there. But that's just one part of it, right? The next part is you then have to go and publish that. And I remember when I was making my first console game, and I suddenly got exposed to all these programs, right? I'd signed the NDAs, I got access to this stuff, and now I'm like, oh wow, there's a lot I've got to do. Things I never even knew I needed to do. Yeah. And it can be really tricky. So it just felt like, for me, Unity could solve that problem for our developers, right? Every developer from every size has to go through these processes to get their games out there. Obviously, for some more experienced developers, they've been through this before. Maybe they've built their own tooling for it. Maybe a big studio has its own advanced tooling system to handle this. But for a lot of developers, it doesn't exist. And so what we're trying to do here is take all of the common things that everybody needs to do, right? All the places where you've got to write code and then you have to rewrite it for each platform because it's the same kind of things exist, like user management and save data and achievements, right? Or trophies, depending on the platform. They all exist, but they're all completely different. And then you've got to pull it all out again, so you're branching the platform.
And adapt it depending on where you're launching.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's a lot of work behind the scenes that maybe people don't expect to have to do.
Yeah, and you don't know it until you have to come to do it. And then, and sometimes you can actually go down a bit of a rabbit hole with how you've designed and developed your game, and then you realize you've got to back all the way out and make a load of changes. And it becomes even more challenging if you have an old game that you want to bring back. Say a new platform comes out, and you're like, wow, I want to get on this platform. And then you realize, oh, I've got to strip all of this stuff back out of my project again and rewrite it all. So the Platform Toolkit, my principle was, I want one API that a developer can trust and rely on, that if it's in the editor now and you use it, it's just going to work. And we'll keep adding more platforms. And that to me is the really important one. If I use it today to build on, that's great. But also, when a new platform comes out in whenever, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to think about it. I just yep, my workflows already exist. Unity's got this.
So you know it's a good investment right now.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
something you can just let go and it will work. That's awesome. What would you say is the biggest question that people have nowadays that you could help answer around that platform system?
I do. That's a good question. I do a lot of talks with indie developer groups. As an indie myself, I have a real affinity with the indie developers. I love seeing small developers and solo developers making wildly cool games and new things. So my focus is on, when I give talks at events or I'm with groups, often it helps. They're always like, what is it that I need to know that I don't know? And that can be a big question, right? It could be about, I'm thinking about building my game now, but I don't know what platforms are, because when we make a game, nobody thinks, I'm going to make a game today for this. I mean, some people do, but mostly you're focused on the goal that's in front of you. And a lot of people make games, do a Steam release, and then suddenly, boom, like this game is huge. And now you've got either your own pressure to release it somewhere else, or maybe a partner or a platform or a publisher is saying, hey, like your game's cool, you should bring it here. And then you've suddenly got to do all this stuff. So I'm like, well, for me, there's a lot of standard stuff that we would say that's like, it's quite a lot of stuff, like how you architect your project, how you build your code, think about abstracting things beforehand. The one big one I always say, test on device, like super early, because most of us have got, especially for me, my development PC is also my gaming rig. Right. So you're working on it and you're like, yeah, my game hits like 1,000 frames per second. This is great. And then you go and put it on a lesser powerful device and you're like, oh no. And suddenly now you've got to do a load of rework. So I'm always saying, like, buy old hardware.
Lesser devices.
Like, especially, like, don't just develop on your gaming PC, like try and buy some old hardware, try and buy old graphics cards or old mobile phones or tablets or, things to stress test what your code is going to look like. Because it's not just graphics, right? People think it's graphics. It's not. It's your simulation that you write. It's, looking at your frame budget and determining, like, I need to make sure that every time I profile my game, I keep it within that frame budget. And I always say to people, profile often. Like, whenever you make a major change to your game, like you've written a new AI system for your enemies, or you've written a new water flow simulation for your rivers, go back and profile again and make sure that you look at the last baseline you did and say, okay, that game, I hit another millisecond there, I probably need to do something. But from a platform's perspective, it's hard because most of the platforms are under NDA, where they have those certification programs. So I can't, as a Unity representative and as another developer, I actually can't tell you what is coming up in these, right? That's the hard bit. And until you get the platform holder to put you into their program, you don't know what it is either. So suddenly you're faced with, okay, I've got to do a bunch of stuff that I didn't know about. So I was thinking, like, that's the best thing I can do, is try and pre-address most of it through the toolkit, so that it's only going to be edge cases that you've got to deal with, or things like, that's the point, is like, use this and try and get rid of a lot of the things that I just see developers hit these hurdles over and over and over again. And so I'm really happy that we've got the opportunity to solve this, because actually this is a hugely difficult problem to solve.
And I love what you said earlier about stress testing the game. I remember when I was designing for mobile apps and things like that, we used to have all of the different platforms and devices on the table, so that when we release a new version, we actually test it in conditions. And also with Esteban from the advocacy team at Unity, we did a talk in Abu Dhabi a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, not a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. And it was about the multiplayer system, where we can actually test your game with creating, for example, a lower bandwidth, or what happened when your internet disconnects all of a sudden, especially if you release a game in an area that's not super well served in terms of Wi-Fi or internet access. You can see what actually happens and plan for it ahead of time, creating, bugs, errors, systems, or maybe another path in the gaming journey, so that people don't feel like, oh my God, that was not planned by the developer.
Yeah,
and I'm now stuck in the game, or I locked myself up.
Yeah, for sure.
Good to think about that, the QA part. People want to know, again, what is your favorite game, or maybe your first game and then your favorite game?
Oh, wow. Okay, my first game was Roland on the Ropes, and it was on the Amstrad CPC 464, which and if my brother ever watches this, you sold me your computer, bro. Like, you didn't give it to me. You made me buy it with my pocket money. Just a reminder. It was Roland on the Ropes. It means you
owe him something.
Bro, you owe me. It was Roland on the Ropes, and that was my introduction into gaming. And actually, then, like, I had a lot of games back in those days. I was obsessed with, like, making my own. I used to get the magazines where all the code was in it, and you used to have to type it out. And you'd get like 6 issues of the magazine, and you're like, and you write it all out, and it just goes read error B, and you're like, or syntax error, and you're like, there's no visual. I don't know which line that is. But my favorite game, you've probably seen my tattoos. Yeah, it's Dark Souls.
Love the tattoos, by the way.
I'm a FromSoft fanatic. I am all about I play Dark Souls to relax.
To relax?
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
it's no stuff and just with a sword, or do you have
honestly, the moment you walk into, like, there's the music of the fireplace, I'm like, I'm at home. And walking into Undead Burg is like,
You know
I
what?
feel like I'm home.
I relate to that. You know, sometimes you're on the social media and you keep on scrolling, and then sometimes you just see like that one video of just a little pixel art, someone hanging by the fire, and it's like, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
And you know what? That's actually the vibe we're going for this live stream. There was the keynote just before that. Hopefully you guys watch, and if you haven't watched it, it's okay. You can always rewatch it later. We'll put it on our YouTube, Twitch, and different platforms. This is our community hangout, so we're gonna be here for the next 6 hours. Don't worry, I have my water bottle. I have Jack in the back. Hello, Jack. Hey! Jack is our producer. He's been with us for all of the live stream that you've been seeing on our different platforms as well. And we have a huge list of guests today. Right now we are with James, but we have so many surprises, guys. And for those that are actually reading the chat, we'll be dropping some interesting gifts. I'm not saying too much right now, but there'll be some surprises, so hang with us. And I just wanted to ask you, what are you playing right now?
What am I playing right now?
If you're not playing any games, what was
no,
the last game
I'm
you
definitely playing games. I can't go through a day without
Just
touching
too
a
many of them.
controller somewhere. I'm actually going back, and I'm obsessed with playing as many mods as I can into Skyrim. So I'm doing a heavily modded. I've got about 2,500 mods in my Skyrim folder.
2,500?
Yeah, man. There's like, to anybody who wants to like play a really good version of Wildlander, it's a total mod conversion for Skyrim, but I actually try to then mod in a bunch of stuff.
What does it add to the game?
It turns it into a more realistic sort of survival RPG, which I really enjoy. It makes the combat like brutally difficult, and the survival like methods of it. I love survival games, and to mix an RPG. And I'm sort of in the dearth of the next Elder Scrolls, which I'm eagerly awaiting. I'm still keeping Skyrim alive.
I'm definitely playing that.
Yeah,
I'm so
good.
bad at Forza games. Like, I'm more on the soft type of like players, but it's great to hear that you're enjoying those. One of my best friends, actually, Sandy, if you're watching us right now, he put me on. It was also my equivalent to your brother, or early video games like WoW and things like that. So.
Oh yeah, raiding in WoW. Oh, that brings back memories. Yeah,
love that. So a few people in the chat. So we see people joining us from Nigeria, Croatia, people from India, Morocco, Norway. That's because we're in Barcelona time. I'm pretty sure the US is still slipping, the West Coast and the East Coast, but we're going to get people as we continue to stream later today. Continue to let us know where you're joining us from. I would love to see where you are in the world. And people also saying, happy to see that the audio sync is fixed. Yes, so sorry about that. We'll fix it in post for the keynote. But yeah, right now you're live. We are in Barcelona. And basically, I wanted to actually ask the community right now, if you have any question for James while we have him on stage, feel free to drop in the chat, whether you're joining us on YouTube or on Twitch. We're also broadcasting on X for the first time today, so that's pretty cool. Don't hesitate to ask us questions. Someone said, what 14 years without a mainline Elder Scrolls game does to people.
Hey, that hit me right there.
That hit me too.
I feel that.
Hello, Brazil. Yeah, amazing. This man is a true gamer. The platform toolkit seems amazing, said Krugiza XD on YouTube. We have Anarchy joining us from Vienna, Austria, joining on Twitch. And we have Permanent235 watching on Twitch from the UK.
Hey,
sweet.
my UK friends.
Do you have a question for the community? Do you have a question you would like to ask them?
Yeah, I mean, so it'd be a good one. Like, I don't know how many indie developers out there might be watching right now. Like, how do you feel about the platform toolkit? Like, what kind of things would you want to see from something like this? And
So
are you excited for it?
Right. So Jihad Ruani 5525 on YouTube is asking, is the platform toolkit a free package?
The core package will be available to all users. As you probably know, within Unity, certain packages are behind pro licenses. So the actual platforms themselves are behind pro licenses, but the core package is a free package.
Sweet.
And the core package enables you to use the functionality on platforms that actually don't even have an SDK. So for example, if you're building a standalone Windows build or an Android build or something, you can actually use the built-in save system that's there. You can manage, you can even use like things like the achievement system, but run your own UI and stuff to code on it. Like there are all kinds of things you can do with it. So you can fully integrate it into your into your project while you're in development, right? So you can go through, you can go that, and I would suggest that everybody puts the core package into their project,
right?
Because then if you carry on down this path, you make a game. Let's say you put a game out on one of the free stores, or you put a game out on itch or something, and it goes really well, right? And somebody takes some interest, and then you want to release it on Xbox. Well, you've kind of already done, like if you use the workflows, you've already done the work. You can then buy a pro license, which you have to do to gain access to console platforms anyway, and then you just drop the package in, and that's it, you're done. So you don't have to worry about these things in the future. So it's kind of like putting it in the project and using its workflows is a really good thing to do right from the ground up.
To prep yourself for the future.
Especially because there are workflows that don't exist on... So a common one, for example, is if you look at a PC game as a concept, if you were just releasing a free game and you just made the exe available somewhere, it only considers you as the user, and there's no paradigm of a user, right? You write a save file and you just write it somewhere on disk. It'll probably go to the standard location, or maybe using player prefs or something like that. Well, those concepts do exist on a console platform. You need to first find out who the active user is. You then need to make sure that active user is logged in. Then you have to request storage for that user, then set up a session to enable the storage, then you have to send it back, right? So these things, so all of that code you wrote that just does your save system and then writes it, you've got to strip all that out. And then you've got to then figure out your user flows, and depending on where you put them, it can be tricky to put those in, because you normally insert them at the beginning of the project. And I worked with an indie developer who'd made this incredible game, and it had hundreds of scenes in it for all of his little levels, and everything was indexed by an int. And I'm like, and he was like, oh no, I need to insert a loading screen at the beginning, and it shifted the index up, and I was like, oh yeah, like things. But it's things like this that you just don't know until you go in. So I think having it in there at the beginning, and we're providing good documentation that talks through all the different, like, this is the workflow you should be using, this is how you should handle and think about storage and input and controller management.
So he saves the hassle.
Yeah, just do them, even if you're not targeting the platforms that are going to be, because you never know. Your game could be huge. And, like most people who have had these hit games, they don't set out to, like, they don't think it's going to happen. Like, we hope it happens, but when it does, it normally takes everybody by surprise. And then all of a sudden, everybody wants you, and they're like, people, and you're like, oh no, I've got to do all this work. And, so like, just be kind to future you. And
by doing it early.
By doing it now.
So you heard it from James, like, this is the best workflow if you don't want to have to struggle later. Actually, we have two top comments that keep on coming back I need to address. First of all, people is like, where is the roadmap talk? Is it happening sometime later
the roadmap
today?
talk is happening in a couple of hours, actually. What time are we at now? 11:39 in Barcelona. That's 1 p.m., the roadmap talk.
So you heard it, guys. The roadmap talk is coming. Don't worry. It won't be on this live stream, but it will be published. Don't worry.
I'm also doing that one as well. So I've got to keep my voice in check. We're actually, so we're doing it, and then for those...
I don't have tea for you. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
We have water.
I've got my herbal tea. That's all good.
The second BS comment is, you win best beard for the day.
Why, thank you. I modeled it myself.
Love that.
I mean, I live in Brighton in England, and like, beards and tattoos are pretty much like, it's weird if you're not bearded.
Yeah, I've been twice, and you're right. There's a lot of bearded people
most
there.
Most people have just got beards, And I'm a biker, so
that's what I'm a hope.
You can't not have a big beard and ride a motorbike.
Sweet. So a couple more questions from the platform toolkit, and some reaction too. Someone was saying we were complaining about the platform situation, and you provided the solution. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
We have Istikan Studio joining us from Iraq. Hello. The platform toolkit looks really good from Dramolks on Twitch. And then we have Paul Mulder joining us from the Netherlands. Amazing. What is else? Is it extensible? We already answered that. I'm looking forward to test the platform toolkit to handle achievements and more for the mobile platforms, says Moonies on Twitch. Gotta say, the beard is cool. It's very pretty cool. Shamani on YouTube. Tell us about the save system you talked a bit about. Okay, well, we just discussed that. What PC platforms does it support? For example, if we have achievements on Steam, Epic also wants parity. So hopefully it supports Epic as well, is asking Glenn B78 from YouTube.
So currently, the platform supports Windows Store through like GDK on Windows, and it also supports Steam. We are obviously, you saw, we're looking to bring in as many platforms as possible. So our launch covers the most used platforms that we have in our ecosystem today, and I'm very thankful for our console partners who have worked with us to help get these through. But this is not a one and done, right?
Okay.
And my commitment to our developers is to make sure that we provide support for everywhere where people want to ship their games, right?
Amazing.
Because I will also be using this system. I've already been using this system because obviously we've got this in my next game. So, you know, for people like me, it's a game changer, but it doesn't. You know, I'll be honest with you, it's of no use if it doesn't support all of the places where people need to go, and it doesn't support the features that people need. So we started with the platforms and the features that my idea of it was to capture pretty much most, like 90% of everything you need to do to pass certification on each of the platforms. So there'll be some people who will say, well, hang on a minute, it doesn't support that feature. Well, that's okay. You can still target the underlying SDK. You could just go straight to it. We provide full pass-through to the underlying. So if you want to use it for like achievements, input management, and save data, but you're like, oh, but actually I want to set a rich presence because this platform supports it, that's cool. Just make a call straight to the SDK. Like, that's cool. We may bring that feature in the future, because what we're trying to do is, I don't want to just make an assumption that everybody's going to use everything. So what we do is we release it with the most popular things, and then we just keep looking at it. Like, what are people using? We get data back. We look at, like, oh, actually, a ton of people need rich presence. Okay, therefore we need to move that up the priority list. Or a ton of people need X, Y, or Z feature. So yeah, like always looking. And the best way you can help, feedback. Like, come and talk to us on discussions.
Discussions is the best place to ask for feedback. A lot of people sometimes are like, oh, where should we be posting? And then I said something on Discord or Twitter or X, and people haven't responded to me. That's because you get flooded with so many content. The discussions forum is the best place to ask your questions. We keep on sharing it. This guy is getting cooler and cooler. I think that's after you mentioned your bike from Krugis on YouTube.
I wish my kids thought I was cool, but sure.
Hey, show them that part of the segment.
I'll take it from the community. It's nice.
More.
I'll take my validation wherever it comes.
Glenn said it is an extremely cool beer. I think you should show the chat and this segment to your kids just to change their mind a little bit. Light Purple 3147 on YouTube is asking, is the platform package documentation published on the website? Because I cannot find it Googling.
Oh, yes. So I'll be honest. This was a big thing for us, and we wanted to keep it a secret, and we wanted to do a reveal because so many people have asked for it that, you know, and we wanted to have a nice moment for it. So you can expect everything to launch at launch in 6.3, which is when everything will become available.
Sweet, okay. So very soon. Czech Republic saying hello with Legacy CZ from YouTube. What else do we have? Hello from Turkey, Raitu. Hello, Raitu. Thanks for joining us today. Again, the tone is really conversational, chill. The goal is to have a bunch of surprise guests joining us. And in the meantime, you're stuck with me all day for the next 6 hours marathon. And we actually have another 6 hours tomorrow. So I just wanted to share a little bit of the overview for the plan, because I know people just came here right after the keynote asking for stuff, and they're like, okay, what's going on? My name is Manuel Sainsily. I'm the streaming producer for Unity. And you're going to basically be with us all day today. If you're joining us later from the West Coast in the US, or if you're already here from any other place in the world, welcome. We're going to have a bunch of guests kickstarting right now with a bit of the speakers from the keynote, giving us some insights, answering some live questions. So continue to drop in the chat. I'm reading everything today. So make sure you ask all of the questions that you have in the chat. After that, at 1 p.m. local Barcelona time, we're going to get an XR segment with some surprise guesses. Then at 2:15 p.m., we're going to get the Unity Award segment, followed by the Insiders interview with two of your favorite insiders. I might hint at the fact that one of them was in the chat earlier in the keynote. So if you've seen that and you're interested to hear them live, join us in this live stream. We also have an industry segment after that, and we'll close it for the day probably around 4:45 p.m., 5 p.m. And then tomorrow, the plan is as exciting. We're starting with an intro segment from the advocacy and community team. We're going to be talking about our user groups and different events that we have all across the world. Then we'll follow up with the asset store segment, and then a Made with Unity segment with some people also as surprise guests coming in. Then another advocacy and community segment before we wrap up. So again, we're joined by James Stone, which is talking a bit about the platform, and let's see some other question that we might have in the chat. Jihadrani5525 on YouTube is asking, is Android and iOS part of the core platforms alongside Steam?
Yes, it is. Android and iOS, that's Google Play and Apple App Store, is fully supported by Platform Toolkit.
Yep. Amazing. I saw that there's a talk later about launching on Epic Store. Integration would be good. That's from Ole Lumos on YouTube.
I have feedback received loud and clear. We've already had a flood of those messages coming in. So again, I can't comment today on what platforms may or may not be coming in the future, but just to be rest assured that we are looking at everything.
Love that.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna have, right after James, we're gonna have Rambod coming in right after. How did you get to develop a specific toolkit for Unity officially? I have been working on my own toolkits for a while now, and I have been wondering how I could submit our work on it. This is from Krugiza XD on YouTube.
I mean, if you've been building your own tools or assets or anything for Unity, the asset store is there to allow developers to create and sell their own assets to the Unity community. I used a lot of those assets myself in my early developments while I still needed to rapidly prototype or while I was still learning how to do things. So that's what the asset store is there for. If you're building something that you believe the community will get a lot of value from, apply to be an asset store developer and sell it there.
Amazing. Will C# 14 be supported by Paul Mulder 5527 on YouTube?
We'll C# before. Like at the moment, the entire the API itself is all C#. That's a good. I don't know is the answer. I would have to refer back to the team on what we're doing for future stuff. But yeah.
Okay, sweet.
As you'll see in the roadmap, we're talking about our pathway to things like Core CLR. But I don't want to promise anything until I actually know what we've got on our own internal. And if my the dev teams are watching, they'll be like, James,
what did you promise live on stage?
Yeah, so yeah.
No, for sure. And it's good to keep also those expectations proper. Jihadrani, again on YouTube, is asking, must we have 6.3 to have the platform toolkit? Or even if it launches in 6.3, can we install it in 6.2? There's a memory leak in 6.3 that Unity has not fixed yet, so I cannot upgrade to it.
I'm sure the team will be on resolving memory leaks.
Thanks for letting us know.
6.3 quality is of the highest concern to all the teams who are working on it. We're still hard on making sure that 6.3 is ready for release when we come there. That's the whole point of doing the alphas and the betas, is to catch as many of these bugs we can before we go GA. The platform toolkit itself is available in 6.3. It will not be available to versions prior to that.
Love that. What about Vision OS from LP Fonseca on YouTube?
Vision OS is currently not supported,
Okay.
but again, future platforms will be coming.
Sweet. Are there any new for performance or in profiling? Well, that's not James specifically, but we could maybe answer that from the Lady Apollo on YouTube. There will be a lot of other talks today, by the way, so don't worry, we'll have more guests if you have more specific questions. Right now, we're answering specifically around platforms.
I can say for one thing that's coming up in the roadmap or that I'll be talking about is on the profiler, we are introducing a new profiler overview. So it's designed to be to help simplify the profiling process. That is a big part of making sure that your game is ready for platforms. The profiling team have been working on making profiling easier and give more insights into areas that you can target. So there'll be more about that on the roadmap.
Sweet. Another question from Shamani P5I on YouTube. Will you support Linux as a development platform in future OS like Ubuntu? I'm working there and editor works nicely. Just interested, will it stay like this? Smiley face emoji.
Well, I mean, yeah, Linux is fully supported currently. I can't say in the future how things go because that's the same for every platform. At Unity, we always look to see where our developers are in both those who are building in Unity on the editor and those who are shipping on the runtime. We evaluate every single operating system and every single platform all the time. And decisions are made based on where our players are and the market share of that platform, how successful being a people on that platform. And that's the reason why we support Linux today, because we have a community of developers who build on Linux.
I love that. Tempered said, that's actually pretty good. Lizard King from Twitch said, I'm so glad I joined and found out about Platform Toolkit. I'm really going to need it in a few months.
Fantastic.
Well, it should be ready for you in a few months. That's awesome. Krugiza XD said, we are asking him questions like he's Mr. Unity himself.
Yeah, I built
Unity,
it,
Mr. T? Yeah. Is that a joke here?
Unity. Oh,
really good, clever.
I should have come on, drink some milk, and then pass out.
I love that. A question from me. Well, you can ask me a question as well. Thank you. Rick Jensen 9459 says, hi, Manuel. Do you use Unity? If so, for what? Maybe a little bit about myself. So I joined Unity in 2021 as a designer. I was working on the product team on all of our industry effort for digital twins and XR. So a lot of the app UI framework, visual UI, the interface itself for some of our specifically for industry use cases like ATM, so automotive, transportation, manufacturing, also AEC, which is architecture, engineering, and construction. A lot of that thing, basically, that was my team. An amazing team led by Hugo, which is actually still working at Unity right now. He's not my manager anymore, but we love to see Hugo's work. And yeah, during that time, I was managing under Hugo a team of 10 designers. And then I moved to the advocacy team where right now I'm able to fly around the world, basically join conferences, user groups, support our local communities in places where Unity is not usually present, and try to continue to grow our community. Tomorrow, we actually have an advocacy and community segment for this second day of this Community Hangout live stream. And I'll be joined by my ex-colleague Esteban. We will be sharing some of the successes from the community in many different parts of the world. We'll have cool photos from those events to share with you. And I'm super excited just to talk a bit more about that because people don't know what happens, I think, behind the scenes. Like even just putting off this huge event that's Unite for us locally in Barcelona and make it available for the rest of the world is a huge feat. And there's a lot of amazing people working behind the scenes to make sure it works well. So thank you for that. But to answer specifically your question about making games, I'm particularly really excited about XR as a platform. So that's where my specificities, lie. I've built a few VR games on Quest very early though. My first device I think was the 2014 Oculus DK1.
Same. I was in the same program. Yeah, I went through and my first VR game was built on DK1. And I was so excited when we got it because nobody had their hands on it, and it was like, oh my goodness.
Now I look at it, I'm like, that was so huge and a lot of cables. But at the time, it was a massive change.
Yeah.
And of course, devices in XR have evolved a lot since then. So we're excited to work with a lot of our partners that we will have later today, actually, on this very show. So if you stay with us, you'll hear a lot about XR. I've seen a few questions about it, so I'm not answering them yet. I don't want to spoil you about what we're having later today. Crookie said again, I just got Mr. Uni T. Yes, please do. Will GIFs dropped in Twitch chat only or YouTube chat as well? Well, guess what? I'm actually writing you guys from Restream. So I'm talking to both, and I can specifically talk to one or the other. So I'm seeing both chats, and we'll have chats surprises for everyone. So if you stick around, there will be some very cool code. Actually, just to get it started, maybe I should drop it right now. So I don't know if you actually watched the keynote before you joined us here, where we announced and continued to talk about Survival Kids, which is the first in-house Unity game ever made.
That it is.
We finally have our own game. And I was able to get a couple codes from the team. So I'm going to, I think, drop the first run right now. The thing is, it's going to be a first come, first serve. So the second it's copy pasted, the first person who got it, it's yours. So are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's out. The code is in the chat. First person to copy paste it, it's your code. So yeah, we're going to have a couple more later today. So if you stick around in the chat, there'll be more surprises. Thank you for being with us, James, Really appreciate your time.
No
And
worries.
I hope to see you later. I'm going to be wandering around after I'm done with the live stream. So.
Oh, I am
always a pleasure
around
to see
all
you.
day. Yeah.
Well, good
In
luck
and
for
out
all
of
your
different
future
things.
talks. You've been amazing so far. And the community obviously loves you. So everyone in the chat, please W James. It's been a great guest so far. I appreciate you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
See you, man.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Amazing. And again, like I said earlier, my name is Manuel Sainsily. You're joining our live stream from the Community Hangout Day 1. So this is right after the keynote. If you're joining us right now, you'll be able to see the keynote a bit later on YouTube. We'll be publishing it. And this is going on for the next 5 hours. So we're going to have a lot of surprise guests. Just before we get our next guest, I just want to remind you about the plan for today. So this is the Day 1 stream agenda. 11 a.m. was local time Barcelona, where we started with an intro. We had Matt, President and CEO of Unity, joining us, which was a big surprise. He recapped a little bit about what's happening with our collaboration with Epic, which was also a huge surprise for the community. Then we had James, which talked a little bit about platform. Right after, we're going to get Rambod to talk about IAP. Then at 1 p.m. CET, Barcelona time again, we'll have an XR segment with a bunch of guests. That's going to last for about an hour and 15 minutes. Then we're going to get at 2:15 p.m. the Unity Award segment. Then at 3 p.m. the Insiders interview. 4 p.m. the industry segment, and then a wrap up an hour later. If you just want to know about this agenda and know for the rest of the day what's going on, it's actually in the description on the YouTube stream. So if you look at the description right now, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, just open the YouTube one. You'll be able to know exactly what's going on at what time, so that if you need to take a break and come back later, we'll be happy to have you back again with us. And then tomorrow, it's a different agenda. So for the Day 2 stream right now, which is tomorrow, starting at the same time as today, 11 a.m. local Barcelona time, we'll have an intro. Then we'll get at 11:15 advocacy and community first segment, talking about user groups and events. Then at 12 p.m. CET, we'll have the asset store segment, followed by the Made with Unity segment, and then another advocacy and community second segment at 3:15 p.m. All of that is filled with surprise guests. And I'm actually joined right now by Rambod. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having me as well. Yeah, this is amazing.
So happy to have you. So Rambod is Senior Director Software Engineering at Unity. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right.
We just saw you on the keynote. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was really cool to just see it all actually come live. Something we've all been working really hard with, actually
Sweet.
take the big stage. Yeah.
So the community is really funny today. We have a bunch of contests happening. The first one was best beard. I think James definitely wins.
Oh, he kills it.
You and I can't even compete.
Yeah. With this thing, come on, yeah.
But you're winning at best hair so far. So hey,
I'll take it. Hey, that was honestly
What's your secret?
all the makeup crew. I wish I could take credit. When I woke up today, this was not how I looked. So they did God's work over there. Yeah.
I have a hat, so don't talk about hair right now.
They wouldn't let me wear my hat during the keynote, so I feel you.
Love that. So just wanted to ask you a little bit about what's going on with IAP. What can you tell the community? What should they know? What's most important to know about it?
Yeah, definitely. So, the landscape of in-app purchasing is changing fast, right? Like, a couple of years ago, the only option for people was to go through the platform providers and really just do that thing. Where now, as these walled gardens are breaking down, everyone has such a different opportunity to be able to monetize their players, but also really build a direct relationship with their players, right? You can now give them loyalty programs and all these things. So for us, what we were trying to decide is, what should Unity's role in this ecosystem be, right? We didn't want to go out there and be, another partner in this fragmented space. We figured, as Unity is an assembly point for all these technologies, how do we lean into that same mantra when it comes to IAP and just really give developers choice, right, fundamentally, and let them choose what works best for your games and what works best for you and your players.
I love that. Choices is important, and it's good that we are able to actually give that opportunity to people right now.
Yeah, because, for example, when I was making mobile games, right, I'm not going to pick one provider. I'm going to choose multiple. And that's something that we really took to heart early on, just given that a lot of us come from games,
Yeah, and you want to be able to have as many options as you can. Another fun question from the community. Yeah. What was your first game?
My first game, oh my God. Dungeons and Dragons.
No way.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. So I grew up playing D&D when I was very, very young.
Okay.
And it was that, and I played with my dad, and that's how I got into programming, because he taught me how to do
that's
like
the
Visual
best
Basic, because
thing.
like we didn't have money for like dice and the figures and all that, so he taught me how to like make like a little Visual Basic program for me and my friends. But my first video game, I don't remember the game name, but it was on an Atari, because I grew up in Iran, so we had an Atari that my dad brought in from one of his work trips from America, and it was like it was an isometric like 2D game. You were this ninja, and you would like go around, and I'll never forget the health bar that was like a rectangular spiral that went in.
Do we have someone in the chat that knows
If anyone
which game
knows that,
it is?
please tell me, because I have been dying to find that game. I think about it at least once a month.
Oh
so
my
if
God,
anyone
okay.
knows what that game is, please let me know.
Let's use the power of the
Yes,
internet
please.
and figure out. Last Ninja, is it the name?
Last Ninja?
That's from Lizard King on Twitch. Let's look it up. I just want
Let's
to
look it
see.
up. I just want to find out.
I think that's what it is.
Last Ninja? No way.
The Last Ninja. It looks it's isometric on the visual I'm seeing. Could it be it? Was there like
oh my
a
God,
UI
this is
art?
it.
Is it?
This is it. This is absolutely it.
You're the man or
Yeah.
the woman. Thank
Oh,
you, Lizard
whoever
King.
did that. Yeah,
just
thank you so
helped
much. I guess it was on a Commodore. That's really how much I remember.
It said C64, Amiga, and Atari.
Yeah. Oh, it was on Atari. Okay, cool. I'm glad I wasn't just making that up. Yeah. This is the one. Yeah. This is incredible. Oh my God, this takes me
Wow.
back. I will never forget that title screen
Sweet.
with the eyes.
So
That's amazing.
Lurking
Thank
Ninja
you.
in YouTube, thank you as
Thank
well.
you.
Thank you also to Sebastiano Mandala, which also shared the link, and Lurking Ninja as well. Lurking Ninja, literally. Yeah. Are you a fan of this game? Did you make it? I appreciate that. And is there a particular game that you're enjoying playing right now?
Right now, Ghost of Yote. Honestly, I love that game. Ghost of Tsushima was probably one of my favorite games that came out in recent memory.
What a great
and that
game.
one, and like everyone else in the world, Mega Bonk. That is,
Yeah.
I cannot stop playing. Like,
Yo, that was on the Keynote intro.
yeah.
So I have it in my wish list right now because I know that if I purchase it, it's over. You won't
It's so
see me
dangerous.
again, guys.
So my wife went on to work, like, was out of town for like a weekend or something, and
Yeah.
I picked it up and I did nothing other than just play that game all weekend long. So I did not sleep. I just played Mega Bonk. And yeah, so good call. Do it when you're
Love
on
that.
holiday or something like that.
Someone asked me my favorite game. So right now I've been playing a lot of Peak. I've been streaming on my own Twitch actually at Manovision
Nice.
TV, and I was having a lot of fun with my friends. I think it's the first game since Among Us, and both are made with Unity. It's by accident. I play every game. Like I don't really care what platform it's made on.
Right.
But just you know what I love the most about Peak is the fact that there is like this voice system
Yeah.
that moves the mouth according to
Yeah.
kind of the intonation of the voice and when people are speaking or not, and it creates this kind of immersion even though the game graphics are pretty much low poly,
Right. It's
And-
very stylized, right? Not like
but it
hyper
looks
realistic.
beautiful
Yeah.
at the same time, but then you feel like you're with your friends there even though you're just a little character moving
Right.
around. And the spatial audio, the fact that they just like
Oh, that was the thing. The
sound
spatial audio was my
moving around.
favorite, right? Like, because we were playing that with some of my friends too, and let's say, like,
Oh, you
go
did
in,
play
like,
too?
yeah, and you hear like,
Oh, you
there
fall?
goes Tim, he's gone. Yeah.
Also, their social media team are doing such a good job. I'm on Instagram watching reels of people just like having fun with the
Oh,
game and
yeah.
like doing random stuff. It's hilarious. Love that. So survival kids as well. Yeah, we're the first Unity games.
Yeah.
So for people that are asking, if you saw the code in the chat earlier, it was a code to grab to play Survival Kids. There are going to be more moments when I will be dropping codes in the chat. So stick around. If you're lucky and you paste it fast enough, you'll be able to get it. Do people have any question for us regarding IAP in particular? So IAP stands for in-app purchases. We do have a question, I think, from Jihad Rouhani. Anyone who tries to circumvent Apple's IAP system gets bullied hard, lower the discoverability of the game with super low indexing. How? How is Unity going to help? Interesting question.
I mean, that's an interesting question. So, I mean, I can't comment on what Apple does or doesn't do, but I mean, for us, you know, it's for choice, right? And even some of the most popular games right now, if you look at it, like Monopoly Go, Pokemon Go, all these games all have these web shops and all these things. And what we really just recommend is, like, honestly, use a mixture of both, right? So I'll give you an example. Like, my grandmother loves playing Match 3 games. She probably spends $150 a month on it. She could barely get Face ID working.
That is huge.
Right? She could barely get Face ID working. She's never going to go to a web store and, like, create an account, enter her credit card information, and do all that, right? So really just, like, get a blend of both going, so then you can really just, like, let your players pay how they want to.
Is IP coming to the web? Is asking Deep Panther?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're bringing it to web and PC and hopefully consoles soon as well.
Sweet. Is there any particular message you would like to share with the developer while we have you? Or something you want them to remember out of the entire announcement, maybe, like the core message.
It's a really tough time right now, right? In the industry, discovery is harder than ever. There's more games than ever, but there's also more players than ever. I think the biggest thing I want people to kind of take away is I think this is a really good opportunity that we can take games that might not be deemed successful, but that extra 20 to 25% can make such a big difference to the bottom line and the margin of especially smaller games. Like for me, when I was making games, right? Like we never made hundreds of $1 million a year, but they were enough to put food on the table. But that extra 20% could have been money that we could reinvest in the next game, into user acquisition, into more content, right? So that's really what I would say is like, we really are trying to work hard on making sure that you have the best tools in your hand to have the best shot of success.
I love that. I love that this is also the way that Unity is trying to position itself. Like that's what we've always done. I think about developers first.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to see that with our different collaborations and so on. Talking about it, actually, how was your reaction to the Epic announcement earlier on Keynote?
It's amazing. It's wild, right? I've been using Unity for almost 20 years now and been at the company for just over 9 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Close to be a decade.
Whoa. I know, it's crazy.
We need to give you a gift.
Yeah. I really want like a gold cube or something.
Oh like my God, okay, let's ask that.
Matt, make it happen, yeah? So for us, I think it's a huge opportunity, right? When we think about Fortnite as a build target, like how I think about it is it's just another distribution mechanism, right? I don't think of it necessarily as a game, but I almost see it as like an app store. So for that, you as a developer want to go where people are, where players are. And I think that's a huge opportunity for that. And then obviously bringing IAP to Unreal. I mean, to me, I think that just really, selfishly, I think that demonstrates we're on the right track there. But I think developers deserve an open ecosystem. They deserve that openness, and they deserve to be able to monetize their players how they want to, build with whatever engine they want to, and just build the games of their dreams, right? And be able to turn that into a business.
That's beautiful. Do we know if there's any fees related to it? Are they platform dependent?
For IAP?
That's a question from Jihad on YouTube as well.
Yeah, so for IAP, when it comes to fees, you negotiate with the payment providers directly. We take no fee on top of that. So for example, like if you pay Stripe X%, that is all you pay, nothing additional.
Cool.
Because we just don't want to be nickel and diming you, right? The whole point is to put money back in your pockets. And sorry, what was the second part of that question?
It says, are they platform dependent?
No. So it works fully cross-platform with the exception of consoles, right? Those are more typically closed ecosystems, but we're starting to kind of think about what that ecosystem could look like as well.
Got you. Another great comment from Dan Rush saying on YouTube saying, you sound like you could be doing voiceovers.
Thank you, because I hate the sound of my own voice on recording, so I really appreciate that.
Me
Thank
too.
you.
It's always great. Another point for great hair as well. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Keeps on coming.
All credit to the makeup crew, absolutely, for the keynote.
So I have an interesting question from Nolik saying, are we limiting the type of games that can use IAP? For example, a game that might be NSFW, for example. It says it's a niche question, but you just want to know if it's like related to local laws or if Unity is blocking it as well.
So we take no position on that.
Cool.
Some of the payment providers do have restrictions on the types of content that are available for that. I don't know about not safe for work content, but I do know, for example, like real money gambling. Some companies are like, hey, we don't do payment processing for that. So I would say, and that's part of the reason why we're going to be adding even more payment providers in the coming months is we really just want to lean in and kind of let you pick the right provider for your type of game.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Any other thoughts you would like to share with us?
I don't know. It's the energy at Unite has been incredible. It's.
What was your feeling when you woke up this morning? Because I know I've done the keynote speaking 2 years ago.
Right. Actually, I remember that. You did really good.
Thank you. It was a lot of work because we started, I think, like 4 or 3 months before, just starting the rehearsals. And as you get closer and closer to the date, you have more and more tight rehearsal. And then the day off, you're like, okay, I actually just need to go there and do my thing. And then once you're off the stage, the pressure goes out.
Oh, absolutely.
But at the same time, I didn't feel any type of stress even going on stage. Maybe because I'm used to public speaking, but for me, it's because you're just surrounded by the community you're working with.
That's the thing. Yeah.
That energy. I want to hear your perspective on that.
No, that's exactly it. I've done multiple of these keynotes now, and the energy is what really motivates me, right? Like, because I've been on the other side as well. I still remember, like, was it Unite Boston back in the day, going there and watching that keynote. So having the privilege to be on the other side of that, very humbling, but also incredibly exciting, right? Like, and we're all there because we want to make games and we like the content and everything. So it's just, yeah, I couldn't be happier. It's like this is the thing, you know, my team always jokes where they're like, oh my God, whenever Rambod goes to a conference, he comes back so energized because he just brings that energy with him. And I know some people get tired and exhausted, but for me, I like cannot wait to go back to work.
Fulfill your battery.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. It's funny, my work is mostly extroverted,
right?
But I'm a diehard introvert. So after events like that, I go home and I stay in my cozy space for a while. But with this excitement that you're talking about.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. After this event, I'm sleeping for 3 days straight. Like, I'm not going outside. Yeah, I'm not going outside for 3 days. Like, walk the dog is the most thing outside I'm going to be doing.
Actually, Jihad again, actually on YouTube asking, is IAP landing on 6.3 as well?
Yes, so we'll be landing on 6.3 as well. So what we're kind of wanting to do also for IAP is actually bring it back to the current versions that we support. So it will be available on 6.3, it will be available on 6.0, and maybe before that as well, but I can't comment on that one quite
sweet.
yet.
Okay, so at least Unity 6, that's for
absolutely, yeah, because what we want to do, right, is with it, like, if you have an existing game, you're going to want to try to increase your margin. So that's why we're going to kind of try to meet you where you are with that.
Sweet. So hopefully you guys install 6.3, but you don't have to. You'll be able eventually to get IAP for
6.3 is pretty sweet, I gotta say. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're trying to push because I think people don't realize how much novelty is coming there, and I'm excited to see.
Well, and it's really cool for me because it's, you know, not the flashy stuff, right? But the stuff that actually makes an impact, I think, in every day-to-day workflow. Like for myself, just having used Unity for so long, 6.3, I was like, oh my God, it just feels better. It's like a better version of the previous one, which is all I've wanted.
And we also have like sometimes subtle improvement even in the UI and things like that.
But those are the things that make a big difference, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. I remember some of our friends at Blender, when they launched, I think, their 2.8, I believe, update. That was when I got in and really started my 3D art kind of career because I was just like, this interface makes me want to learn this program now.
Yeah.
So I love to see that as well. Jihad is asking, does IAP act like the platform toolkit, as in, does it abstract IAP integration from multiple systems like iOS and Android?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what IAP does today. So instead of having to integrate the native SDKs, you get one C# layer to just integrate both. So for alternative transaction processors and web shops, we're bringing that same idea to that. There's going to be a C# interface that lets you interact with all the different providers we support. And if you have your own backend, you also get a single backend interface as well. So you don't have to go learn each one's little nuances and everything. And you also get like one set of dashboards for managing your in-game catalogs, as well as seeing the data and the revenue that you're making versus, you know, having to go to 12 different dashboards, try to normalize the data, put it together. Like, no one has time for that, right?
You don't.
Yeah. And then soon too, we'll also be adding cross-platform entitlement management as well. So you can have like one place where, oh, if I buy something on my phone and then I go on my computer, all my purchases and everything carries over with me.
Funny question from Jack in the back. How many Unity t-shirts do you have after all the different conferences you've been attending?
I have a closet full, I'm not going to lie. Probably too many. So my fun story about Unity t-shirts, I probably have 6 of these red ones.
Okay.
And I think for a while in the office, so I moved from San Francisco to Scotland to Edinburgh. When we first moved, you know, the movers were like, oh, your stuff's going to get there very quickly. It took a year and a half for our stuff to get there. In my mind, I'm like, I'm not going to go buy more t-shirts. So I brought a bunch of Unity shirts with me, and I happened to bring 5 of these red ones. So for a while, I almost wore these red ones every day, and my team was so worried about me. At one point, they pulled me aside. They're like,
taking showers?
They're like, do you just wear the same t-shirt every day? I'm like, no, I have more of these. And I swear I own other clothes. They're just in a shipping container somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean right now. Yeah.
I have a similar problem because I think every U Day, which is the Unity Developer Day that we used to do in every location almost around the world, we have a very custom shirt for each, but the only way to know if it's a different one was on the sleeve. You had the
like
name
the location,
of the location.
Yeah.
And I used to just stack them and basically always wear them on same. People like, is this guy always wearing the same shirt?
That's
so
good,
no,
man.
guys, we take showers every day, okay? Multiple ones.
It's good. You wear those, I wear red. You know, we got to cover it.
Yep. No, I love that. Jihad, follow-up question. So he said, thank you, nice. In that case, what platforms are supported by IAP beyond Android and iOS?
So today, Android and iOS only, and we are bringing more platform support that I can't quite talk about yet.
Okay, good.
But we're definitely expanding it to some PC platforms and hopefully some console platforms as well.
Keeping our fingers crossed.
Yes.
Krugiza XD on YouTube again. Thanks for being there. I heard backend mentioned today a few times. What do you mean by that? Does Unity provide the backend, or are we required to make our own?
Right. So you can kind of think of it two ways, right? So when you go into alternative transaction processors, like they will fire a backend webhook. So for studios that have their own backend, we will let you integrate those. So like we try to keep that open ecosystem mantra. If we don't have a backend, we have a whole slew of live ops services in the Unity Gaming Services portfolio, like Cloud Save and Cloud Code that you can do. And we're actually putting other documentation and guides on how to do that with some samples as well. Because like the code is actually going to be relatively straightforward, and should be like the standardized across all the different games. And then past that point, we're just going to start baking that into the product as an optional feature if people want to use as well.
Sweet. The same person says, can't wait for the next Unite so I can shower again. Love that. What are you looking forward to at Unite, is asking Jack.
That's a really good question. Honestly, just talking to studios, I think, just genuinely, I love helping people with the things that they're having trouble with all that. I think, like ask the experts. Just because I remember when I was a dev in Boston, at Unite Boston back in like 2014, I think it was, I went there, and that's actually how I met my first manager at Unity.
No way. Okay.
Yeah, and he was helping me with my 2D stuff that I was trying to do back then with like the very first version of 2D. Yeah. So I think just being able to give that one-on-one help and just experience the what people are making and what they're doing.
The real human connection.
I love that. Yeah, there's just it's something that you don't really get so much in the forums and the other ways that we kind of engage with the community.
And hopefully this community hangout we're setting up together kind of brings a little bit of that personality, energy, casual energy as well to you guys. And again, the goal is to really continue this very conversational tone. If you have more questions, drop them in the chat, YouTube, Twitch. I don't think X actually has a chat, so come over on YouTube or Twitch if you have a specific question to ask. Peter Quill 726 actually on YouTube is asking, how do you do discount IAP, getting original price, current price, and discount percentage?
Right. That's a really good question. Okay, so there's a couple ways that we've seen people do it. And again, you kind of got to find what works best for your game and your audience. So, when you work with the platforms, every single time you want to update your SKUs, you actually have to go through an approval process. So what we kind of recommend, and what you see kind of most popular games doing, is they'll have like a $1 price point, a $5 price point, a 15. Kind of think about your price points that you might want. And then what they do is they call that like bundle 1. That happens to be the 99-cent one. Bundle 5, that happens to be the $4.99 one. And then when you kind of create your in-game catalog and you think about like those bundles, what I would really recommend there is going like, oh, here's a bundle. We're going to give you, a skin, some gems, maybe a couple power-ups. Hey, this is going to be at like a 900% discount. We're going to, if you buy these separately, it's like $25. I'm going to give it to you for $5. And then that way, that also lets you kind of experiment and really like be able to run, even if you have enough players, like A/B tests and things like that.
I was about to say, it's like A/B testing.
Exactly.
You can actually see which one reacts the best with your community. Because you might not want to do the same system for every game or every feature.
100%. And even for different players too, right?
Right.
Because like one thing we found when we were doing mobile was, some players buy cosmetics, some only buy power-ups, some only buy currency. So like if I give you, let's say, a bundle of power-ups, but you're like, oh, I don't care, I just want more skins. You're not gonna convert.
That's me. I'm only there for the skins.
See, I'm the exact opposite, right? I'm like,
cheat. I just want to be playing the normal game, but I do want some customization.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I love that. Thank you, Carissa. Very nice comment saying, I love the casualty of this. Us developers talking directly to Unity is so nice to know where we stand. That's the goal, and we want to be able to do more of those. We have a lot of live stream planned for the rest of the year, and 2026 is going to be a whole different level, guys. So stick with us. Continue to ask questions in the chat, but also once this stream is over, you can continue to be on the discussions forum. That's really the best place. We notice people sometimes drop messages again on Discord and places like that. Definitely be there. Like that's where the community lives. You have very specific question you want to follow up. Every product team, they have a duty. They go on the discussion forum and they read every thread, and we respond to them. We have people that are literally paid to do this. So if you have very specific questions, don't hesitate to actually ask them there. All right, so we're already over time, but do you want to stick with us or do you have to go somewhere?
I got some time. I got the Unity roadmap presentation, which I guess I'm also excited about that too. I should probably say I'm excited about that one, but yeah.
Cool.
I got some extra time.
I don't want to put you in trouble.
No, you're good. You're good.
You go.
No, I'm good. I'm all yours.
Back to the camera on me.
Hey, I'm here for the community, so this is what I'm here for.
Sweet. So maybe do you have questions for the community you would like to ask them? Maybe some insights that you would like to learn? Oh, sorry. Krugeza said which forum? It's the discussions forum. So it's discussions.unity.com. I'm going to put the link in the chat because I know not everybody has seen that. There you go. So this is the place where you need to be. You use your Unity ID to log in, so it's very simple. You don't have to create a new account and everything. And yeah, post a thread. It's literally like the internet before social media. It stays there when you post something and everybody sees it. There's no algorithm. It's just, straight up talking to the Unity employees. Andre's like, I can't wait for the roadmap talk. Yeah, well, you will have him, definitely.
Yeah, I'll be 1 of 4.
It's not going to be live stream on this live stream, but we'll publish everything on the YouTube playlist as we always do, and you'll be able to look into it. Thank you, Kurigiats. Yes, no problem. I hope I'm pronouncing your name well. I'm sorry if not. Will the roadmap be available as a VOD? Absolutely. Video on demand. That's the goal. Everything that's being not live streamed is going to be showcased, shared, documented, categorized, put on the archival of the internet forever. So you'll be able to watch it there.
Yeah,
so
and if I mess up, that'll be there forever.
Yeah. But it's also fun because like some people are like, oh, is this a live stream? It is a live stream. It's 12:21 Barcelona time right now. You are live, my friends. So we did the keynote. We had some cool announcement, and then we just transitioned to the live stream right after. He said, good enough. Yeah. Listen, we do our best, okay? I love that. All right. I did have a question about IAP. So for people like me, so I'm mostly of a designer. I'm less of a developer. Is this something that's scary to approach, or would you say that, following the documentation, I should be able to go around that? Will there be maybe tutorials or things to help with it?
Yes, I guess is the short answer. Yeah, so
Sweet.
Documentation is one of our biggest focuses right now, especially.
Yeah, I like that every time we have those releases, we always have the docs that's updated at the same time.
Yeah, and this was something that even from day one, we had like documentation writers embedded in our teams and our own engineers kind of writing the docs. And I think, when we talk about like production verification, like this is a big part of it, right? So right now, we're testing it with our internal publisher in Supersonic, because in that way, we can really deeply embed ourselves with that team and just understand like, oh, there's a step that we completely missed, or here's like a part that might be a little bit confusing. So how do we kind of streamline that process or better understand those docs? And beyond that though, what's interesting is I think, and maybe I might be a little bit biased as an engineer, but I think the code part of IAP is honestly the simplest. The hardest part is the design, right?
Okay.
When are you going to surface these things, especially when you go to direct to consumer and things like that in web shops,
so the
right?
strategy.
Exactly.
How do you want to approach that? Okay.
Correct. When's the right time to show an offer to my players? What is the right balance to give? So for example, like I'll give you an example. When I at my studio back in the day, we gave away so much currency that people didn't have anything to spend it on. So at that point, we were like, why is no one buying it? Oh, of course, because we're giving away so much free stuff. And we're not giving anyone anything to spend it on. So like free stuff is good as long as they have something to spend it. And at one point, someone after playing the game for 2 weeks had over 1 million gems. And I was like, what are they going to do with 1 million gems? Yeah.
Never going to be able to use it.
And that's the thing. Yeah. So like from a design side, you're designing your in-game economy is so critical because that's what drives engagement and retention, right? Like that metagame is really what drives these things. Integrating IAP is like a couple lines of code, right, at the end of the day.
So basically, before you go ahead and actually do that integration, which I hear is actually pretty simple from a code perspective, you should be spending a bit of time at least figuring out what's your strategy, how do you want to approach that.
Absolutely.
You don't want to spam people with all of these options that they might never want. They might feel convoluted or even just like a dog pattern, like we say in UX.
Absolutely.
Like I know some games, like sometimes they really have like so many different type of ways of buying stuff that you end up with different currency and you're completely lost in the ecosystem. You're like, what am I working towards? Like, what's the thing that I should be carrying for? And what's the most important metric that I can use to purchase those different things?
Yeah.
So defining that concept, I guess, is
and that's also especially hard. Like, because like for me, for example, there's some games that I play every day and there's other games that I might play like once every couple of weeks, right? I come back to those games like, oh my God, there's 5 different currencies and all these things. What is even happening anymore? And I immediately turn off back from them, right?
Right. I love that. Another question. Jasura Cuff on YouTube says, I remember you, Manu, from Unite from last year. You've done Unity Muse thing, right? Indeed, I did a talk. So now it's Unity AI. It's actually part of the 6.2 beta. You can activate it for free in the settings and be able to play with it. And we're continuing to learn from it, from the way that people are using it. So don't hesitate to try it out. And we want to learn from the developers so we can continue to put best features in the future. David Mary White saying, anything related to URP, HDRP for day 1 or 2 at Unite, or maybe in the roadmap session?
Yes, that is definitely going to be in the roadmap session. And then I do think there's also a couple graphics talks. I think there's one today and a couple tomorrow as well. So yes, that's definitely a topic of conversation at this Unite.
Do you have an example of like what is a good currency or a good system around that to share? Or like the right approach, maybe? If you could share.
What I would say is, especially if you're building a free-to-play game, always have one soft currency or something like players can earn a lot in game, and then have a hard currency. So like, sometimes you'll have like gold and then gems, right? Which always give some to players because you don't want it to feel super predatory and dark patterns like you just mentioned, right? And that way, at least you have two currencies. It's enough for people to be able to understand, but then it gives people something to be able to spend on. And then typically then think about for the soft currencies, like you can almost think in some games like energy as a currency or different resources.
Right.
Those, think about them more as a game design flow, not necessarily as a monetization thing, but always try to have at least one soft and one hard currency, I would say.
I guess energy is like a bit of user retention to kind of keep them coming.
Or to
I
ran out of lives. Yeah. So like someone doesn't blow through all your content in one day because they love the game, or get people coming back and things like that.
Those are great.
And then what also I've seen pretty successfully sometimes is having a currency for like a social system, for example. So like if you have a clan, have a clan currency that's shared amongst all the players that then people feel like they're contributing into something to be able to like upgrade it. Because, as we know through psychology, right, like these social cues are one of the strongest retaining things. For example, there's some games I still play only because my friends are playing and I'm in a clan with them. And I'm like, oh man, well, my buddy Bill just like, contributed so much. What am I going to do? Not play it this weekend? Okay, fine. I'll carve out an hour to go in and like, so I don't look like I'm just the lazy guy that doesn't contribute, So
funny you said I have friends actually. Hello, Gabe, if you're watching us. We have this chat. And every time there's this one game that everybody wants to play, maybe we don't even talk to each other for like, I don't know, 6 months. Right. And then there's one game, it's like, guys, this is what we're playing this weekend. You better buy it. And then everybody plays together and then that's it. That's your 2 weeks period. And then everybody falls off again. But if there is this system, like you say, that keeps someone coming, everybody else is attached to that kind of circle. And if you design that from a developer perspective, that's a great way to keep your users coming back.
Exactly.
You might get an update only in 6 months, but you want your player to keep playing until they get there.
Absolutely.
Marketing can help you get them back, but I hear that having that good currency system can be another way of approaching
that. Yeah, exactly. Because, psychology, right, is the bread and butter of game designers.
Love that. The lady Apollo on YouTube is like, it is supposed to be my bedtime. How do I explain to my boss that I'm going to be watching this and be late? I don't know.
Yeah,
but I know that
great
I'm
question.
here for the next 5 hours, so whether you go to sleep or not, we're going to be there. So the FOMO will be hard. But don't worry, this will be also on VOD. We're not suppressing the live stream. Everything we're saying right now will forever be on YouTube in our playlist. We have a specific Unite 2025 playlist, which has the keynote, the community hangout day 1, which is what you're looking at right now, day 2 tomorrow, and then all of the talks, including the roadmap that Rambod is going to talk at, are going to be there. So you're going to be able to see all of these recaps on the playlist on YouTube. Why the guy on the left is not having a laptop? Because he's our guest. I'm the host. I'm watching the chat and I'm conveying the message to him.
I mean, I can bring out my laptop. I have it over there. I can just do it anyway.
Play games together. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no worries. What else? I've not visited the forum in years. Whoa, the forum website is amazing. Most impressive I've ever seen. Thank you, JMIKey1991. Yeah, if you've not been on discussions in a while, tell him. It's the place to be. I actually like it a lot because of the way that it's categorized per section as well. So it's not like a whole big bag of a bunch of stuff. It has categories based on specific features. Also, when we have releases like 6.3, you'll get like a specific post from the Unity employees themselves, recapping all of the features and making it really clever. So don't hesitate to go there. Rambod, thank you so much. I know you got to go, so I don't want to keep you too long.
Thank you so much.
Whenever you're ready, we're basically super flexible in our schedule. But yeah, just wanted to thank you. And people in the chat, keep sharing your appreciation for his hair and for his presence mostly. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
Cool. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the community as well. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. So you'll see more from Rambod later today once we can upload the the roadmap talk, and the IAP section will be part of the keynote as well. So you'll be able to watch it again. Sweet. Oh, last question maybe before you go.
Yep.
Can you assign different prices for different regions in the world in IAP? Like a lower price for poorer regions and more for rich regions?
Yes, absolutely. So there's kind of two ways we typically see people do it. The one thing to be careful about is VPN access. So one thing that we do find is if you try to go like, let's say in a territory, we're going to price it not at a kind of currency exchange rate. people will do VPN stuff and try to get into different regions and all that, and that definitely becomes a bigger problem on the web as well. So that's part of the thing that we're working with our partners. But absolutely, it's all about finding what works best for your players and your game.
Sweet.
Cool.
Thank you, Rambod.
All right, thank you all so much.
Have
really
a
appreciate
great
it.
rest of Unite.
You as well. Thank you.
Sweet. Bruce King on YouTube is saying, I want to see Code Monkey here. Well, guess what? He's one of our guests that's coming later today. So stick with us. We'll be interviewing him as well as other insiders and great content creators from Unity. So we'll have a bunch of cool surprises. So I'm just going to run a little bit of the program one more time for people that are just joining us. My name is Manuel Sainsily. I'm your streaming producer and host for the rest of the day. We have 6 hours packed of content and surprise guests all day until 5 p.m. CET, local Barcelona time. Right now, it's only 12:31, so I'll be with us all day, sharing a bunch of cool stuff with us. So we have right now the keynote recap, which we just wrapped up. We're going to have a quick transition after that to our XR segment, which will kick off at 1 p.m., so in about 30 minutes. And then after that, we're going to have a bunch of guests in the XR segment, and then the Unity Awards nominee trailers at 2:15 p.m. CET, followed by the Insiders interview. So if you want to hear about Code Monkey, that's the best time to join in at 3 p.m. CET. Then we'll have an industry segment at 4 p.m., and then a wrap-up at 4:45 p.m. So 6-hour-long agenda for day one. For day two, which is also part of the same playlist, so if you close this YouTube and come back tomorrow, it will transition to the next video. If not, you'll find it on our official YouTube and Twitch accounts. We'll have, again, an agenda starting at 11 a.m. CET, which is local Barcelona time. You can see the exact time on YouTube if you're confused with time zone. I am sometimes, don't worry. Or if you open the video too early, it'll tell you exactly when it starts. And we'll have an intro, then the advocacy and community first segment. We'll talk about user groups and events around the world. 12 p.m. CET with the Asset Store segment. Then at 1 p.m. CET, the Made with Unity segment. That one is the thing that I'm the most excited about, because tomorrow we'll have almost 2 hours of Made with Unity segments with surprise studio guests. People that have made some of the best games made with Unity that you enjoy will be there on stage, sharing some cool announcements for the game, talking about their recent drops and stuff like that. So be with us for that. Then at 3:15 p.m. we'll have a secondary advocacy and community segment with actually some surprise guests from the team that's working behind the community segment, the Discord platform, and so on. So you'll be able to interact directly with them and hear about what we're doing at Unity. So thank you so much for joining us. Let's see, someone is asking in the chat, Code Monkey is what time? Code Monkey is 3 p.m. CET today. So that's in about, if I'm not confused with time zone, it's in about 2 hours and a half. But before that, we have a lot of content to share. So stay with us. The best day is to just be there. Like this, you're not going to miss anything. We have Kruger saying, another cool guy. Yeah, we have only cool guests today. I'm only allowing cool guests. If people is not cool, they're not coming on the stage. Don't worry. You should make this a weekly show. Well, guess what, Sebastiano? That's what it is. We're there almost every week. I think every week this year, we've done like 82 streams. Just before, literally, if you've been there, you know. And next week we have a stream actually on the 25th. So right after Unite, I'm flying back from Barcelona, going back home in Montreal, and I'm going to be actually live streaming next Tuesday again. So if you like what you're seeing and if you enjoy this, there will be more of it. And the format evolves, obviously, like depending on what it is. This is specifically for Unite. We have this long stream of Community Hangout. But you can always follow us on Twitch and YouTube at Unity, and you'll be, notified whenever we go live and what's coming next. We're also on X and every other platform, so if you go there, you'll get the tweet, you'll get the LinkedIn post and everything, even Facebook. We're everywhere. We actually have TikTok also, I think. What else? Let's see some question from the chat. Bruce King on YouTube saying, I will stay here then. By the way, can I buy this cool cap you have? I don't know if you can. Good question. What I know is that if you join us in some of our local events, I always have like gifts and stuff to share. Actually, there's another cool hat specifically for the 20 years of the Unity anniversary. I'll be giving this physically to some of our special guests today. If you're at Unite, go look around. There might be a way for you to get it. And if you join us in some of the future Unity Day user groups, and if you're one of our user group leaders, let us know. We'll be happy to send you some hats that you can share with your community as well. And there's a couple other stuff that I want to share. There's the Unity Tips card game. And we'll have someone tomorrow talk to us a little bit about that. Like, what is this? It's a trading card game, very fun game made with, actual normal cards, but what's on every card. You can see it really on camera, but every card has basically an image and a tip. So you're basically playing card with your friend. The game is cool by itself, but every card has a specific tips on them. So as you play, you'll learn about Unity. You learn about Unity development. So there'll be a lot of that. Let me see, what else? Which guest are we going to show here? Hopefully someone from the graphics division. We have a bunch of people coming from all over the place. This keynote segment is actually over, and we'll transition to the XR segment after that. And since we're so close to it, I'm gonna spoil you, all right? I'm gonna tell you what's coming. So, right after this, we'll have a transition, and then we'll get Tricia Becker, which is Senior Technical Product Manager at Unity, which will be introducing the XR segment with us for about 10-15 minutes. And then right after that, we'll be joined by people from Meta. And if you've been developing in XR for a while, especially if you've made VR games and things like that, you've seen their tutorials. It's Dilmer. Dilmer, that now works at Meta, is going to be joining us on this stage in less than an hour. And we'll be talking about, what they're doing over there, the work that we're doing with Unity and Meta. And then right after that, we'll get the technical director of Owlchemy Labs, which is Dale Newcomb, and he's going to be talking about their games. And then after that, we'll get an XR segment close up with Google from Luke Hopkins, which is a DevRel at Google specifically for Android XR and also for OpenXR. So if you're interested from these different platforms and you want to hear more about them, stick with us. It's our next segment, the XR segment. Yes, Mr. Dilmer is coming up, Kyrgyzstan, indeed. Dilmer and I actually go a long way. I've used to watch his tutorials when I was making my own XR games. And I was so happy when I heard that he was joining Meta because they're continuing him to allow him to actually make tutorials still as, Dilmer, like his own platform. But he's also an advocate at Meta. Like he has the same job that I have at Unity. And, this company, they work well together. We're making a lot of things together. So I'm excited to hear about his perspective on what's coming up soon at Unity and Meta in the world of XR. And he's just a cool person to chat with. So it's going to be nice to have some like real-time life with him. So yeah, enough spoilers. I won't tell you more. But that's just the next guest, like literally in the next hour. But we have so much more. For the next 5 hours, we have so much content. And I'm going to be there with you all until the end of today and Oliver tomorrow for day 2. So thanks for joining us. We're going to probably cut a little bit so I have time to, drink some water, maybe go to the bathroom real quick. And then we'll get back at 1 p.m. with Tricia Becker, which is doing the XR segment intro. And I might just come back a bit before just to answer some questions from the chat. So continue to ask questions in the chat. We're not cutting the stream. Stay with us all day. Thank you again for being here at Unite. This is the Community Hangout Day 1. Manuel Sainsily. See you soon.
2.
Welcome back, everyone, for our first day of Community Hangout at Unite. So if you're just joining us right now, my name is Manuel Sainsily. I'm your stream producer for the day. And basically, we're streaming for the next 4 hours, total 6 hours today, 12 hours over the course of 2 days, which is insane, I know, but I'm here for the marathon. I'm here for you, the community, and we have a jam-packed agenda with a lot of surprise guests. Actually, just before right now, we had our president and CEO of Unity, Matteo Bromberg, on stage, and you were actually sharing a little bit about the keynote, about the exciting announcement with Epic, which is the collaboration that we just announced during the keynote just before. And yeah, that's basically what we're planning to do all day. There'll be a lot of different segments. Right now, you are joining us in the XR segment. So the XR segment means that we're going to talk about extended reality, VR, AR, MR, everything in between. And we have a lot of cool stuff planned for the day. I told you earlier, for the people that were actually reading the chat, that we're also sometimes dropping some codes. If you see a weird code happening in the chat, it is a Survival Kids code that you can use to unlock the game and actually play it. Survival Kids is the first in-house Unity game like that we actually made ourselves. So if you're interested to play this game and you want to grab a code, just be the first one to grab it and copy paste it from the chat. So that means no FOMO, but hey, if you're here, you get some little perks. That's the goal. The vibe today is conversational, casual tone. We're not trying to be, extra professional. Yes, sure, we have a nice overlays and stuff like that. We have Jack in the back that's doing an amazing job at clicking the right buttons so the camera works well. But I don't want people coming in and feeling like they have to be anything but themselves. Like the goal is to just have a good time with the community, answer some of the good questions that you have. And for the next guest, I actually have one person joining us specifically from online, which is our friend Tricia Becker. She is actually a Unity employee, and she's going to give us a little intro about the XR segment. So the XR segment, like I said, is going to kick off with Tricia as an intro, and then we'll get Dilmer from Meta, which is already in the room with us somewhere. You cannot see it, it's on camera, but he's going to join us about 15 minutes in. So if you're interested to hear about that, don't hesitate to start asking questions in the chat. We'll be answering some questions live from you guys, so don't hesitate. Let's see actually if we have any question from people in the chat. So I heard the metaverse was announced. You're late, my friends. It's been announced. We're in it. That's from PXTCHXS on YouTube. Someone else saying, great Manu. That's Fredo. Hello, Fredo. Hello, chat on Twitch from Mr. Crashmaker. And then we have, was really glad to see Core CLL talked about for a minute or two by Fairly Sad Panda. I don't like to hear sad pandas. But you're right, we did talk about Core CLR. We had James Stone talking about the platform earlier, and we also had Rambod talking about IAP right after Matt's segment. That was pretty cool. But now we're in the XR segment, and I'm ready to have Tricia with us. Tricia, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, yes. Awesome. Chat, do you hear Tricia? Are you able to hear both of us? Is everything good? Yeah? So, Tricia, where are you joining us from? And I love the background, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I am joining from Seattle, Washington. So very
oh my
sad
God, okay.
that I am
Are you waking
not
up
on
in
the ground there
just
this
for
year.
us?
You'll have much better weather than we do right now. So.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for joining us so early. Yeah, people say they can hear you. So that's amazing. So Tricia, tell us a little bit about what is this XR segment? What are we talking about? And is there any specific message that you have for the community today?
Oh, fantastic question. So I think there is a lot of XR stuff going on at Unite this year. We have some talks that I'm really excited about. There's just a lot of XR energy there, and we're also showcasing some very new things. So one of the things that I have had the joy of working on this year has been the Android XR launch. And we officially launched verified support earlier this year.
Congratulations.
And then if you are at Unite, you can actually see the Samsung Galaxy XR devices in action.
Finally.
Showcasing Android XR experiences
That's
at the
exciting.
XR playground. Yeah,
So that
it's
means
super
that
cool.
the people that are right now in Barcelona walking down the show floor right now can actually touch and test the Samsung. Oh my God, that's so cool. I love the fact that we have the devices on the floor, but also people can ask questions. So if you have questions about Android XR in the chat, Tricia might be able to answer some of those questions. We actually have Krugiza XD saying, will this be a talk about general Unity XR, or will this be specifically about Android XR? At least the section with you, Tricia.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I work across our XR offerings. So I can chat about a lot of different things. I think there's also a lot of exciting stuff that has happened recently with Android XR. So happy to talk more there too. But I would say overall in the XR industry right now, there's just a ton of exciting stuff going on. So, the topics are kind of endless.
So what are some of the exciting news in the XR industry? I mean, besides the launch of Android XR, of course, is there anything else you wanted to highlight?
Yeah, I mean, there is so much. Obviously, Android XR officially launched this year.
Yep.
Samsung just released the Galaxy XR headset, so that's been a big moment for Android XR.
Hmm.
We know that a lot more devices are coming, headsets, glasses, all of it. 2026 is going to be a very big year,
I've been
and
waiting for this since 2014. Just letting you know, this is the moment.
you and me both. Uh, so we have a ton planned for 2026 and beyond,
Love that.
and then you've got XR and AI, and there are some talks around this
Hmm.
going on this year, and we know that combination is moving really fast. It's unlocking experiences that we just haven't been able to build before, and it's just a really cool time to be creating in this space. I think if you've been in this space, like many of us have, for a very long time, um, it's we always are waiting for it to kind of all come together, and I really feel like between kind of platforms, the hardware, and even the convergence of AI, just kind of going into 2026, there is a lot of momentum in a lot of different areas, and I'm just really excited about the next couple of years.
Love that. So there is a lot of question that might come in the chat before we go in. Just wanted to share. I've been working with Tricia for a while, actually, for years, and she is one of the best XR people at Unity. She's our senior TPM. She works across all of the different platforms and so on. And a couple months ago, I was invited to, I think it was the Canada for XR AI summit that we had in Toronto, Brampton, Ontario, actually, which was easy for me. I'm in Montreal, just took a train there. And yeah, some of the talks were about the synergy between XR and AI. And as you're saying right now, it's kind of an exciting time again for XR people because AI is bringing more opportunities and the relationship between the two is bringing more opportunities. We know that the Samsung Android XR headset leverages a lot of that in particular. So it's really exciting to see. We actually have a question from Kyrgyzstan in the chat again on YouTube saying, let's start off strong. Will I be able to use the eye tracking data basically from those devices to be able to be doing better experiences from our users?
Yes, that is the short answer.
Cool.
I think eye tracking has been a really key kind of piece of the input modality story. And it is important, especially in combination with hand tracking
Yeah.
for some of these newer devices and for platforms. So absolutely yes, and I think eye tracking will continue to be a key part of offerings for platforms and for devices.
And used responsibly with the right level of things so that people don't abuse this system, of course.
Yes.
We have Tempered Tuna from YouTube saying that he's been lurking for a while but never really commented, but is happy to see people like The Bull, which have been spreading just positive energy in the chat. That's true. Every time we do a live stream on Unity, The Bull is in the chat. And the people like that always come back and forth and always support us deserve a little shout out. So thank you, The Bull, for being such a long-term supporter. Tricia, basically, and I have a question that I have asked every single guest so far. What is your favorite game and what was your first game? Whatever you want to answer first. It doesn't have to be XR related, but it could be if you want to make it specifically about that.
Yeah, fantastic question. So during the pandemic, I got really into 11s, which is ping pong. And I was playing that with a lot of my friends who were actually stuck in different places overseas. So we couldn't get flights back in.
Yep.
And so I clocked a ton of time in that game.
Oh my God.
Really good at it. If anybody wants to play some ping pong. So that's probably still one of my top experiences.
Love that.
Oh, fantastic question on first game. So first game was actually a PC experience. People may or may not remember it, but it was called Pets with a Z. We
Pets,
also had
yes.
iterations of like cats and dogs. My favorite thing about the game though was not actually the game itself. The game was super cute. You take care of virtual animals, which was super popular at a point in time.
Yeah.
But there was a community of us who would take the files into a hex editor, and we would mod the files, and then we would share those.
So
with
your
the community.
first game was also your first
Yes.
mod.
So I would say it was really about the modding experience.
Sweet.
I think that's kind of carried over since in just development. and in games.
I love that. A question that also comes very often for people in the Excel world, and I know Dilmer after that, just after you, we have Dilmer on stage, has been such a great advocate for like Unity in terms of like creating tutorials for new beginners, but also people that are very advanced in their career. And someone in the chat, Luis Batista, I'm going to chat you out right now from YouTube. He said, I started studying Unity yesterday. What is your golden tip for progressing well, but also avoiding stagnation at a certain point in his development or as a new career path?
Yeah, I love this. One, congrats to Dilmer, who's about to be on. And Dilmer is one of our most treasured resources in the XR community. So definitely watch all of Dilmer's videos. I think Dilmer really breaks things down and makes things very, very approachable.
And they're up to date. Dilmer keeps updating videos. Every time we have a new thing coming out, you know, like that week, he's testing the device already and it's dropping a video right after. I generally just watch them just to learn myself. So even for beginners, it's a great place to go. A lot of his early tutorials are still very relevant, but they keep being updated with, you know, as stuff continue to evolve. So great answer.
Yeah, I don't think Dilmer sleeps, but we love Dilmer.
Don't sleep.
And
He doesn't sleep, indeed.
All that Dilmer does. Yeah. The other thing I would say is, so there are a lot of tools that we have where you can start testing things and iterating without a device. So if you're not really ready to make that investment yet, using some of our simulation tools, we do have an AR Foundation simulator.
Yes.
We do have an interaction simulator. So using those things, and then we just published a Unity Learn tutorial, super fast.
I'm putting the link in the chat right now. Go into our learn.unity.com platform. Super easy to log in. You use your Unity ID. And this is where you can follow tutorials specifically for different categories. And so for the new XR tutorials that we have, it's already been updated. It's ready for you to go in. And we have a lot of cool stuff. So whether you're starting in XR or you've been in XR for a while, at least look it up. And also, Tricia, I think we have a lot of also free how do we call it? The samples. When you install Unity, you can just like choose a free samples.
Yep. So using the templates and samples to get started, they are fantastic kind of boilerplates and starting places. And even just opening them up, open up a sample and just run it. And then you can kind of see everything in action. And then I always like the approach of just taking something that's there and then starting to kind of modify it. And that's a really good way to learn, right? You can go in there, you can change something, see what happens, how it interacts. And I think that, you know, our XR toolset really abstracts away a lot of the things that can be very complex.
Right.
And there's so much beauty in working an engine because...
And you can just till everything and copy paste the content. You don't have to start from scratch and reinvent the wheel.
You don't, and you don't have to, everything's not, you know, it's not scripts, it's not code. So that's the glue that brings everything together, but you've got all of these visual components that you can work with.
Love that. And so, of course, it's in the name Unity Community, but I believe specifically the XR community. I come from XR background, so I'm super biased here. But it is generally just such a cool place to work in, because regardless of the company people are working with, the tool or the platform they're publishing in, everybody is helping each other because we're all going through it together. Actually, I just want to, again, shout out the chat. Like, after the question from Louis, which stated that he just started yesterday, people starting answering him and giving him a lot of cool advices right in the chat. So this is what we love about Unity, is that not only we provide tutorials and content, but our community does. And I want to shout out another great content creator for Unity XR, which is Valim. And Valim is joining us in the chat right now. We won't have him in person, unfortunately. He's not in Barcelona. I share something really particular with Valim because we're both French. You can tell by our accents. And Valim's content has also helped me a lot in my career. I think he just dropped a bunch of multiple part series on Unity XR as well. So you should definitely follow him on his Patreon, everything, and support also the people that are making this content for free for you guys. But yeah, there's so much content. I would say the Learn platform is definitely a place you want to be if you want to see the official content from Unity. But just YouTube, like the amount of tutorials that I see, and even new creators that are not as big as Dilmer or Valim are continuously just adding more to it. Tricia, what do you want to share with the developer community? We have about 2 minutes with you.
Oh, such a good question. There's so much. I think, yeah, if you haven't gotten started, I think, go in, check things out, get started. I expect 2026 and 2027 to be big years in this space. Use the discussions forums, ask questions. I think this is one of the best communities. I know I'm a bit biased, but the XR community is incredibly supportive.
Yep.
And a lot of people in the XR community come from different backgrounds. So, don't feel afraid to ask questions. And then I would say last thing is, I think it's important to get familiar, with the platforms that you want to work on. But one of the biggest advantages of Unity is our cross-platform tools. And the fact that you can really take an experience that you built for a platform and you can port it pretty easy
Everywhere.
to other platforms. Yeah.
Build
So,
once,
I mean,
publish everywhere. I keep saying that, but that's really true.
So, a couple of the main areas I would say to get familiar with is our OpenXR plugin. It's where all of our core OpenXR features live. So you get more features with our platform packages on top of that, but the OpenXR package. XR hands, you get cross-platform hand tracking. So that whole mentality, build once, deploy everywhere, utilize that everywhere. And then lastly, if you are building for AR or MR, AR Foundation.
AR
That
Foundation
ties-
for AR and MR. Yes.
Yes, it ties everything together. So, truly you're going to be able to kind of write something once, and then that is going to connect into those different platforms. So get familiar with those things, utilize them. You can reach a ton more users by being cross-platform. And
Tricia, thank you so much. I feel like just in this 15 minutes, you gave us so much. Thank you for joining us from Seattle, also waking up so early for the community. I think you're only person joining remotely, so shout out to Jack in the back that has been making this so smoothly for everybody. Just happy to have you, Tricia, again. And we'll see you soon, hopefully on live streams, doing more XR content. So thank you again. Hopefully you get some sleep after this. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks for having me, and thank you for everybody showing up for this.
Amazing. Thank you, Tricia. Everybody in the chat, please, a little W for Tricia for her help. And now we have something very special that everybody has been waiting for. Dilmer is in the house, people. Pew, 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 pew. Welcome, Dilmer.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you for the invitation. And honestly, this is like a dream come true. I remember making tutorials early on.
Yep.
And somebody mentioning Unity. And fast forward to today, it's like a tool that I love and got me to where I am. So thank you so much to Unity and to you for inviting me today.
Listen, it was a no-brainer. I'm super biased. I was like, we need Dilmer. If we're talking XR, like, who else? But also, I think something that the community doesn't know is, like you said, like before Meta, you were already a content creator, and you're still a content creator. You continue to publish on your own platform. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. I started a while ago when I started working on Unity. This was during a hackathon. I was working for a company, and I know that one of my friends introduced me to Unity. He's like, should we use iOS development and then create a game with iOS natively, or should we use a tool that could allow you to add interactions? And it was more like a game. And when the first time I looked at it, I watched a tutorial on the Unity forum and on the Unity portal, and everything just went off over my head. But once I got into it, I started learning about it. I really fell in love with the ability to create so quickly and drag and drop components, just create a prefab and 3D models and the creativity that came out of that. So I remember I also watched a movie called it was from the creators of Super Meat Boy, and I watched a movie called Indie Games in Netflix a long time ago, and I was passionate about how you, as a person, like a one-person, two-people team, you could create a game. So I remember making my first game, and I said, it's only going to take a few months. And then it was 3 years.
Oh, my God.
I was like in my early 20s, and I remember going, waking up.
You're still in your early 20s.
Thank you, Manu. But yeah, it took me, I thought it was going to be simple, and it took me 3 years, but all that knowledge I was able to use to, create another game.
Right.
That was a lot easier. And then I started just talking about it in social media. I created a Twitter account. Back then it was called Twitter. And
We're live on X, by the way, right now.
Oh, I'm live on.
Hello
Okay.
the Twitter/X community.
No, so it was great because I was building in public, which is I think is something very normal right now. Just you build in public and you share. But back then it wasn't really a thing.
It's not really common. Yeah.
And so I was pretty much just sharing everything I learned. And then I remember, well, maybe I'll just make a YouTube video about it. Maybe just a tweet is not enough to cover more context and give people more context.
And your tutorial were really in depth also, so it was a good way to expand on that.
Yeah, so I wanted to build something that, well, if I'm gonna go through and create a tutorial, I want somebody to understand it and then explain it in my own words. So me teaching it allowed me to understand it even better. So I did that quite a bit. I think AR Core came out, AR Kit came out early on, and I grabbed one of my games and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna add augmented reality features. It was the early AR Kit plugin, one of the first ones.
Love that.
And I put the 3D model in a corner, and it was something very simple. It was like a structure that I put in the corner of my house, and then I was able to move my phone around and walk around the area. And then from that point forward, I started testing, other devices, Magic Leap, and every headset. You mentioned it earlier.
Oculus before Meta, now Meta.
And then Oculus Go came out. I joined something called Star, which we still have that program at Meta now that I work there. I received my first hat, my first swag, and like fast forward to today, I kept making quite a bit of content, and I love that the community has found it pretty helpful. And thank you again, Unity.
Listen, you keep saying thank you. I think people, and I'm seeing in the chat, everybody's like, thank you, Dilmer. Like some people saying their first attempt at XR was thanks to you. So this is very special right there. I need to call out a little sponsor, which is Meta, which is sponsoring this show as well. So if you're never built for VR, the Meta XR all-in-one SDK is the perfect place to start. It has everything you need in one package, so you can build, launch, and monetize quickly. And actually, Dilmer from Meta is here with us today to talk a little bit about the MetaQuest development. So why is Meta so invested in consistent tool improvements?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I'm a developer just like many of you, so I'll talk from experience. I do work for Meta, full disclaimer, but I started working with Oculus tools when it was called the Oculus integration. And it was this really, it worked, but it was this folder that you had to drag and drop into Unity. And then it was full of different examples, but it was really hard to find where things were and to implement new features. You had to know really the structure, the patterns. So it wasn't really easy to jump in. So right after that, I think 6 months after that, 12 months after that, Meta has been improving on the tools. And they did a big change, and that was changed to Meta XR SDKs, which at the time, even me, I hated it. I'm like, well, how do I upgrade from Oculus integration to Meta XR SDKs? Now we have individual packages. But if you think about it, you have this monolithic code base, which is really hard to manage. And then me as a developer, I actually work on packages on different companies, deployment, and I was really into the code. I knew separation of concern was really important. So Meta, what they did is they took in, okay, we have core packages, we got packages for interaction SDK, interactions with hands, and we got simulators. And now you as a developer, you can go in and you say, well, I don't really need all these additional functionality for my game. I only need the core packages. And I need a simulator, right? Because I want to be able to test the tools. So you can say, well, my game is going to have controllers. They're going to have, maybe I don't need hands, but I do need a simulator to be able to quickly iterate. So that's how you can do it today, is you can be specific on what packages you want to include.
Before you even think about the platform where you deploy.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Before you even think, and then you can iterate fast because we're providing more tools that you don't really necessarily need a headset, which is another great change. So we didn't have before, you had to deploy to a device every single time, which, if you've done development on VR, you know that putting that thing on, it's getting lighter and better, but it's not really, you don't iterate as fast as you can with a simulator tool.
And I remember even when I was starting in XR, that was one reason why I went on PC instead of Mac at the time, because I know that the build didn't allow me to actually iterate fast. So this concept of fast iteration is so core. You want to be as close as possible as the real deal, the real experience. Great to hear that. Can you tell us a little bit more about the MetaQuest new building profile, so the advantages that they have?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the past you had to, not too long ago, before version 6.1, so version 6.1 forward, there is an introduction to a MetaQuest building profile. And what that does is, if you go to the building profiles in Unity, you can see there's a MetaQuest logo. And it might be a little confusing because you're like, okay, I'm used to selecting the Android profile. And then if I'm building for standalone, then I can go and switch back and forth. But the cool thing with that profile is if you're a new developer and you don't have to, I started a while back where you had to, that's why I created tutorials, because I wanted to teach people what settings, what version of Android you needed to specify, what type of graphics API you needed to compile. Is it Volcam? Is it DirectX 11? Is it 12? So this build profile allows you to have those predefined settings already available for you, so you don't have to worry about that. And it still shares some of the Android settings available, so it's not like we're taking over Android. Right. It's more like it's inheriting some of the Android, and then you can override some of those changes. And we predefine, the MetaQuest building profile is predefine some things for you, so that it's ready to go if you need to deploy to the headset.
You don't have to redefine it after. It's like it's already made for you.
Yep,
I love that.
Yep.
Another question about the MetaQuest Runtime Optimizer. Why should devs leverage this new tool?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I love coding. I love to get into C#, but when it comes to performance optimizations, you mentioned Valem.
Yep.
Valem is amazing. He has some really good videos. I recommend you guys to look at him. But I think he's
Valem in the chat again, guys.
Well, yeah, we'll put him in the chat. I think he's like, if I look at developers, I think he's pretty advanced out there. I feel like I'm more like the developer, I'm more like in the C# code. I'm not more in the shader code.
Yeah, you both have your specialties.
We have our specialties. Yeah. So when it comes to performing optimizations, there's Prefero. I think it's one way that you can do that. You can use the profiler in Unity, and it allows you to do that. So what we did at Meta is we say, okay, what can we do for developers that is easy, that can analyze your project? So the way that it works is you have a VR scene or a mixed reality scene. If you have a lot of different game objects, some objects may have a lot of vertices, they may have pretty heavy shaders, or you may not be getting the frames per second that you're looking for. So you run this tool and it's going to run a remote APK on the device, and that information is basically sent back into Unity, and Unity just does a capture and say, okay, what was the snapshot of the application running at that point? And then we just show you metrics, recommendations of what things you can optimize. But they're like simple things that are rank, depending on, maybe there's a game object that is huge, that you brought in from a Gen AI tool, right? Like some of those are not optimized. You're like,
okay, that's not optimized. That's going to break my experience.
Yeah, exactly. And those things are like, you might be able to tell, but this tool allows you to capture some of those insights. And then once you determine what they are and optimize them, then you can easily just redeploy to the headset, and then keep the snapshot history so that you know what changes you made. But yeah, recommend you guys to check that as well.
Sweet. Yep. So before we let you go in about 4 minutes, we have more guests and surprises coming, I do want to answer some question from the chat. So the Bull, which is our most assiduous watcher, basically is always there. He said, Dilmer was my first introduction to learning Excel many years ago. So once again, Fairly Sad Panda saying on YouTube, visited Meta's booth at DevCom in Cologne this year, got the little bear for a member of our team. That's sweet. He's also saying, always nice seeing the tooling improving and appreciate Meta keeping Excel visible in a noisy marketplace. That is true. Krugiza saying, Meta SDK is still not easy yet, but I'm learning. NTT94, how is it with Meta SDK and Unity's netcode? How they will come along? Any info on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now we offer building blocks, and that's another thing that Meta has been making easier is when you download the Meta SDK, you're gonna get it's like an option, a Meta logo on Unity. You press it, it shows you all the building blocks. So we have multiplayer building blocks that allow you to select either netcode or Photon. So we have that functionality in there, and it's fully supported.
Sweet. Please, anyone can answer me. I only want to know why. I think the question is there .NET 10 that's going to be implemented with the framework? Do you know, or maybe we can point them to a specific insert?
That information, I'm not 100% sure.
So we'll follow up on that. So the question is from Leonardo Gasparin. We'll follow up on that. Sweet. Any other message you would like to share with the community before we let you go?
No. Thank you, everybody, for continuing supporting my channel, Meta, Unity. I mean, thank you to Unity for bringing us tools that make development easier. And just excited to keep working with you and the community.
Thank you, Dilmer. So where can people follow up with you or find your work?
Yeah.
It's your time to shine.
Yeah, no, that's a great
For
question.
those who don't know him yet.
I would say, if you want to know more about how to create experiences in VR, XR in general, YouTube, and then for my day-to-day and hackathons and events that we're running, I would definitely check out X. And lastly, we have a VR competition on DevPost where we're offering $1.5 million to developers. There's multiple categories, so just make sure that you go to DevPost and check out the Meta Horizon Star competition.
Sweet.
That's something that my team pushed to make happen in collaboration with other amazing teams, so make sure that they check that out.
And before you go, I just want to shout out also Jake, which joins your team, which is also an amazing content creator on XR.
Yes.
I'm so happy to see you both. I think he has a talk during your night on the show
He
floor.
does tomorrow. Yep,
Sweet.
Yep.
So hopefully we can post that also as a VOD on YouTube, so everybody that's not there can actually see it later on. Dilmer, thank you so much. It has been a dream for me to interview you one day, and here we are. So thank you so much
Manuel.
for joining us. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Sweet. So thank you to the community for sticking with us. We have so much more guests coming later on, so stay with us all day. I just want to reassess for those that are joining us just right now. My name is Manuel Sainsily. I'm your stream producer for the day. We have about 6 hours of content jam-packed. We're pretty much 2 hours and a half in, and there's a lot of different things that we're going to go through. Let me give you a quick overview of what's planned before we introduce our next guest. So we just did the keynote, which will be uploaded as a VOD online. Don't worry, it will be there. If you absolutely want to know about the roadmap session, it's not being live streamed. It's not going to be here, but we will also upload it on the VOD on YouTube later on. And right now you are following us on the XR segment, and we have a very special guest with us. Can you introduce yourself?
Technical director at Owlchemy Labs.
Welcome.
Thanks.
So you guys actually sent us a pretty cool list of a few different trailers. Which one would you like to play before we go in?
I think the dimensional double shift.
Dimensional double shift. Let's go with that. Jack in the back.
Give me a minute.
Don't worry. Well, we have a lot of trailers. This is a kind of a snippet at Inside Job, which is another great game that you guys made. This was one of my first VR experience, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Especially, I personally
Inside
love
Job
the
or
concept.
Job Simulator?
Job Simulator.
Job Simulator, yeah. Okay.
Specifically, yeah. But I love the fact that Inside Job is also kind of a hint at that.
Yeah.
All right. Love the production here. Dimensional double shift coming to Galaxy XR December 11th. That's like very soon.
Yeah, we've actually got it in the show floor here. We're showing cross-play between the MetaQuest and the Galaxy XR.
And that's huge. That means that people with different devices can play the same game together in XR.
That's exactly right, yep.
That is sweet. So Dale, you're technical director, senior technical director.
Just technical director. We're level one. We're not that big.
Not even senior. But you are talented. And I wanted to ask you, Owlchemy has this reputation of doing, playful, accessible VR game.
Yeah.
How do you, keep that as part of the balance between humor and experimentation while being, you know, a technical prowess at the same time?
Yeah, it's difficult, especially with, you know, we've been in the VR game for quite a while now. Job Simulator originally came out when the Vive launched. And, you know, so PC VR afforded you a lot more powerful devices. And so now having to kind of live up to the same sort of reputation that we've got, but on a mobile device, it can be challenging. So we really try to, you know, still lean into what makes the game the most fun without worrying about the graphics necessarily being at the highest quality of everything, because what we really want is for players to just have fun with chaos.
And
that's
be
most of our
there
games,
in
right?
the chaos.
Yeah.
I think you said something very important. I think that's a commentary I hear a lot from people that have not maybe experienced a VR headset or being in XR. It's they say, oh, it looks maybe too low poly for my taste, and they don't realize how much the other senses of your brain create that immersion. And I think any game that you guys like published have that nailed down. Someone in the chat actually saying, I just slipped back to 2005. The boys are saying this. Someone saying, awesome trailer, awesome vibes. Fun with chaos is the word. Yes, exactly. Krugas from YouTube saying, I loved Vacation Simulator so much. It seems like the community loved your games. So another question for you will be, what recent lessons from titles like Job Simulator have you learned?
Yeah, so you know, Job Simulator has been out for a while now, and we've continued to port it to every new VR platform because Owlchemy's VR for everyone is our motto. So we're really trying to be on every possible headset to get as much exposure. Also, we make games that are meant for anybody, even if they've never played console games and things like that before. So
it could be a first introduction to video games.
And in fact, it is for a lot of people. Office worker. It becomes kind of like the VR 101 game, you know, is when you want to have your grandmother try VR for the first time. You know, our games are a great way to do that. So one of the things we kept hearing from players, though, was, I love playing Job Simulator, I love playing Vacation Simulator, but I'd really love to share this experience with my friends.
With someone else, yeah.
And so that's where Dimensional Double Shift came from, is the idea of doing the same type of thing in multiplayer.
It came from this kind of desire from the community, and also as a technical feat at the same time, which you guys like achieved pretty well. That's amazing to hear.
Thanks.
Another thing is accessibility and approachability have been core to your studio's ethos. What new techniques or tools are you exploring to broaden who can enjoy VR experiences?
Yeah, accessibility has been incredibly important to us, and it's something that, you know, we've tried to really push in the industry. At GDC and other places, we usually have an accessibility talk in almost every single one, because we really want to push that forward. I mean, for the game industry more broadly, but specifically for XR, because it is such an embodied experience, we really want everyone to be able to do it. And it's been challenging to do that with some of our newest tech in multiplayer. Okay. There are some things that we could do when we're doing single player to you know, make it easier for doing accessibility, but it's certainly a challenge moving that to multiplayer, and as well as with hand tracking.
And there's a lot of new learnings that comes from also releasing those titles. This is beautiful to see.
Yeah.
What's been your experience creating titles like Job Simulator, but also specifically for multiple platforms with Dimensional Double Shift on MetaQuest, Android XR, or everything in between?
Yeah, that's one of the things we really appreciate about using Unity, is in order to be able to launch on the newest XR device on day one when it comes out, Unity's pretty much the only game in town. Like, you guys are the ones that have the support right from the beginning.
Build, yeah.
You know, like lately when we were doing Inside Job and DDS, moving that to the Android XR device, you know, we've been working behind the scenes with Unity and with Google, who are our parent company, and being able to put that out as soon as the system launched. Everybody who gets one of the new devices, the Galaxy XR, Inside Job comes pre-installed on it.
And that is, I think, one of the coolest thing about that platform is that since I think December 2024, people were able to use Unity with the simulator to actually start porting their games or starting to make games for the platform. And so now that the device is out, like you said, your game is already on it, which is a great thing also for new hardware, is just to have a bunch of games on it, and people can get introduced to your company and play the other games that exist on other platforms. Yeah. I think the best part for me is going to be able to actually play with my friends that are on different devices. I look forward to go on the show floor and give it a try. So that's
cool.
we
figure, you know, I mean, it's going to be a while before each of these newer types of devices really gets market penetration in the same way that the Meta Quest does. So having it where you can just jump in and be able to play games with other players already, instead of being like, there's only 5,000 of us who bought it in the first week. I don't have anyone to play with. Like, oh no, I've got these other people that I can play with. So
that's very smart and also really cool for the community. In terms of hand tracking, how did Unity tools support help with making Job Simulator and Vacation Simulator hands only in some cases?
Yeah. So with the support of OpenXR and the OpenXR Hands package, that really made it very easy for us. We added hand tracking support to Job Simulator and Vacation Simulator first, and we did those in some fairly simple ways, because in those games we were really trying to replicate what you can already do in those games with the controller. We weren't trying to rewrite the game from scratch. So if you try those, you'll sometimes see that there's a little bit of challenge in using the hand tracking. It doesn't always work the best because you're trying to simulate the controllers. But in the dimensional double shift game, the great thing there was we started with hand tracking by default, no controller support at all. And by not trying to just support the very basics of what a controller can do, it is just a million times better. You go in there with the hand tracking and you can do some amazing things and interact with objects in a way that feels very natural. I talk about this a little bit later today in the talk I'm doing. Yeah. But it makes it where you can take someone who has never played a console game, so it doesn't know controller buttons and all, plus they wouldn't be able to see them because you got a headset on, and you stick them in there and they just start doing things, and they can immediately, you don't have to tutorialize it. Like, how do I pick up this can of Coke and open it? It's like, oh, you just do like you would in the real world, right? And that also kind of helps with the accessibility as well in some ways.
Love that. Decode HTML from YouTube saying, been thinking about a few XR experiences to create if you are building solo an XR game. How realistic can it be? Any advice?
How realistic is it to build an XR game solo?
Yeah.
I'd say it's getting a little bit less realistic, but not far off. It's still somewhat easy. There's lots of different paths for being able to do so. I'd say that Meta's obviously got the largest support right now as far as number of headsets out there, and it's pretty easy to kind of be able to self-publish on that platform. So I think it's certainly possible. And you see from the keynote some of the games that were made with just a handful of people and some by one person.
Sometimes one, yeah.
XR is certainly still in that area where you can make something that that does really well. I think the hardest part today doing solo is not so much the development of the game itself, but the stores are getting very crowded, and so you still have to do all the marketing, right? And
publishing and
if you're one developer and you're sitting there working on the game and trying to fix any bugs that your players are finding, you don't have a lot of time to spend on the marketing. So that's the part you'd probably need help with, is trying to make sure that you're getting your game marketed out there.
That's a very good tip. So you heard it, Decode. That's how you would approach it. Jonas has said, I've done it. The hard thing is to get it to sell well.
Yes, there you
indeed. Go. Plus, you never know if your game is going to be great. So one of the advice we always give people is to start with finding the fun, like that loop that actually make it fun for you, for your friends. Test it out, do QA testing, do A/B testing maybe with a couple of friends before you move forward in later stage of development. And then you get out there, and hopefully the community can, it sticks. It's like throwing pasta at the wall, see what's there. Quite fun question for you. We keep asking to all the guests today. What was your first video game in your entire world that got you into gaming, maybe?
Okay, this is going to show my age. So
we had Pung by Matt, the CEO.
A little earlier. So I guess really the first ones were text adventure games.
Oh, yes.
My mom worked for GE, and she brought home a little terminal that had like the phone cup modem and a little printer, and I played like Colossal Cave, I think it was called, that just kind of eventually led to Zork. And those just really grabbed my attention. And so then from there to like the original kind of point and click adventures like King's Quest and Hero's Quest and all those.
Have you played Rogue, like the original Rogue by any chance? Yeah?
Yep.
I feel like it also develops your imagination a lot, because if you're born before the 90s, before the 80s, some of these games, of course, it's not about the graphics at all. Yeah. So it's kind of a good metaphor for what we're building in XR as well. Like, yes, the graphics is important, but it's not everything.
Yeah,
and most of the time we'll see it with titles like Peak, for example. That's not what people are looking into this game for. It's really the presence. And to me, that's what I love the most about you guys' games, is this sense of presence. Even if you're solo, it feels like I'm in this world.
Yeah.
How have you achieved that? Can you talk a little bit about the game design, maybe some of the
sure.
choices that you've made?
I think one of the most important things from Owlchemy's point of view is one of the things we see a lot is laser pointers on a menu. When do you do that in real life? Never. So don't do that in your games. Diegetic interfaces are the most important. Even in Job Simulator, in our first game, the way you exit the game is you pull your briefcase from over your back, you open it up, and there's an exit burrito, and you eat the burrito, and then it says, "Are you sure you want to exit?" And you eat this, right? Or have physical levers that you're pulling, or anything that makes it physical, which is the diegetic interface. The laser pointer thing, it works, but I think it takes away from the immersiveness of
Plus, you're
the
not
experience.
utilizing the value of that platform.
Yeah.
If we're in XR, the goal is not necessarily to reproduce what we've always seen in 3D or 2D games, but to really tap into what that environment gives you, which is, like you said, physical world, intuitive movements. And also, I love that you're also kind of inventing new ways of thinking about those metaphors. I love the fact that exiting is to actually literally grab an object and eating it.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
I add one more thing there. So also I think there's, with VR specifically, I haven't had as much experience with XR. I'm just getting started with some of the mixed reality.
Okay.
But it's really important in VR to recognize that there's really 3 distances to focus on. One is the really close of something that's an object in your hand that you're holding up near your face.
Right.
The other is anything that's far distant, so basically from 2 or 3 meters and beyond.
Right.
And
After
then there's
your
that
hand length. Yeah,
even
about.
further.
Even further. Okay.
Even further, like 2 to 3 times your arm length. And then everything in the middle. That's really the sweet spot for VR. If you spend too much of your effort on the very far distant stuff, because of the way the vision works and having the stereoscopic view, once you get far enough away, it doesn't really look that much different than if you're playing it on a 2D screen. But everything in this near field does have that extra parallax. And if you have it really up close, it better be very high detailed. So only kind of like hero objects and things like that you want to do there. But if you spend a lot of time in that middle space, that's when you really hit the sweet spot. Yeah.
Dale, thank you so much joining us from Owlchemy Labs. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for answering questions from the community as well. Krugiza saying the exit burrito was genius. You guys, we've seen a lot of trailers out there. Go try Digital Dimension Shift. It was amazing to just see. Sorry, did I pronounce that well?
No.
Can we start over, please?
It's Dimensional Double Shift.
Dimensional Double Shift.
Yeah, it's a free to play, and then we've got so far 2 DLC dimensions.
Amazing. And December 11th on Android XR.
That's
Can't
right.
wait to try that out. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night, and good
Thanks
luck
for
your
having me.
talk.
Appreciate it.
It was a pleasure.
All right, take care.
See ya. And just after that, my friends, don't leave. We're still in the XR segment with a very surprise guest again. Who do we have? Hello, hello. So this is Luke Hopkins from Google joining us. He's a DevRel on Android XR and OpenXR. Am I correct?
That is very correct.
Thank you so much for having us. I mean, for having you, but being with us.
No, thanks for having me. I think when we talk about Android XR, we cannot talk about it without not talking about OpenXR. The very standard that's been there and built on top of a lot of the things that we've got going for us. So I think using OpenXR is a big call out and something we like looking after.
I'm so happy that you're here with us. And so the first question that I have for you is, can you clarify for people what's the difference between Android XR and Galaxy XR? I know the answer, but some people in the audience might not.
That's a great question. So Android XR is the platform. So if you look at other Android platforms out there, from Android Auto, Wear, your phone, your tablets, Android XR is that platform and that ecosystem that lives for other form factors such as Galaxy XR, and we've recently announced, I think last year, XReal. So other form factors and other devices will live and breathe on top of the Android XR platform. So it's really that OS, that operating system, that people can get to use and experience XR on.
Love that. So we have a funny game running from the beginning of this live stream. It's going to go on for 6 hours. Every time we have a guest, someone is mentioning something nice about them. You get the win for the best mustache today.
Yeah.
And also the great hair. All right, more points for you. That's awesome. Well, welcome, Luke. The Bull is saying we're happy to have you here.
No, thank
Another
you.
question for you. Emphasizing the importance of open standard support, particularly OpenXR, which you work at, and Vulkan. Can we discuss a little bit about how adhering to these open standards foster great compatibility?
So how OpenXR and Vulkan kind of open that compatibility up?
Yeah, reduce the development friction, things like that.
So I think really I want to talk from a point of fact. So over the past year, we've been doing a lot of early access programs with a lot of developers like Owlchemy, and we've really been able to listen to them. And a lot of the feedback we get is how little friction they have, because we've got to build on top of these layers like Vulkan, OpenXR, and then having such a player such as Unity in this space in order to make it so easy to support multi-platforms. We've heard a lot of great feedback from developers that have just been like, okay, yeah, it was as simple as clicking this button.
I heard the same.
So I think in my talk later on, I'll do a quick demo of how we take the VR sample app that you guys have, and literally within about 3 clicks, you can get it running on the Galaxy XR device. And I think that's really inclusive to what Google have been doing is looking at these open standards like Vulkan and OpenXR, and by listening and knowing what the community are using, I think it's made it really easy for people to port their applications, and I think there's a lot of proof in that. And for anyone that's using those devices or looking at those devices, I really hope you have the same experience too.
Love that. We have tried games on YouTube asking if Android XR, for example, the new Samsung Galaxy XR will be good for XR with Unity. Yes, my friend. Yes. We have support since last December, actually. I think it's almost a year now. But now that the Samsung Galaxy XR is out, that means that you don't need to just play with the simulator anymore. You can buy the device, actually build on the device itself, and has a real experience as a developer so that you know exactly how your players will feel when they try your games. So my next question for you, Luke, is when you guide developers through this decision-making process when choosing their development paths, specifically Jetpack versus OpenXR, what is the strength versus weakness of each approach?
I think that's a great question, because I think a lot of the times it really comes down to your use cases. I think one of the powerful things about Android XR is the fact that you have Jetpack and you have all your native Android applications that can run on the device today. And then from there, you can kind of spatialize that content and make it live as windows and make it really immersive. But then you have the freedom, should we say, that Unity gives you to build these immersive experiences where you essentially control every single pixel of your real estate. So I think it really wants to go into what kind of use cases and what you want to build out. And I think if you are looking at more traditional application development and you just want to spatialize that, then Jetpack kind of lives in that world. It's very good at that, and there's lots of leverage there. But if you really want to be making these immersive worlds and these immersive experiences, whether it's even like enterprise apps or just your indie games, then Unity is kind of that great tool to be doing that. So I think it depends on how much control you want, and whether it's more applicational or whether it's more game and like 3D rendered. I think it just depends how much control you want.
So it's really based on your use case. I hear that. Okay. Could you give us a detailed explanation of the process for publishing an XR experience on the Google Play?
Great question. I think this is, again, one of the great leverage points of Android XR is you get the ability to use the Google Play Store. And what we offer on that is we offer a dedicated XR track, which means that if you're just making immersive experiences for the headset and you're not wanting to publish to phones, tablets, and you just want a dedicated immersive experience, then we will have what's called like an XR track. Right. And this gives you the ability to publish your APK publish the content that you want just for these immersive experiences and kind of have that dedicated track. And we also support the ability to upload spatial trailers.
Oh, yeah.
So when people are coming into the Play Store in their immersive landscape, they can see a spatialized
Before
version.
downloading the
before
application.
downloading the app, you can
That's so
choose
cool.
to do 360 videos, you can do spatialized content. So it's a real great way to show people before they purchase
Yeah.
or play that they get that experience beforehand.
That's just a cool thing. And I look forward to actually test it live here on the show floor and test a little bit of that. Cool. A couple questions from the community before I ask mine. Trade Games again saying, what best practices do you recommend optimizing XR applications for Android with Unity? Is there any like guidelines or any best practices you have in mind?
So I hate calling out to myself because it feels a
Do
bit
it.
driven,
It's your
but,
time. It's
if you type into like performance guidelines and then type in my name into Google,
Luke Hopkins, people. Make sure you type it right.
we published last week. We had a spotlight week where we went over a lot of the content you can make, and we did a performance guidelines blog on
sweet.
that.
Okay.
And that really goes through all the little steps that you can go through in order to get the best performance. And then we talk about all the wonderful things that are available in Unity, from space warp, foveated rendering. But I think for a lot of developers that go through this process is like, you know, it sounds silly, but like 0.2 milliseconds of a frame makes a big difference. So yeah, we really go through all those little things that you can start checking and debugging within your app in order to get the best performance out of it.
Okay. Exploring the integration and support for AI packages now, so including the Firebase AI, Logic SDK. Can you showcase how developers can leverage powerful AI capabilities to enhance their XR experiences?
It's a great question because
Like I'm thinking about intelligent NPC behavior, things like that.
Yeah, so this is a great one. So I think this is where in the Firebase AI Logic SDK, there is a Gemini Live API that you can use. And this
3.0
really,
just came out.
Yes. So yeah, literally, I think I was reading through things yesterday.
Yesterday.
Gemini 3 is
I was
now
going
out.
to go to sleep, and then the news came out. I was like, I cannot sleep now. All right.
Yeah. But there's some great capabilities with Gemini Live specifically for more of your conversational-based NPCs.
Right.
So you can stream audio to it and get audio back, or if you want to do it text-based, you can do it text-based.
Sweet, okay.
And really having this ability to have Gemini Live adds for this conversational level that I think people want out of their NPCs. And then if you're not looking at that, you can upload images and get like text response back from Gemini if you want to understand what that image is. So I'd definitely say the Firebase AI SDK is a great tool to be using in Unity, and it's supported in Unity out of the box. So
And I think a couple other use cases can be like dynamic content generation, maybe even like interfaces that could be like more personalized user interactions and stuff like that. So it's really at multiple layers. It's not just within, but also at this kind of ecosystem layer as well.
very good point. Yeah,
I love that. A little bit of an in-depth discussion now on performance considerations to achieve a buttery smooth experience in XR. We kind of answered that already with the community, but do you have any techniques for rendering, physics, and input processing, as well as strategies for managing computational resources effectively to prevent motion sickness and ensure user comfort?
It's a very detailed question.
Yeah.
It's a great
Also,
question.
shout out to Leah Martin from Unity. I told you that I would chat you out on stage. She's been writing those questions for the XR segment, and she's doing such a great job also.
No,
in
that's
our
a
team.
great question because, you know, there's so many different areas to cover in that. So I think just out of the box, if you start using packages such as XR Hands, that gives you a great tool for getting your input. So I don't think you really have to worry about that.
Right.
But I think a lot of the considerations come from like it's not just about your GPU computation. Like the CPU can come into a big play here when it comes to OpenXR. So just making sure that you're also looking at your CPU cycles. I know internally a lot of people have been using Perfetto as a great way to debug things and kind of get that level of depth to understand what thread or what things are running. So I think a lot of the things that we kind of cover in that blog again is more like your thinking patterns, because everyone's making different use cases, everyone's doing different games. Is like, what are the thought patterns I need to apply as a developer in order for me to start stepping through and making those performance optimizations. So I think it comes down to use cases, because there's great tools like Space Warp, but again, it might not always be the best use case for things. So, I think it's a hard one to just answer and just say like, hey, this is exactly what you do. So yeah, I think checking out the performance guidelines, but using tools like Buffetto, the frame debugger, a lot of those can give you a lot of information about what might be slowing you
The
down.
frame debugger is kind of an underdog in this. Like I know a lot of people use it right now to be able to know exactly. Love that.
Yeah, it's funny because as I work right next to some of the Google Maps team.
Oh yeah, okay.
That have been doing some of these optimizations.
I love what they're doing on the spatial side as well. It's so cool
Yeah.
to see Google Maps evolving beyond the phone and the desktop experience.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
I think a great call out to that is all the immersive views was kind of done within Unity. And I think you guys did a great case study on that. But yeah, they've spent a lot of time doing those performance enhancements and looking at where they can get the most out of everything.
Right.
And yeah, a lot of the times it just comes down to stepping through and using tools like the frame debugger to catch those little things. So yeah, I wish I could just give you guys like, hey, just use this one tool. This is exactly what you need
It's
to
a
do.
couple different things.
Yeah, but I think it depends on your use case. But power to Unity on all the tools that are there, like the frame debugger, that will really help you profile your applications when you
Sweet.
need to.
We have a couple more questions from the chat. So Jonas Anstead says, I would love to buy it and port my game to it. I guess it's talking about the Samsung Android XR device, but I don't think it's available in the EU. Can you confirm or not?
So at the moment, the devices are only able to purchase in the United States and South Korea.
Sweet.
I think from Google's perspective, this is Samsung's hardware.
Right.
It's their device, so I'd wait for an announcement of them.
So
but
be ready for an announcement
yes.
soon from Samsung, not Google.
Yeah.
But hopefully soon, so that we can play with it. Krugisa saying, it's my first time hearing about Jetpack. What is it exactly? It's the best way for Android XR, but can you give us a little bit more?
Okay, I don't want to take too much time of that at a Unity event, but so Jetpack is essentially the native way to make Android applications.
Right, you go.
So you kind of use Kotlin and Android Studio in order to make a native Android application.
Sweet, thank you. Well, do you have any point or anything you wanted to share with the community while you're here?
I think it just mainly goes into that porting experience or getting started. It's very easy to get started on the Galaxy XR device or Android XR in general. I think from using these OpenXR standards and Vulkan, it's very simple to get started and developing on these headsets. So I think it's more just, yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing what people build for Android XR. And as my role or my job at Google is we really want to hear back from developers and understand what new OpenXR libraries they might want, what new features they want. So I think it's a really exciting time because we can start talking about it, and we really want to start generating that feedback from people to understand what your needs are.
Love that. Last question from Tried Games again on YouTube. Will it be possible to integrate immersive 360 degrees ads on Android XR without affecting performance and user experience? For example, Google AdMob, etc. What do you think of it?
I wouldn't be able to speak on the ad side of things particularly, but we do support spatialized video.
Okay.
So even to that point is there's the codec MVHVEC, which basically allows for spatialized content. I know we spent a lot of time working with RenderHeads. That's a package that you can get for Unity, and that is very good at doing 90 FPS for like 4K video and spatialized content. So I'd definitely say like, from a technical perspective, I know we can output. I wouldn't know exactly the API from an ad mobile space and how to get that in, but we're capable of rendering it very well on the device.
Love that. Luke, you've been fantastic. You've answered all my questions and the community questions. Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. And I hope to see you again. If we do that again, that would be so cool.
Well, I do have a Galaxy XR device, so if any time you want to find me on the shop floor, we can talk. If not, they're in the demo stations, and we're demoing, I think, Trip and the Dimension Double Shift. So I think that's some great showcase points.
Amazing, Luke. Well, have a great rest of your Unite. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
And the community, that was Luke Hopkins.
Thanks, guys.
Amazing. Guys, as I told you, the day is packed with crazy guests, and this is just the beginning. We have so much more to give. And for those of you waking up only now, this is Manuel Sainsily. I'm your streaming host for the day until I think 5 p.m. CET, which is Barcelona time. 6 hours of live stream. I think this is the first time we did this with Unity live streams. But I'm also doing it tomorrow, so we have 12 hours over the course of 2 days, which is insane. But hey, have water, all good. But, you know, just to make sure we don't actually die on stage, I'm going to actually be taking a little break right now. So we have about 10, 15 minutes before our next segment. Our guests are already there, and we're going to be talking about Unity Awards. So if you're interested in the subject, stick around, and I will be dropping the next Survival Kids code during that segment. So you better stay if you want to get a free games. But yeah, thank you, Luke, from the chat I'm seeing right now. Thank you so much also to the community for being so nice to our participants. This is what makes it a nice event for me and for them. But really, it's about you. So if you have specific questions you want to ask us, don't hesitate to ask in the chat. I also have a quick shout out before we transition. We have a TikTok page right now. This is kind of new to Unity because we've not been on TikTok for a while. So tiktok.com/@Unity Technologies. It's the same handle as on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, we're now on TikTok, and we're live streaming from X, Twitch, and YouTube at Unity. So definitely make sure that you're on those different channels to not miss any opportunities, any news. What else? Bruce King saying in the chat, thanks, but I still don't have any VR XR for now and never had any experience in it. Well, it's never too late to start. And again, you don't need the device to get started, right? Like you get those samples from the Unity hub. Once you install Unity for free from unity.com, you download the hub, go in the samples page, and download some of the AR, VR, or MR free samples. Those are like basically templates that you can start playing with in the Unity editor. You don't need a device to try them. And if you want to try, the experience in situ, you have also simulators. Even without owning the hardware, you can already build an entire game. A lot of the developers like Owlchemy, they ported their entire game to Android XR before the device was available later that year. So it's never too late to get started. We've seen Dilmer earlier from Meta that has a ton of tutorials online. We have Valim in the chat. You have Code Monkey if you're not into XR, you just want to learn about Unity. So many Unity insiders, and they are going to come later today, so we have a lot of new guests coming soon. But before that, a little break before we get to our next segment in about 10 minutes. So stick with us. Like I said, we'll have more to share. Thank you for being with us today. Welcome back to our first day of the Community Hangout at Unite with Unity. And for those that are just joining us, there's 6 hours of jam-packed content with a lot of guests, surprise guests, that are going to join you. And if you actually saw the videos before, we had an XR segment with Dilmer from Meta, we had Luke from Google, Owlchemy Labs with Dale, and a bunch of people from Unity like Tricia, James Stone, Rambod, and also even Matt, our own president and CEO. So I have a lot of cool people coming today. And like the chat said, only cool people. So if you're not cool, you're not on the show. But talking about cool people, we have Bradston and Julia joining us from Unity. Welcome, my friends.
Spirit fingers. Hey, everybody.
Happy to have you with us. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling really good.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah.
Feeling the Unite element.
Yeah, it's like the energy. It's like, you're like, okay, it's going to be normal. And then I just start to... having a good time.
I love that. Before we get right in, we have this kind of fun question we keep asking all the guests. What was your first video game, or what got you into gaming? If you can mention it. If not, drop the next one.
Like first video game you ever played?
Yeah, for example, yeah.
Oh, boy.
That will tell your age? You're
yeah,
afraid
I
of
mean,
that?
I'm there. That's fun.
Someone said Pung before, so...
Okay.
Wow. Man, I'm trying to think here.
The first one that really made an impact on me was a game called Altered Beast.
Altered Beast, okay.
Yeah.
Yes! Jack in the back
Jack,
saying yes.
thank you.
Yep.
I don't know how old I was. I must have been like 6 or 7, but I'm like, this is pretty rad. So.
What about you, Bradston?
Yeah, when I was 4, it was a game. It was based on a movie. I'm just going to say that. Like, it was on one of the systems we all know and love, and it was the first game that I ever played that I had no clue what I was doing, but I just kept playing it over and over and over, and then I'm like, oh, that's how you unlock a door. Oh, that's how you beat an enemy. Oh, that's how, so for me, that was when I fell in love with gaming.
And you got you addicted.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a full-time gamer.
Oh, yeah, it was done. It was over.
Do you even work at Unity?
No, they had to hide the system sometimes, because I'd be like, that's what I want, so.
I always travel with some of my devices as well, so I feel you. Before we dive in, I have a couple questions, because what's fun is that when we do those 10, 15 minutes transition, people continue to talk in the chat because you guys are there with us. Thank you for being here. So I don't want to overlook some of the questions you might have left. So someone said, any idea what time the roadmap talk will be available on YouTube, this afternoon or this evening? Depending on where you are in the world, it might be this evening or this afternoon, so I don't know exactly when. But I promise you, the second it's over, YouTube does the processing that they have to do, and then it's up on our YouTube channel. So just check out, our playlist called Unite 2025. It will contain the keynote, this day 1 community hangout, tomorrow day 2 community hangout, and then every single video that are being recorded, not on the live stream, on the show floor for the people that are in Barcelona. They're all going to be available on YouTube at the end. So don't you worry. You will know about what's going on at Unity soon. What else do we have? We'll be back in a few minutes. That was me. Yep. Animator for Dots. Who creates these transition videos? Well, the branding team. Shout out to Lean, Melissa, and all of the entire branding team doing such a great job at creating those amazing segments. Also, Jack, the producer, that is editing it to make sure that it looks good during the live stream. But if you're specifically asking about the video, like the content that you see during those looping transition, it's actually Julia. Julia has been working on the new sizzle reel that was released today during the keynote. And now, thanks to that, we can use it for our future live streams. Thank you, Julia.
You're welcome for all that hard work. Yeah, I mean, as part of the Made with Unity team, one of the things we do is work on sizzle reels every year, trying to look back at what were some of the incredible games we saw. Most of what we do is talk to studios and see the games they're making and find opportunities to showcase them and platform them and the opportunities that we have. So it's always super fun to put one of these sizzle reels together.
Sweet.
And I think this one turned out pretty cool.
So what is this MWU that we keep on referencing?
I know, Made with Unity is like a program inside of the company where our goal is just to find developers who are using the engine and showcase the cool work they're doing. It's supposed to be finding mutually beneficial opportunities to highlight them, to platform them, to showcase their games, because we know it's really hard to get your game noticed. It's there's a lot of games coming out every year. It's really, really difficult. So we just try to provide those channels and opportunities where, hey, okay, let's showcase your game, let's talk about it, and try to help them get in front of an audience.
Some more discoverability thanks to those channels. I love that. Actually, a couple shout out in the chat. Julia's hair. She's winning the points again. We have now a kind of James Stone versus Julia
man,
fight.
I was going to say, I'm coming for you, James Stone.
Rambod was first because it came right after James, and we said James is winning with beard, but Julia, you're right there.
Thank you.
All right. Bradston and I will keep the hat, okay?
Yeah, we're
I was going to say, there's an
you don't
air
want
of
to see what's going on under
mystery
here. Let's keep it that way.
We got best skincare. What about that?
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you. I want to say this, though, the sizzle reel and Made with Unity. So, a part of what I do, is, Manu, about this too, is going to different places and connecting with, developers and students and things like that. And I remember one time I was playing one of the sizzle reels at a booth. And people were stopping and they were like, what, that game was made? Oh my goodness, that game was made in, oh, I love the game. Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that? It's just getting the word out there. And it's amazing what a sizzle reel can do. And so it's wonderful that Made with Unity and the whole team does it. It's
I think it's cool. And also there's so many games that people don't know. You don't necessarily think about what engine it's made in or know that it's made in Unity. Yeah. So sometimes we're showing it what, that's made in Unity? And we're yeah.
It's true, the splash screen is not always there in every game. So it's a good way to kind of highlight that when they disable it. Actually, someone in the chat, the Bull, said, awesome job, Julia.
Thank you.
There you go. And then Crew Gizak XD and the Bull, which has been there since the beginning of this live stream. Shout out you guys. They're saying, say hi to Jack from us in the chat. And then Jack is the goat with a goat emoji. So Jack, you have to use the mic and your amazing voice now.
Yeah, you guys are way too sweet. Thank you very much.
That was the
sultry
voice
tones
over here.
Wow. I mean, voice of an angel.
Love that. Where can I get that cap? Well, you're the second one to get the best cap. Look, I don't know, but if you're in Barcelona, come find me in the live stream room. I might get you a 20 years anniversary special hangout.
Yeah,
But
well,
if you're also joining us at any advocacy event, we're always carrying swag. We have the Unity cards. I think I showed them a little bit earlier. This is a trading card game. We'll be showcasing it tomorrow with the creator of the cards. Each of those cards, there's like a pretty thick pack. Each of those cards has a special tip. And the content under is basically teaching you Unity. So you're playing card with your friends and you're learning about Unity. It's actually pretty cool. Krugiza said, oof, that voice. I think that was for Jack. You're rizzing my chat, so calm down. Maybe don't talk anymore. The attention is here, people. I love his energy, yes.
And I'll let you know this, chat. If you see me in real life, I will let you touch my hat. That's
what?
That's it. That's it. I fought hard to get this hat, too.
You already said it.
It's
a good hat. So he's not kidding. It's a great hat.
I need another hat now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Actually, there's so many events that we do. So Bradston, talk to us a little about what you do at Unity. You only joined this year, I think.
Yeah. So I'm relatively new to Unity. Started at the beginning of this year, but I mean, I've been using Unity for a long time as a developer. But my role, I'm a senior advocate in education, and what I do is I travel around. I go to different institutes, colleges, high schools, middle schools, wherever students and faculty, institutions of education exist, and do talks and demos and career conversations. So I love it. It connects with me on a personal level, so I'm always happy that I can connect with other people.
So fun fact, maybe I can share this anecdote. Bradston, I interviewed him when he was joining Unity.
Yeah.
And it was really tough because we had a lot of good applicants.
Yeah.
But I remember the first time I saw you on the camera and you're telling us about what you've been doing before Unity. And you've been using Unity before working at Unity.
Yeah.
So for how long, like what's your experience behind that?
Yeah, started in 2012. I learned about Unity at GDC 2012. It was like I heard about it the first time, and then I went home and I was like, this is my tool. And then from that point on, it was cooking. We were cooking.
I love that.
And so building all kind of games, all type of AR, VR, multiplayer, 2D, 3D, everything. I just like to touch all of it. So
Sweet. What about you, Julia? When did you join?
I joined Unity in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah.
Peak. You started the pandemic.
Yes.
Was it before or after everything locked down?
It was after everything locked down.
Okay, so you were a remote employee at that moment?
Yeah.
Okay. Me too. I joined in February 2021.
Yeah.
really, both of you. Wow,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
It's funny because when I went to the office, the first time I saw Julia there, because we're both from Montreal, by the way. Shout out to the probably Quebecers that are still sleeping, Asti. But it's great to know that you're going to be able to see that as a VOD later on. So you'll see that segment and feel proud about your flag. We say Unity God from the Bull. That's Jack's voice. I'm going to get my hand on some Unity swag one of these days. I hope so. And who else? We get the Bull again saying, I want to hit up Unite next year if I can. We'd love to see you in person. To be honest, if you come to Unite next year, I will be there. And I'll hand you the swag in person myself.
Ooh.
I promise you, the Bull.
Promise.
The Bull has been in
Commitment.
every live stream ever. He's always in the
Really?
chat. Like, it's insane.
Shout out to the Bull.
Some people are so dedicated. They deserve it. Bradston has been a great addition to Unity, he says.
Oh, thank you.
Get
Thank
the
you.
love, my
true.
friend.
Thank you. I appreciate
true.
that. Oh.
He says, I'm always hoping that we open a merch store. You know what? That would be so cool. Imagine like an actual venue where you can go and buy some of those hats. But then I wouldn't be the only one having it, so I don't know if I want that to happen.
Ooh.
Rick Jensen 9459 saying, I attended Unite 2023 in Amsterdam. I received a black raincoat with a black Unity logo. What? No fancy hats or t-shirt, unfortunately. Well, pause here. That raincoat is amazing. I'm still using it. Every time it rains, that's my personal umbrella. Like, it's actually pretty cool. I love the material. But yeah, it's depending on the event you're attending, it's not always the same swag. I have a couple different Unity t-shirts based on the user called U-Day, so it's the Unity Developer Day rebranded. So if you're in U-Day Abu Dhabi, you might not get the same swag as U-Day Brighton, for example. And sometimes you get, pop things for your phone, or you might get like a sticker. Some of those stickers, for example, they come from Unite this year. I didn't have that sticker before today, so happy to.
So are you encouraging
leave with
people
those.
to go to every event if they can, just pop from
Be in
here to
person.
here?
Be there in person.
Get
But you know what? I promised that I would share a Survival Kids code to the people that are actually with us in the chat. So let me just scroll down to my list. And we already shared one code earlier in the chat, so this is going to be the second one for today. But as always, first come, first serve. You have to know, and I'm just going to give you a kind of, countdown before we do that. So survival kits code in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's out on Twitch and YouTube. First come, first serve. Now I cannot help you guys. It's out. So today we're talking about Unity Awards because we've been stalling a little bit. It's 2:30 p.m. CET, live from Barcelona. We have a jam-packed agenda, a lot of things to discuss with Julia and Bradston. Can you guys tell us a little bit about what is the Unity Awards exactly?
The Unity Awards, they're just a celebration of our community, their ingenuity, their creativity, and the ways, all the different and surprising ways they use the engine. This is the 17th. Obviously, they started way before I started, but this is the 17th annual Unity Awards. So they've been,
my God.
Yeah, like it's only been 20 years since Unity as an engine exists, and
Right.
there's been 17 years where we're highlighting these creators and doing these awards. So it's pretty incredible, I think.
That's so cool. Actually, you told me something I didn't know. Unity is 21 years old. It's Unity 1.0 that's 20 years.
Yes, that's right.
You taught me that. And it was on Mac first, on the
Yes.
first time that it came out.
Yeah, we have the
PC
game
later.
here. We have the first game that even before it was Unity, they released a game. I think Over the Edge Entertainment released Goo Ball, and we have it playable
Goo Ball is
here.
there. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
and it was very difficult to track down because this game is so old.
What genre is it? What type of game?
What type of game is it?
Yeah, what is Goo Ball?
I think
For
it's
those who don't
kind
know.
of like.
a platformer.
Yeah, like a
Platformy-ish?
I'm trying not to compare it to other games. You're like a rolling ball of goo. And you're doing
Great name. I think
some
like kind of
platforming.
like self-explanatory. Love that. Actually, if you are in Barcelona, Julia worked on this giant pillar that's in the middle of the venue that kind of lists every single year since 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
And everything
Yes.
that
Helped to
Unity
make-
kind of
what?
like released.
I just saw that.
Yeah, you just saw it? Yeah, me too. I was
Yeah.
like, what? Hearthstone? Like, it's amazing. Like, I'm learning about, first of all, I'm learning about games that I didn't know were made with Unity.
Yeah.
But also just seeing, like, that legacy, right? Like, what we've been through. And the community. Like, you've been there since the beginning. For most of us, a lot of us, maybe this is your first day with Unity. And so hopefully we'll be there 20 years from now, just like, hey, remember that time? Unite Barcelona. All right, so we know what are the Unity Awards. Can we show maybe a little trailer or something? Do we have a video?
We have a little hype reel.
Let's do it. So this is Jack with the amazing voice that's going to click play in a couple seconds.
I want to make sure you can hear it.
Give the
Amazing.
people what they want, Jack.
Give the people what they want. In the meantime, let's see the chat. All right, let's go. Wow.
Let's go.
First of all, there's a couple of games there that I actually follow on Instagram. I didn't know were made with Unity.
Oh, really?
Yep. I think there was this one game with like 3 buddies on a ski thing that's going up.
Sledding game.
Sledding game. So when I saw that game, I was obviously thinking about Peak. Not comparing the two, but I love this type of games where you can play with your friends and there's this sense of presence. We've talked a little bit about that on the floor earlier with the XR team. Can we talk a little bit about that games like that? Like, what is the excitement for people like you when you see all those nominees, like 100 plus? That's crazy.
I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I think it's so cool. Like, 'cause so it worked a little bit differently this year, where in the past we kind of asked our community to tell us, like, what are the games you want to see nominated in
Right.
different categories? And this year we asked developers directly, like, submit your projects. If you want to be nominated, you want to win a Unity Award, like, submit your projects to us. And it was really interesting because we have like a bunch of people inside who are reviewing all these projects, and we saw so many games that, you know, maybe we hadn't necessarily come across that were so incredible. Like the amount of submissions, I think we got I don't know, I'm going to have to ask my friend. I think it was like over 1,000. There was a crazy amount of games that were submitted, and so many of them were so impressive that like seeing like the video here of the ones who were nominated is like always amazing, but it's also like there were so many that like didn't make it. That didn't make it that were also so incredible.
But they deserve it as much.
Yeah, like it's just, that's such an incredible part of running the awards, is seeing all these submissions from the community, because there's so many
And
cool
I saw
things.
like, we just saw right now, it says games, education, asset store, community. What are we saying those words here?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different categories in the Unity Awards, and there's some that are publicly nominated for the winner, and there's some that are internal, like our panels of experts who review the projects. So asset store, community, and games are our public categories where anyone can go now onto the website and go vote and pick their favorite projects. And then internally, we look at the student projects and the social impact games and the industry submissions.
Sweet.
And we review those and kind of determine the winners and share that all in the Unity Awards showcase on December 2nd.
Also, at the very end of that presentation, oh, there you go. That's the game. You're looking for. I look forward to play this. I don't care if they win or not. I'm getting this game just to play.
What's this one? Hang on, let me find it.
Oh God, you're gonna put me to the test.
It was like a Ronald McDonald or something.
Oh, that's Dreams of Another.
It's in here somewhere.
Yeah, with like the kind of pointillism aesthetic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's Dreams of Another.
It's one frame, but we see it. Yeah, whoa.
And
love the pixel art style.
And I was going to say one thing about, watching some of the trailers for the different games that were submitted for the Unity Awards and, in consideration, the variety and diversity and the ideas. I mean, even Dreams of Another, I was watching it and I was like, just these different ideas brought together. I mean, the art style is beautiful, but also just the gameplay mechanic and just how things are put together. So I think one thing that I like about the Unity Awards is that you get an opportunity to see the diversity and seeing, it's hard sometimes to compare this to that or that to this, but I think there's something very special about like seeing
community.
that. And they all come from the same engine and but they all feel so different. Yeah. It's really
fun. Because it's true that there's been people saying, oh, Unity is mostly mobile game. Like, no, my friends. Like, we're everywhere. We're on XR devices, PC, AAA. There is all of the above, and people are doing such an amazing job. I think I saw a Code Monkey logo over there.
Yes.
You did.
Guess what? Right after you guys.
What?
It's Hugo coming in.
Hey, come on.
So I'm having him on the Unity Insiders interview segment right after that with another insider, which is a great content creator, which I won't nominate because I want this to stay a surprise for later.
Oh.
So I want to not spoil everything for today. But I love seeing like the diversity, like you said, Bradston.
Yeah.
I think
That's
it's
the next
beautiful.
trailer I have to make, I think.
Yeah.
Just one that showcases like all the different styles of game, because it's true. Like it's just like that's something that I think our community does really well. Is use the engine to create every style of game you could possibly imagine.
Do you guys have a personal preference? Let's start with Julia, like in terms of personal game genre or art style. Not biased by this, but just in general in the game that you like to play.
I started in games as a pixel artist for mobile phones when
Are you
mobile
kidding
phones
me?
were
I
like
never knew that.
128 pixels by like 64 pixels.
I don't know if you can see my face right now. I'm like, shook it.
So I think I still have a soft spot for that style because I
me
know
too.
how hard it is to do. And there's some games like you saw Fretless in there that just like make it look so beautiful and like they make it look easy. And I'm like, it is so hard to do pixel art that I have like a soft spot for it.
I keep telling my friends, so both my parents are artists, like traditional artists, and I
Okay.
started in digital art, graphic design before I got into design and UX and now video games. I keep saying people, pixel art for me is like the pinnacle of art. Like you have to master everything from color theory, from composition and everything to then be able to abstract complex design into something that stays into a couple square and still makes sense to the user. But it's also so charming. I was at Siege Atlanta not too long ago, and we had to vote on the best game. There was about, I think, 30 Unity games that were made by the community, and the winner was a pixel art game, which is, I think, called 1,000 Cuts. Shout out to the people at 1,000 Cuts that are potentially watching this later on. I'm going to send you the video anyway so you can hear this, but like it's a game about a samurai that's fighting, and like the whole game is made by two people, one pixel artist and a developer. And I'm like,
Crazy.
when you look at this game and the quantity of like the quality and the quantity of content made by just two people, and that just makes me like, wow, like really shocked about like the work that goes behind. So, like you said, like not everybody can make it, but it's cool to be able to give visibility to all of the amazing developers around the world using the Unity Awards show. So when is the show?
Wait, I wanted to hear.
Oh yeah, sorry, Bradston, I forgot you.
No,
my friend, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not the host.
I was just like, yeah, like, you know, tell me more.
What is your favorite genre?
So the problem
style
is, I love like the problem with watching all these trailers is I genuinely was like, I have to stop watching this because I want to buy all of these. Like I want all of these, and I know that I don't have time in the universe to play everything. But I will say my favorite genre, and I'm a little nerdy when it comes down to it. I'm very much a systems person, and I particularly enjoy turn-based strategy and real-time strategy games.
Okay, so RTS.
Yeah,
and
RTS.
TPS.
You know, like so. What my first game that I created was a turn-based strategy game.
Oh, sweet!
Right,
Wow.
it was a mobile game.
You remember
and
the name?
Yeah, it was called Follow Me. It's not on the App
Can
Store
I download
anymore.
it somewhere?
I could send you an APK with it, and then like don't share with it. It's so bad.
We'll publish it on the main website at unity.com/Bradston.
Yes, you know. I promise
kidding.
you I'd get no awards. But, but you know, for me, it's like I really enjoy like playing a game and trying to understand the systems. And, you know, I'm a programmer by trade, I guess you could say. So for me, it's very much like, wow, how did they think about the hits and how did they do weighted randomness here and what's the AI, you know, that they did here? Like, I'm thinking about it that way. So to me, I'm like nerding out while playing the game. And then I just love strategy. It's just something that always draws me in.
I love that. People keep asking where is the code being redeemed at? Well, look up the name of the game, Survival Kids, right now, so that next time that you see the code, you know where to go. All right, a couple comments from the chat. Jack should do the countdown 3, 2, 1 next time. I agree. I don't have the voice for this. So Jack, we'll coordinate, and next time you'll do the countdown. Thank you to Bruce King, who just, you know, made me feel better about my own voice. Then we get Code Monkey. I learned C# from him. He's amazing. Ora Big on YouTube. Yes. We're getting Hugo from Code Monkey in about 20 minutes here. So you guys stick around. If you have questions for him, we'll be interviewing him with another insiders, like I said. What else? Amen Bradston. I'm a systems guy too. That's the bull. Amazing.
I like
sassy. Yes, I am sassy.
I'm more of like a run fast, punch hard kind of player.
For me, my favorite type of game is RPG forever. I'll always love RPG. Turn-based usually. I do like a good RTS as well, but I think I'm addicted to, for sure, turn-based. So it's good to see that a lot of RPG games are still being made nowadays. I love JRPG in particular because my love for Japan is infinite, but RPG from around the world still.
Yeah, there's one of the games that I was looking at just has I can't remember what it was called. It was like a person playing a guitar, and it was like the music was super awesome. Anyway, it was like a RPG, turn-based RPG, and I was like, wow, like look how far we've come with this genre. Like, and seeing like I think the Unity Awards is another example of like getting to see where things have come from. You know, like if you think, I imagine looking at Unity Awards 1 to Unity Awards 17.
Oh my God, yeah.
I'd love to see like really like.
Is there like a particular genre that became more interesting by people?
Like,
That's a good point. How can folk participate in the future, actually?
In the Unity Awards?
Yeah.
We usually do an open call for nominations, so we're not sure exactly when it'll happen next time around, but on our social channels, we'll
So that means you need to follow us on every platform.
Yeah,
at
have to
Unity,
follow us everywhere.
Or at Unity Technologies on our new TikTok.
Yeah.
Sweet. And how does Unity choose the winner? Is there a particular way that we do that?
Well, the winner is chosen by the public. So for the nominations, we do an internal review process. We let people have access to like all the games that have been submitted, so they can review, vote for their favorites, and then we have like a smaller team of subject matter experts who review those nominations and kind of determine, you know, based on the creativity and the use of the engine, and like through that review process, they determine then who are the nominees, and then it goes open to the public vote for those categories that have a public vote. And for the categories that don't, it's really subject matter experts like in education or industry who review and say, okay, you know, this one is really like, you know, doing something incredibly innovative with the systems. And
so
so
there's a bunch of different categories I see. I love that. So that means that even if you're not the best at lighting, you can still have a chance to win for a different type of part of the category in your game.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
love that. Okay, that's amazing. Question on Twitch this time by Giffer, maybe I'm pronouncing properly. Does Bradston do still breakdance? What brought him to game development?
Wait, what?
Who told you this?
Hey,
Did
it's
you
not the
drop
first
it
time
in
on
the
the live.
chat?
I did not
Are
say
you
that.
known for this?
People know you. I'm telling
Somehow
you.
people know that I breakdance. I mean, I've shared. Okay, I was like, is footage coming up of me breakdancing?
No. We
I
don't
mean, do I still breakdance? I do more break than dance at this point. But I do. I mean, I do like Muay Thai kickboxing now. So every once in a while, when I'm in the vibe, especially when I'm training and a certain break beat comes on, I still dance. So
that.
yeah, I love it. I'm not gonna do it on the live stream, but I still love it.
I'm not gonna say it, but we have a learn tutorial with Bradston dancing.
True. Yes.
So interesting to see that as well. The bull say, and keep them clear about what people are voting for. Kyrgyz saying, show us right now. Bruce King, face green smiling emoji. Roman, how do you ensure the voting system doesn't get misused by the public? Maybe the game with most followers on social media wins. Well, that's why we have the people internally doing that, because we have a second round of overview. It's not about popularity. That's one thing that is for sure. But of course, the public has an influence on the winning, right? So.
Yeah, we ask developers to rally their communities around them to submit their votes, and then there is a final review process afterwards to see okay, what happened? Does this seem fair? Does it seem right? Was there anything? Because we have a system everyone can only vote once. You have to log in with your Unity account or create an account to be able to vote, so we know
Great.
who's voting and that they're not voting multiple times.
So you cannot IP spoof and hack
yeah,
the system.
Exactly.
That's awesome. I love that. What is your favorite category for the awards?
I think the best student project is really cool.
Yeah.
I think it's really, I don't want to sound trite or anything, but I do think it's really inspirational to see the kinds of games people are making as students now, because they're so impressive. As someone who's been in games for over 20 years, to see what students are creating now is the best possible game we could have made 10, 15 years ago or something. So I just think it's really, really cool to see.
I love that.
Yeah, I would echo that.
Yeah.
So I'm that's what I want to say. I mean, I'm in the education space, so that works. But
Biased.
also, I'm gonna blank. This is my brain just. But the
You are
category
fine,
on
my friend.
best, YouTube,
Live streamer.
yeah, but making content and stuff like that, where the Code Monkeys and them would fall into that category. To me, I mean, I think that's a really, really great category, because there's so many different people teaching and training in different platforms, and I think that to be able to highlight some of the people who are doing really great stuff is really
I
cool.
love that. It's funny you mentioned Code Monkey. I just saw Hugo pass by in the back end right there. So you guys stay with us, because right after a short break, after Julia and Bradston, we'll have the Unity Insider segment, and I'm super excited to be interviewing them and asking them a bunch of questions. But before we do that, do you guys have any question for the community behind the Unity Awards? And also maybe you have a specific question you would like the community to ask, or question that you would like to answer, or a last message you want to share with them? Anything. What's your favorite cheese? Whatever it is.
I would just I think I would just say we started the Unity Award Showcase last year. This will be the second year we're doing it. We're always trying to make the awards a bigger celebration to showcase more creators. If you have ideas for categories you want to see, different ways we could approach it, we'd love to hear from the community about what they'd like to see in the awards, or if there's anything they feel is missing. So don't hesitate to, go on our Discord channels, or
discussions forums.
Yeah, discussion forums, or on social media, just to say, hey, it would be great to see this, because we're listening and we'd love your feedback. So I think we're always hoping to make it better.
And I would share, so I saw a student project recently, and I was like, you need to submit this. I think sometimes it's easy, you look at your game all day, or your experience, or whatever you're creating, and you go to yourself, oh, this isn't good enough, this isn't this. And sometimes I just put yourself out there. If you are really put your heart into this, and you really feel like it's something that could be great, don't be afraid to share, particularly to my student audience. Share your projects. We want to see that, and to your point of seeing what students can do with what they are given, and seeing the incredible projects. So to all my students out there, submit your project if you have a chance. It's a great opportunity to maybe showed up on, you know, the Unity Awards and win something, you know.
That's an extremely important message, because I think a lot of people maybe stress about the fact that they're not, you know, old enough, or they don't have enough experience in the industry. Gaming is such a complex thing to start into, which is not true anymore, I would say. Maybe in the 80s it was probably very niche, but nowadays, like, people can pick up Unity, start from a template, and have a game up like at the end of a hackathon 3 days later. Actually, a lot of successful game or teams usually start from hackathon. People that don't even know each other come together for 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, build something, and then at the end of it, through the power of the community, the success maybe of that first prototype, that MVP product, most viable product, they're like, okay, let's try something. Maybe we can turn this into a small studio, or it doesn't have to be serious. We can just put it on Steam maybe and just see how people react, or itch.io. We have also played at unity.com. So many places you can just throw it out there, see if it sticks, and if it's worth actually investing time into, then you can turn this into a successful career.
Absolutely.
And that's a beautiful message, I think, for people that might be, you know, feeling the imposter syndrome. Some of your best games that you're playing, sometimes it's such a small team behind. The Bull saying Unity has a really great support community around it, years of knowledge. Yes, you're right. Hello, Delos Habea. Hello, Gaming Galaxy YouTube. Luke Evans, big FOMO of not being at Unite this year. Meet with Unity and Julia are amazing. Luke Evans,
thanks,
love you. Yeah, so for people that are not here, what was your biggest takeaway so far from the energy on the show floor? Did you feel it?
I felt it.
I feel like it's just, there's something special about having a lot of people who are passionate, like in one space. And just, you know, I'm a person who, first of all, I have social anxiety. Like, conferences terrify me. I just want to hide in a corner. But there's something interesting that's been happening where, like, people are just like naturally engaging and interacting, or just learning, you know, from each other. Or oh, you know, I think somebody came up to me and said, "I think I've seen you somewhere," and I was like, I don't know. But it was just kind of cool to have the interaction. Then I learned that what they did, and I was like, oh man, we actually should have a conversation and collaborate in the future. So I don't know. There's something wonderful about just everybody being in the same room and getting an opportunity to connect.
I love that. So I think I can start spoiling what's coming right after, even though we'll stay with you a little bit more. But we have Emily Pitcher in the room somewhere, and Hugo from Code Monkey. So I want to keep it a surprise so that when we get them on stage, their community can just be like, what? But I wanted to ask you, what were your thoughts about this crazy epic announcement we had earlier? I was preparing the live stream in this room, by the way. We heard a roar from outside the room. And this is pretty good. Like, we're isolated from the rest of the event, but just the reaction seemed insane. What were you guys' thoughts? Were you excited? Were you surprised? Did you know about it beforehand?
I may or may not have known about it.
May or may not.
Love that.
I think it's a beautiful collaboration. I think a strong game development community, a strong opportunity to publish and create games on different platforms is a benefit to everybody. So I think this type of collaboration, working together, you know, Unity, Unreal, like, I really think this is just good for the health of the industry in general. And I think that, yeah, I just love to see what's going to come from it. I'm really excited. Like, I'm genuinely, like, the little nerd in me is like, oh, you know?
Yeah. And I think the general message is that the goal is that it is for the community,
Yes.
not for the companies. Like, there's no, you know, nothing behind that's like more than what it is. And we're excited to see where that goes. But I'm personally excited for the future. And just wanted to thank you both for being here with us. It was really lovely. And if you have any last words or something, maybe a website that people should follow, or maybe a live stream that's coming soon.
Yes, I do. It's the last few days to vote for the Unity Awards.
Yep.
So you can go to unity.com/awards, cast your votes. It closes on Friday, end of day. So please go check it out. And then come watch Manu, lovely Manu, on the Unity Awards Showcase on December 2nd.
December 2nd. And we also, I think, have a little live stream next Tuesday on the 25th. So this is not the end of it. We'll have more coming, I promise.
Can I say this about the 25th?
Yeah.
The 25th, we're going to talk about the Game Jam, the Unity 20th Anniversary Game Jam, and the results from that's going to happen. So not as cool
No,
as
that
an
is
award
cool.
show.
Hey,
Ah,
it's
you
as
have to
cool.
tune in.
But
What about
you
that?
know, for the community, like, it was a great event. More than 2,800 people were a part of it, and it's been a lot of it's just been great. The community is. Love the community. Unity, community. I love y'all. So yeah, come and check out. Just stay in the stream. Like, just always have it like in a window open. Just do that.
That's maybe a lot, but hey,
He's like,
people
"Oh my
stay
God."
all day. I love that. Well, I know a lot of people from the West Coast are starting to wake up. I see some familiar name in the chat, so it's pretty cool to see the excitement for being there at Unite. And this is what we're doing. We have this community hangout all day today. I'm personally 6 hours per day with you guys. The goal is to really showcase the energy from Unite to those who could not be here. Hopefully you can be there next year. But if you're not, you get to hear the news from the keynote. We get some surprise guests, like what's coming just after that. And we also have a couple more codes that I will be sharing in the chat. So definitely stick around if you're interested. Everybody in the chat, W for Julia and Bradston, please. The Made with Unity award community is growing. Any word on when the roadmap? Everybody keeps asking. Hey, the roadmap is not being live streamed, but it will be on VOD on our YouTube channel. Don't worry, we'll uploading it the second that it's available. The Bull say, thanks Bradston and Julia, always great to have them on. Oh, that's amazing. We will have them again in the future, I promise. Thank you guys, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for
That was
Have a
fun.
great rest of your day and enjoy Unite. And we'll see Bradston tomorrow again. You will be back with us to have a little advocacy education segment. What? Maybe some dance moves?
No,
What?
no.
Amazing. W, see a bunch of W. Let's go. Thank you guys. Have a great day. Feel free to stand and leave. Like, come on,
All
come
right,
on.
I'm out.
We'll do a little break, maybe just 5 minutes before we go back with Hugo from Code Monkey and Emily Pitcher. So stay with us in the chat. Don't leave. Stay with us. It's in 5 minutes. Welcome back, friends, for our first day of Community Hangout at Unite. I'm Manuel Sainsily, the producer for this streaming show, and I'm super excited because today we have two very special Unity insiders, Unity content creators, developers with us today. Hello, friends. How are you doing?
Hello. All right.
So that's Emily Fitcher and Hugo from CodeMonkey.
Yeah.
So, Emily, can you introduce yourself? Maybe tell us who you are. What do you do?
Yeah, so hi, I'm Emily. I am a Los Angeles-based game developer and content creator. I go by Saundering Emily online, and on my channel, I share the journey of developing my first horror game, Lily's World XD. I share my favorite indie games that I'm playing right now, and just in general, sometimes I do commentary about how other games are made.
I love that. What about you, Hugo? Who are you?
So, hey everyone. Hey, my name is Hugo. I run the CodeMonkey YouTube channel where I do basically anything related to Unity. So mostly tutorials, mostly more educational content, but yeah, also talking about various Unity news. Like I'll definitely be making a video talking about the news of just a few hours ago. That was definitely shocking, very surprising. But yeah, so mostly tutorials, teaching game development. I also make my own games when I do have the time, which is, it's always tricky coming up with time to do everything at once. But yeah, I try to do a bit of
always
everything.
impressed. People in the chat earlier said, probably Hugo doesn't sleep or something like that.
I do, but if I didn't need to sleep, I'd be able to do so much more. But sleep is good, so yeah, don't skip on sleep. No,
Definitely. We get a lot of W in the chat. I love that. People, blah 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 blah. Let me see a few live questions. So, yes, we are in Barcelona. First of all, It is currently 3 p.m. and 4 minutes. We are live, my friends. So this is not recorded. I mean, unless you're watching it as a VOD later on, but. We're live with our friends today. What's the weather in Barcelona? It is weird. It started hot, so I only brought shirts and stuff like that. And then today was cold, so I had to bring this kind of jacket
but
slash
still, it's
vest.
really nice. A nice clear day, beautiful blue sky.
It is beautiful though.
Good,
Yeah, great sky. What else? Hello, great CodeMonkey. Hello, dear Emily from Fredo. The Bull is saying, hey, Hugo and Emily. Then we have /Craft Gaming Production from YouTube saying,
Oh,
hi.
that's one of my community members.
Yeah,
So hi.
It's saying hi, Hugo and Emily. That's awesome. I love that you can recognize some of the names as well. That means you're really invested with your community. Hunt120 saying, Emily has such a unique game. Yes, she did.
Yay!
Very
Thank
unique.
you.
Oscar Crispin, CodeMonkey with a flex muscle emoji. Hunt120, CodeMonkey is the flesh, in the flesh.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
I gotta test. It's not an AI version. Fredo, I prefer Cape saying CodeMonkey. Hugo is not my person. Canvas, CodeMonkey, face red heart shape emoji. All right, everybody is just like sharing love. I love that. People on Twitch as well. Trini power up. So today is a bit special for me as well. Like it's the first time that I do this community hangout thing.
Nice.
And we actually had the idea for this a while ago because last year we did it with Jackson, which did such a great job hosting in 2024. But this year we wanted to kind of like blow it up and like have a longer version. So I decided to just do a marathon of 6 hours of streaming a row and just have as much friends from the community as possible and people that, participate to the ecosystem of gaming in general and really not making it about Unity, but about you guys. Like, what are you doing? How can we make this moment about you? And I just wanted to basically have this kind of conversation. It's not professional besides the production, which is amazing. Shout out to Jack and Thomas that have been helping us for the past 2 days. But outside of that, this is really just a moment to hang as friends. So don't think any pressure. Like, I don't want you to promote Unity. Like, you're not here for that. You're here to talk about yourself and your journey. So we'll start with a question with Emily. Tell us how you started your developer's journey. What got you into making games?
Yeah, so the reason that I started making games is I love to tell stories, and what attracted me to game development specifically is player agency. You literally get to walk in the shoes of another character versus with movies or books, you consume the story more passively. So I was very interested in that type of design, and I started making games at UCLA's Game Development Club. I studied English in college, so it was a very unnatural transition. I was the only English major in that club. I absolutely fell in love with game making. It actually got me my first job out of college too. I worked at Meta for 2 years.
No way.
And then I was laid off.
Oh no!
And then,
what was your role there?
I was a designer for Instagram, and I actually got that role because they noticed that I had been designing for mobile games. So they thought, why don't you take those skills and design for mobile apps? But I was still doing game development in the background. It was like
Right.
definitely my passion. I was pursuing that more than I would say like my job at the time. When I was laid off, I was honestly very distraught, but I ended up taking the opportunity to pursue my passions more full-time, and now I'm so lucky to be able to be a content creator and indie game developer full-time. Extremely grateful, love the journey, and use Unity every day.
That's amazing. Well, that's a very beautiful story. I think a lot of people are really lucky to be able to do what they love for a living. You guys are definitely in that area. But also a lot of people continue to do it a bit when you were at Meta, like on the side.
Yeah.
And I think that's a beautiful thing to be able to evolve from this to full-time. So before we get deeper and we ask Hugo the same question, can we show maybe the trailer that Emily suggested?
Yay!
Let's look at it. Definitely wishlisting that on Steam.
Yes.
That's so cool.
Wishlist Lily's World XD on Steam.
Let's go.
That is awesome. Did you edit the trailer yourself?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very good edit. For me, I hate
you.
editing, so I can admire a very good edit, and that was gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
I'm putting the link to Lily's World XD
Yes.
in the chat right
Oh,
now.
yay.
People definitely go and wishlist it. Can you talk a little bit about that game? Like, what did you just see right now? That was pretty
Yeah.
cool. I love
So-
the nostalgia vibe, by the way.
Yeah.
The premise is you investigate a young girl's computer, you go through her social media, her computer files, her diary, her photos, and you slowly realize that something is not right with the computer or her story. Everything changes when you find messages addressed to you, the player. So if you enjoy psychological horror or fourth wall breaking, alternate reality games, this is definitely your vibe. Or maybe if you like games with strong stories or coming of age. One interesting fact about the game is that, as you may have noticed from the trailer, the pictures are from me when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
So I wanted the game to feel authentic to its storytelling. So all the pictures in the game are of me when I was a teenager or my friends when they were teenagers.
Wow. So you had to dig a lot and
Yes, I
find those
did.
pictures as well.
Yes.
So it's kind of like a journey through, your own history also as a game developer. That's pretty cool. Haruhi in the chat saying, hi, Emily.
Yay!
Hunt120 said, Emily has such a cool vibe and enthusiasm. Yes, she does.
Thank you.
It's one of the reasons we love her here. Hugo, same question for you. What was your journey? How did you get started into making games and also your channel itself?
Sure, yeah. I mean, for me, it's been a long journey. I mean, ever since I was a kid, I've always liked making games. So yeah, I started programming when I was like 10 years old, started making IRC scripts. And as soon as I started learning programming, of course, I wanted to make games. So even though IRC was just text-based, I started making a bunch of quiz games like Hangman with some ASCII art, some very basic stuff. So yeah, as soon as I learned programming, that was kind of the thing. And then as I grew up, eventually started making games mainly with Flash. That was kind of how I started more seriously getting into game development, which was really awesome. I loved Flash. That was such an awesome tool, so good, and such a great ecosystem. You could just upload a game to the web, which is kind of similar to what Unity has right now, that they're working very well on their own web tools,
Yes, with
which I
Unity
think
Studio
are really
too.
awesome. So yeah, I would love to see a resurgence of the Flash area, but now with Unity, I think that would be awesome because that was such a great time. I learned so much in those 5 years that I was making Flash games. That was really awesome. So yeah, then after a while, I eventually decided, okay, instead of making web games, I want to make PC Steam games, the kind of stuff that I normally play. So that's when I went searching. Okay, how do I make that? Okay, I need some kind of engine. So then I went searching. I went to research. Oh, Unity. This is a great engine that is capable of doing all kinds of things. Okay, so I'm going to learn it. And it used C#, which was a language that I was already a fan of. I already really enjoyed. So yeah, basically just started using Unity. This was in 2012, back in version 3.5, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, that was quite a long time
Very
ago.
early in the engine
And yeah,
story.
I really enjoyed it. So yeah, then I basically started making a bunch of Steam games. And then after a while, I figured out, okay, I feel I've already learned quite a bit. And I also enjoy learning and teaching things. So I figured, okay, I'm going to make a YouTube channel, just make a bunch of tutorials, just basically teaching the things that I've learned in the past few years making my own games. So yeah, then I started making videos, and then I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed making videos. I really enjoy learning something and then teaching it.
Yes.
Because in order to be able to teach it, I need to know very well. And I enjoy learning new things. So that is kind of an excuse for myself to learn new things, so I can then teach them on the videos. So yeah, that was a great thing. I just kept making more videos, more tutorials, all kinds of things. And all of a sudden, 8 years passed. So, so yeah, time flies. But yeah, lots of videos, lots of games, many things. Been a very interesting adventure.
I love that. That's such a beautiful journey. So you said you had experience with C# before getting into Unity. Is that true?
Yeah, basically just during college, I did a few things. And yeah, it was a very interesting language. It was, not college, actually, it was high school. Yeah, high school, there was a very specific thing where I learned a little bit about C#. And then when I was in Flash had ActionScript 3.0, which was also object-oriented. It was very similar to the way that C# works. So yeah, then it was very easy transition going from one to the next. So yeah, basically Unity was able to making PC games, exactly what I wanted to make. It was able to making more high-fidelity games as opposed to just web-based games, and had a programming language that I already knew. So yeah, basically became an awesome choice. So yeah, I'm very happy that I found it.
I want to say that I actually also really missed Flash. I grew up on Flash games, so much so that in my game, Lily's World XD, it's set in the early 2000s, so I remade my favorite Flash games.
Oh, you redid it inside the
my
game.
game. Yes, you can play Flash games in my game.
Lilyception.
Awesome.
Yes, exactly.
I love that because I'm also a huge Flash game person. When I graduated from my master's degree in computer science, the dissertation I had to do was 70 pages long. I didn't know what to make it about because I was not really a developer. I learned developer through the 5 years of the master's degree, but I was really a designer. I came from the perspective of people that design, right? And it was graphic design, UI design, UX design was kind of my thing. And so I made it about the transition from Flash to HTML5 because it happened in 2007 at the time.
Yeah.
And, you know, something died in that moment, I think, in the internet, and we don't have that same nostalgia effect. But I feel like as everything is looping and spherical, we're getting back into this feeling. And I feel like games like yours and games that are tapping back into that early, 2000, early 2010 vibe are getting back in fashion almost. So I see people being very interested into this type of games, which is cool to see. And like you said, with the coming of web being more of a platform now for us and Unity Studio and all that, I think it's going to reignite maybe the passion for a lot of people that might follow your journey. And
exactly. Yeah, I hope so, because it was so easy. I mean, when I started making those games, it was literally just one weekend, you make a game, you publish it, you get a bunch of players playing it, you get a bunch of feedback, and that really fast iteration cycle, that personally it helped me a lot in my learning journey. So yeah, I feel sad that the generation nowadays doesn't necessarily have that. They have other things that are obviously other good things, but yeah, it kind of sucks how that part died. So yeah.
But I feel like you two are inspiring them to kind of.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so, because that was awesome. Yeah.
You're definitely inspiring me. And I'm seeing comments in the chat. Let me a couple of them. So Hunt120 saying, reminds me of those Netflix series. I think it was talking about your game. Yeah, there is one series I think that kind of had the similar story, but the part that I think is beautiful is that this is interactive. So you're not just watching a show or horror film, you're actually playing with it, you're part of it. And there's this fourth wall breaking, like you said, which I think is an amazing concept. I'll ask you a bit about that after a while. Slashcraft Gaming Production saying, peak cinema in editing. I am so looking forward to it. There you go.
Yay.
Jazz Riot, using Unity right now. There you go. The Bull saying Hugo has Flash in his DNA. Then Candy saying, hi, Emily. Cat and Candy Gacha. We have Johnny saying, Manu, thanks for reading all the comments in the chat. I'm trying my best, my friends. The goal is to really make you feel like you're here with us. I don't want anything to be avoided. For example, on Twitch, some people are saying, if you're in Barcelona, avoid the restroom in the main hall. Okay, maybe don't go there. Then we have Hunt saying, I remember one of Code Monkey behind the scene video where he did a tour of his room. Quite old video, though. That's an OG fan right there.
Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you. Thanks for watching.
Two of my favorite game dev creators in one place. I really enjoy your content. Wishing you both all the best. Ura Big from YouTube.
Thank you.
Amazing. Slashcraft Gaming Production saying, Flash will be remembered. Ura Big saying, Flash is where a lot of game devs were born. That's true.
I'm actually doing a YouTube video where I'm revisiting some of my favorite Flash games. Okay. And there is a platform.
Is it out yet, or you're working on it?
I'm making it right now.
Okay.
But there's a platform called Flashpoint, and it preserves a bunch of the old Flash games that were lost. So I downloaded Flashpoint, and I was able to replay a ton of old Flash games.
Oh, it's like a software you install, and
Yes,
then you can have those games in it?
Yes, and I was really excited to see that because, games preservation is important.
Oh my god, that's such a cool concept. I feel like it's a bit like the Wayback Machine for
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
That's awesome. I think browser-based games are set up well to come back now, said the Bull. Game in a game, that's immersive. I think that's referencing to the Inception concept. How much does Code Monkey lift?
A lot.
Have you seen his muscle? I'm really thin nearby. People on Twitch saying, I watch a lot of Hugo's video with LLMs being able now to teach, guide, and discover Unity techniques to user. How will that affect teaching content? Maybe there will be some more specialized tutorials like architecture approaches and things like that. What do you think, Hugo?
I think AI is a great tool for learning things. I think the fact that you can basically talk to it as if it was a person, basically replies, it can kind of act as kind of a one-on-one tutor. So I do think that's a very positive thing. But at the same time, you need to know what question to ask. So I think that's one part where a human teacher still has quite a lot of value. Because if you don't know the questions to ask, like for example, if you want to make some kind of complex tool in Unity that you've got to use reflection in order to analyze your own code. If you don't know that reflection exists, then how are you going to ask that question? So yeah, AI is really good when you know the things that you want to ask. It won't tell you the answer. That's great. But if you don't even know what exactly to ask, that
You might
kind
not
of
get
makes
the
it
best
difficult.
output.
Yeah. So getting someone else to basically teach you the things that you don't know, and then you can take those and you can ask the AI for a bit more help, a bit
go
more
deeper.
clarification. So
So you heard it first. If you're using AI, actually tap into the tutorials from those two amazing people to learn more about game development.
yeah, exactly. Then ask the AI for clarification whenever you watch some tutorial. Okay, I
Yeah.
understood 90% of it. I didn't understand this one specific part. Oh, let me ask the AI, and it's probably going to give you a very good explanation on that specific thing.
I love that. I'll tell you a secret. Whenever we have new features being released, because we have so much sometimes, even as an advocate, I have to go around the world and like do presentations. And sometimes I'm confused about how to approach presenting it. And I go on one of your videos, I'm like, how did Hugo talked about that? Maybe I can approach that from a more educational perspective.
Okay.
And taught me a lot about, breaking down questions that might be complex or
nice.
concept that
Yeah.
might be complex. So you're definitely inspiring people all around
awesome.
the world.
Thank you.
So too much nostalgia, says Lucas. I also here waiting for Black Friday sale. Hey, wink, wink. AI often wrong. Is it abysmal to learn stuff through it? But it helps. Yes, definitely. Just don't try to debate with AI. Exercise in futility. It will always say you're right, though. Jazz says, making a beat 'em up Code Monkey game soon. That's 15-inch right in those arms. Lurking Ninja. If you don't know what it gets wrong, you will learn it wrong. Exactly. Where are you all from? Emily, where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very expensive place to live as an indie dev.
Wait, did you fly from there to be
I
here?
did. It was a very long
Oh my
flight.
god, you must be so tired.
I'm holding in.
Oh wow, you're doing a great job. What about you, Hugo?
Me, thankfully, I'm pretty close by. I'm in Portugal, so I'm literally just next door. Just a nice 2-hour flight, so yeah.
Are you
where are you
in
from?
Lisbon?
That was good.
Okay.
Where are you
I'm from
from?
Montreal, Canada, but
Oh,
originally
okay.
I was born in Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. It's a French island.
So
Hence
you
the
also
accent.
had a long flight.
I did. I mean, it was not too crazy, maybe 6 hours. And
Okay,
then I
mine
had a
was
couple
double.
days before.
Mine was 12.
Yeah, because you have to
Yeah.
go through Los Angeles and
Yeah.
then all the way. Oh my God, yeah. Hopefully we won't keep you too long so you can rest and enjoy Unite as well. We have about 20, 25 minutes more with you guys. All right, so my next question for you is, what recent features are shaping your next projects? Let's start with Hugo this time.
Oh, recent features. That's a good question. I mean, for me, I'm always I've got an endless list of topics that I'd love to cover, things that I'd like to cover on tutorials. And for example, UI Toolkit is one of the ones that I've been meaning to cover for a very long time. It's a very interesting tool. It works very nicely. I'm a big fan of it. I've used it personally quite a little bit. I haven't yet made a tutorial, but I've used it personally. And it's a really great tool, especially for making edited tools, which previously using IMGUI, that was wasn't a pleasant experience. So compared to that, UI Toolkit is so good, such an excellent thing.
Love that.
So yeah, I really
Have you
want to
tried
make
the new one yet?
the UI Toolkit. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, UI Toolkit, which is awesome. It's
I
really
think
great.
we did a live stream about it not too long ago. So for those folks that are interested, there is a full-on live stream that's covering the new UI Toolkit update. So
Yeah,
thanks for
yeah,
covering that.
it's really great, and it's constantly improving. So yeah, I definitely need to do more research on it to do a nice video, because I do think that's a really great tool. I mean, like I said, working previously with IMGUI was very, very difficult. Making editing tools was extremely difficult. But nowadays with UI Toolkit, it is pretty easy to make a nice editing tool that is super helpful. So yeah, that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to do.
Yeah, that's so cool. What about you, Emily?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised by the keynote today when I saw that Unity and Epic are partnering, especially when I consider them sometimes competition.
Yeah.
And
so we are not partnering, we're actually just collaborating.
We're collaborating, exactly. Yeah. Yes. But for me, I'd actually never really thought about putting my games on Epic, because I've always used Steam myself. And so I think one thing I'm looking forward to is the collaboration, and maybe getting my game on Epic Store as well.
I see. So, for example, pushing it to Fortnite with the thing that was announced
today.
I
thought that was cool.
Yeah, I think that's actually the reason why we found that it was such a good opportunity, is because basically that gives more visibility and discoverability for developers. You already have a game, you can port it now to more platforms, which is exactly what we were saying, like what Unity is about, being able to develop once, publish everywhere. And I feel like that's, continuing this message and having more and more collaboration with other platforms is such a good move for the developers.
Putting it on Fortnite, that is going to be very interesting. I'm very curious to
Me too.
To learn more of the specifics on that.
I don't have a lot of specifics because it was also a surprise to me. And they kept it so well. And so everybody's
shocking.
like, what is happening? So I'm like, I know, cannot wait to see, but it's really
Fortnite
exciting.
is massive. It has, I don't even know how many millions of monthly active users. So the fact that, because with the Unity developers, nowadays it's a very big difficulty is discoverability, finding the players. So the fact that Fortnite has this massive player base, and nowadays, Unity developers won't be able to make their games and show it to that massive user base.
Exactly.
That sounds like an extremely good opportunity.
I feel like it's like if you're making hip-hop music and then all of a sudden you have this K-pop collaboration and now this other segment of users discover your style.
Shows up.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's so cool.
So I'm looking forward to that. I really want to research some more specifics. Yeah.
I love that. Emily, do you know, what opportunities are you paying attention to this year?
Oh, opportunities. What do you mean by opportunities?
Well, for example, is there like something a little bit like you said before with UI Toolkit that you never tried before and you're like, okay, I would like to maybe dabble into that or discover a new segment of the Unity engine that you have never experimented with before? Or are you sticking to what you know and continuing on that front?
Yeah, well, one interesting thing about my game is that since it is a desktop simulator, everything is built with the UI. So everything is a panel, everything's in a canvas. And so I guess I'm excited to see how the UI toolkit is going to be developed this year and expand on that.
I love that. What about
Although I can just say one thing, which is UI toolkit is awesome. I really like it. So especially for making edited tools, I really recommend UI toolkit. I think it's a great tool. But when it comes to runtime UI, personally, I still prefer Unity UI. I know UI toolkit is pretty close to parity, I think, but Unity UI is still something that I've used for literally 10 years. So I already have that knowledge. I already know how to use it.
Yeah.
And previously, Unity talked about last Unite about their plan was to potentially get rid of Unity UI and just have UI toolkit. So I'm very happy that nowadays on the roadmap they mentioned, nope, that's not going to happen. Unity UI is saying no massive breaking changes. Developers are using it. The tool works, so we're going to keep it. I was very, very happy to see that because, I'm a big fan of UI toolkit. I think it's great, but I'm also a big fan of Unity UI. So don't take that away from me, and thankfully, Unity made it very clear they are not going to take that away from developers. So I think that's a very positive thing.
I love that you're saying that. I was in New York for an event from Unity a few months ago, and we actually asked the people in the room. There was about 25 developers, and we were like, hey, what's your level of understanding of UI Toolkit versus UGUI? Like, which one do you prefer? And there was really a split in the room. And most people were really afraid that we were asking that because we would discontinue the one.
Yes.
And I was like, no. We're really asking just first of all to see what are the different flavors. Of course, it's a small segment that doesn't represent all of our users. But what you're saying is exactly right. Some people had this kind of concern. So yes, let's re-emphasize UI Toolkit. There is a new update and it's great. But UGUI is not going away.
Yeah. And just in general, I really liked, personally, I really like the roadmap. I believe the video is going live somewhere later tonight or tomorrow. And I really liked a bunch of things on the roadmap that basically fewer breaking changes, which I think is a very positive thing. I think Unity is focusing very well on the right things. So basically making sure that developers don't get scared to upgrade by making massive breaking changes. So they were previously talking about all the awesome updates that were going to come next generation of Unity. And now it seems like there won't be a massive break between the previous generation and the next one, just going to be incremental updates so you don't have to upgrade and break your entire project. So I'm very happy with that direction, so you can keep just building upon things.
Yes, stability is so important, especially if you're working on a big game, you're a big studio, you have the next release, you don't want to be updating and then potentially risking your entire build. Although you should never do that unless you have a backup, but you never know. But yeah, stability is definitely something that the team is working really hard on. We have someone in the chat, Bruce King, saying, somehow I am addicted to Code Monkey tutorials, and it even began really hard to watch other tutorials, face green smiling emoji. Yeah, there you go. Free updates will be added. What about ECS? Did I miss the entity news? So you guys, if you missed the keynote, it will be uploaded on YouTube. Don't worry, there will be the VOD, you'll be able to watch it, and even this entire live stream will be uploaded, so you're not going to miss anything. And even the roadmap segment that's not being live streamed will be uploaded on YouTube on the channel. Awesome. Someone said, Code Monkey, have you ever dabbled with XR? Is that something you want to explore in the future?
It's one of the many things on my infinite to-do list. So yeah,
it's like your Steam backlog or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I've got like 500 different ideas of videos and things that I'd love to cover, and XR is definitely on there. It's definitely something that I want to do. So it's on the list. Eventually, I would like to get it. I mean, just recently was announced the very interesting Steam frame, so I'm very. Maybe I'll use that as an excuse. Maybe I'll pick one up next year and then use that to make some nice VR tutorials, because it's definitely an area that I'm very interested in. It sounds very futuristic, so it's very nice, and I really enjoy playing Beat Saber. Like, that's a main one. It's really awesome. So yeah, I enjoy playing those games. So yeah, making those games is something that I very much would like to try.
Love that. Emily, did you have any experience in XR?
Oh yeah, I was actually going to say that when I worked at Meta, one team I was on is called Bridging the Metaverse. So I actually worked in VR a little bit. So Bridging the Metaverse is a team where, let's say you take a video playing Beat Saber and you want to share it on Instagram. It's like bridging that to be able to share the content to Instagram or other platforms. So that's what I worked on. I think that VR is a really interesting social tool. So I'm definitely curious to see the future of it, especially as new consoles or new VR headsets launch.
Right. It's funny you both mentioned the futuristic aspect. While VR itself is such an old thing at the same time, but it feels futuristic from a gameplay perspective, from the immersive aspect of it. And I beat that, from a perspective of game design, it's such a different way of thinking about your game. We had Luke Hopkins from Google earlier and Dilmer from Meta, and they both, shared their perspective on what each platform provide and so on. And there's this kind of common message from the entire industry that it has never been an easier moment to start in XR than now. So to all of the community that might be, interested in exploring that or might be curious, go out there, open the Unity Hub, install the sample. We have a bunch of free templates that you can play with. And you don't have to start from scratch or reinvent the wheel. You can literally open those samples, replace the existing assets with yours, and just have a kind of an early prototype of a game and start from there. So I love hearing that.
And VR is really awesome just because technically it's been around for many, many years, but the tech only got good enough recently. So it's still very much a very wide open space in terms of game design, experiencing with all kinds of things. Like just the other day, I was voting on the Unity Awards, and I was researching, and I was seeing all the nominees for VR games, and so many of those are so interesting, so unique. Like there's one detective VR where you can like move your thing in order to take a picture of something, then you can place that picture, put it somewhere. You can use the controllers in order to look at things, inspect things. It adds so many interesting interactions that you wouldn't get in a quote-unquote normal 2D game. So
all this intuitiveness from the reality.
It's a completely new design space that, I think it's very much still untapped. So it's, like I said, a very exciting area that you can build so many interesting, unique games.
I love that. And a lot of the work that you guys do that I see, at least from the content we've seen, is very different from, most games. Like you have almost a different approach to game development. So Emily, I wanted to ask you, like, outside of course, the concept for your game, what interested you to do something that's so focused on UI? Like, was that something you always had in the back of your mind, or that came very recently when you started the project?
Yeah, so one game dev philosophy I've always had is that limitation breeds creativity. So for example, I loved doing game jams because it enforced a strict time limit. It usually has a theme. And I realized, wow, I'm making games more creative through these game jams than if I had total freedom. And so I thought to myself, what is a way to enforce a limitation. And there are other games set in computers where you get up and you explore a room, but I was like, what if my game was set entirely in a computer? I also have enjoyed other games that are like set in a phone and tell a unique story, and I wanted to do the computer version of it.
Did you find it easier or more complex than a game that's, let's say, in 2D or 3D environment?
I think that it's so much easier to make my game
Really?
than any like other, because
I always wanted to do like an operating system with Unity. I've seen a
Yeah.
bunch of video on YouTube of people that have done that. Like, of course, it's not a fully functional OS, but having the feeling of an OS. We're watching some visual again from Emily Games. So if you're actually joining us right now, make sure that you wishlist it. We put the Steam link somewhere in the chat. I'll put it again. But yeah, can you explain a little bit of that?
So before this game, I actually didn't code. I was making games for years, but I was always working with people who knew how to code, and I would do things like the design, the art, the writing. So when I decided to make this project as a mostly solo developer, I knew that I would have to tackle the difficulty of coding. And so that's actually what also led me to making a game filled with entirely UI. Is I actually thought that would be more approachable than making other types of 2D games. And I will say, like, as a, I guess, still beginner coder, it's definitely possible to make. And so in my game, there's a lot of features. It literally simulates your desktop. So there's an internet.
Nice.
You have applications on your computer. You can open a webcam in your computer. And I have, like, a calculator app. And that was super fun to recreate and is really approachable from a beginner perspective.
I love that. Some people in the chat, Macatleen saying, yes, Lily's World. IAI Dev, hey, Unity and fellow units. Super cool to see Emily and Hugo on stage. I love that. So many people from the community hanging in the chat.
How do you feel about coding right now?
I still suck.
No, but do you enjoy it or not?
I will say coding is not what brings me joy
Okay,
in game development.
I understand.
I think, like, for me, I like design, and it's
solving problems.
Even though I admittedly don't like programming the most, it is extremely necessary for putting everything together. So I ultimately do respect it and have begrudgingly learned it over the last year.
So you feel like you're definitely, especially after I've been working on that game, you stepped up a little bit in your level of quality.
Like, coding in the beginning hurt my brain a lot, and now it just hurts slightly less.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
We like that.
Yeah, and being able to build such a very impressive game, that's amazing for a first-time coder. That's infinitely better than the first games that I made. So yeah, that's awesome.
Actually, Hugo, talking about that, we've seen your logo in the Unity Awards reel earlier.
Oh yeah.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your submission?
Oh yeah,
if you can't, it's okay.
No, awesome. Yeah, so I've got the nomination for best tutorials, which is always awesome. It's always, I mean, it's my main thing that I try to do. So I always say the same thing, which is
nice to be recognized for something you really care about.
And I hope to continue making things that are worthy of your vote, since it's voted by the community.
Sweet.
I'm very happy for that. So yeah, I hope to continue making things that people enjoy, that people find educational. So that's my goal. So yeah, I basically hope to constantly keep improving, to constantly keep getting better enough to deserve that recognition.
We're also both nominated for Unity Choice.
Yes, that's a very
so
interesting
cool. Congratulations
award.
to you too.
Yes.
I love that. Well, the community definitely loves you, and I love to see that Unity recognizes that also in your work, and not just you being influencers or creators. Because at the end of the day, like, it's different categories. I always tell people, like, I'm not a content creator, I'm an artist first. Sure, I make content, it's part of what I have to do in this ecosystem. Some people, really, that's their job. They're a content creator, they love doing that. How would you qualify yourself, especially now in your career, in the level that you've attained both in your careers?
I think I have probably a different perspective than you about it. I mean, we were talking about it outside, but I've always seen myself as a game developer first, someone who wants to make a game from start to finish, and that's my passion, rather than being a content creator. I actually became a content creator by accident. So I was making games for 3 years, and I realized I want to make independent games. That's what I love to do. And I thought to myself, okay, I should make videos about it just to promote them. I saw it as a necessary evil. So I posted some videos to TikTok, and then eventually I thought, I should share one of these to Instagram just for my friends and family, my coworkers, friends. That video got 2 million views. So being a content creator happened to me. It wasn't really something that I actively pursued. And even though I found so much joy in creating videos, having a community, and sharing the things I love online, for me, it's always been about telling heartfelt stories through game development. So game development is the priority, but I, supplement that through content creation. And I'm really happy that they have a symbiotic relationship. I get to make games, which I love, but then I get to use my community to share that and
like build in public.
Yeah, build in public,
Get
right?
the feedback.
Like empower developers to start their journey, or gamers out there who are really interested in horror games and can try the game I'm making.
That's such a nice message. Someone says, doesn't bring me joy, but I respect it. #truth, Trini Power Up on Twitch. What about you, Hugo? How would you qualify or define that? Or are you maybe not defining it?
It's tricky.
Okay.
I mean, previously I used to just make games, so that was basically it. And then over time, it shifted more into content creation. But I also love making games, so it's always the same issue, which is there's not enough time to do everything. So I would love to make videos, games, courses, live streams. I would like to make everything at once, but it's not possible. So basically, I have to slice my time into pieces. Okay, for these few months, just make videos, just answer comments. For these few months, make a game. So yeah.
Actually, Bruce King asked in the chat earlier, I forgot his question. He said, Code Monkey, have you ever tried to hire someone, maybe get some experience managing people to save time on certain tasks and bring more of your own ideas to life?
Well, that's the issue. I'm not good at managing people.
Delegation.
That is a skill that I really don't have. So yeah, it would be very tricky. I would have to gain a completely separate skill that is definitely not natural to me. So that would be the natural thing, to hire more people. But managing people is very different from having the skills of programming or building things.
Absolutely.
And I do not have that skill at all. So,
but you know what? That's what I think is impressive with you two, is that a lot of content creators these days, we don't know it, but they do have, a background person
massive
working
teams,
with them or an entire team, and you don't even know it. It's just the face of a company that feels like a solo dev. You guys are solo devs, and that's impressive because it takes a while and a lot to make games, and to still be able to do that and give back to the community, creating content that feeds other people, but also help other, to start their own career. That's impressive. So W in the chat again for Emily and Hugo. We have you guys for about 5 more minutes, and I wanted to give you a chance to ask each other's question, because yes, I'm the host, but maybe you had an opportunity to, with the community, asking questions to the community directly or to each other.
Oh, I want to ask a question to you.
There you go.
Okay, so if you were to make a game seriously, right, like one that would take a year plus, what type of game do you think you'd want to make?
That's the thing. I don't necessarily have a dream game. That's kind of the thing. I've got more, like, tons of ideas that I would love to build. I don't have just a single one. So basically, by the time I'm 8 years old, by the time I finally retire and I can no longer write code, by then I hope to have made like 100 games as opposed to just making like 10 masterpieces.
Right.
So for me, I see games more as kind of like toys. So I want to have lots of toys that I like playing with, as opposed to really just one massive thing. So I never quite had that. I never quite had, if I had infinite budget, something that I would do. No, just make a ton of very different, very unique things. And what about you? Do you have a dream game? Or is this your dream game?
This is definitely, I would say, my dream game. So before this, I actually only ever made cozy games. So I know it's a very dramatic switch to go to horror. But ever since I started making horror, I kind of realized, like, I feel like I found my calling. So after this, I actually want to make even more horror games.
It's crazy you say that, because as much as it is a horror game, and I can see it psychologically horror, it also feels like a cozy game.
I know.
The interface feels cozy.
It's very cute.
I want this OS. I want to play with that and have it as my main operating system.
I know. I think I used some of the skills that I gained through making cozy games to make this horror game.
I love that.
And it does have the perfect nostalgia vibe, like the early 2000s. So that is also a very interesting visual style.
Do you have also, both of you, like a preference for platforms? Like, are you more mobile, desktop, consoles? What do you usually aim for? Or maybe in the future, what would you love to publish to more?
Well, for me, it's mainly PC. That's the main thing that I've always done. But I've always wanted to make a console game. I've never had, just because of time.
Will we maybe have a Code Monkey console game one day?
Maybe. I mean, especially since on the
exclusively
Keynote,
on Unite.
Since on the Keynote they showcase the I forgot the name now, the platform unification thing.
Right.
You just write code to one thing and you can publish it on all kinds of platforms. So that seems like it makes it so much easier to make console games. So perhaps in the future we'll use that?
Definitely watch the James Stone interview we had earlier talking about platform. He had also a talk during the roadmap. And so if you watch that later when it's on the VOD on YouTube, you'll be able to understand what Hugo is talking about. So yeah, I'm excited for that. What about you, Emily?
Yeah, so my current game is a desktop simulator. So of course I'm prioritizing PC. Although I would be curious to have it be ported because I actually have seen other desktop simulators get ported to console. One platform that I've never really explored but would like to in the future is mobile. What I like about mobile is it's so accessible. Not everyone has a PC that they can run games on, but more people have phones. So I like that your game can be introduced to a whole new audience.
I love that. That's a very good answer. Let me see a few questions in the chat. Hello, Aya Dev. Big fan of you. Yeah, we have other content creators in the chat that next time I would love to have on the show. So if you guys are interested, wink, wink, send me your messages. Who else? I love the color palette of Lily's World, says McCaitlin on YouTube.
Oh, McCaitlin's also one of my community members. Hello.
Can you imagine knowing all of your fans by name? That's insane. That's the dedication that I love to see. Slashcraft Gaming Productions. Will a potential Code Monkey console game be put there? Like, you know, we just said it, so you have the answer. The Bull said correct. Yes, my name is Manuel Sainsily. For those who don't know, I'm the streaming and producer and host of the show. And we'll have so much more content today. We have about 2 minutes with you guys before I leave you for a quick transition before we move to our industry segment. What would you like to leave the audience with? Is there any message or a particular thing you want to share?
For me, I would just say, just make games. I mean, there's never been a better time to make games. I mean, tools are so accessible. Like, for example, I remember making, even compared to just a few years ago. I mean, when I first started using Unity, when I first started making PC games, I remember I tried making a multiplayer mode for my game, and it was a mess. I had to basically send bytes individually and then parse those bytes. Whereas nowadays you've got things like netcode for game objects, netcode for entities. It makes that so much easier. I really enjoyed on the keynote they showcased Peak, a really fascinating game, and was made so quickly because the tools are so amazing nowadays. So
it's my most played game on Steam right now.
Nice, yeah. It's an amazing game. It's very impressive, and the fact that they made it so quickly, they iterated so fast, they made something so awesome. Yeah. So that's a testament to how good the tools are. And then Schedule 1 was also shown. Again, another one made by a sole developer, massive mega hit. So yeah,
sweet.
There's never been a better time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm really excited to be part of the indie renaissance of small teams making small games that can rival games like Call of Duty. Super excited. Also, like, love Peak. I guess, like, my thing is that I have a lot of beginner game developers watch me, people who've never even made a game but are aspiring. And I think the biggest mistake I see is that they get so lost in the sauce of how to be the perfect game developer. Like, what engine should I use? What tools should I use? And I really like what you said of, like, just start already. And if you have specific questions, then you can look up tutorials, but don't bottleneck yourself before you even open an engine.
I love that.
And wishlist to Lily's World XD.
Yes, please.
Do that, yes.
My friends, Hugo from Code Monkey and Emily Pitcher, one more round of applause. Thank you for joining us. It was amazing to have you. Wow, everybody in the room is clapping. That's so nice. It was really a pleasure to have you guys. It felt like just hanging with friends that I've seen only through the screen, and now I'm like in flesh. That's so cool. So continue your amazing gaming journey, and like you said, just make games, people. Just make games. That's the message for today. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
So before we move to the next segment, which is our industry segment, and we'll have already our guests in the room, we'll do a quick 10 to 15 minutes break. As always, you'll get this amazing new sizzle reel looping in. Get some refill of my water bottle. And I'm just super excited for this 6-hour long stream that we're having today. We have about an hour together again before we wrap up. And tomorrow we still have 6 hours of content started at 11 a.m. Barcelona time. All of it is on YouTube. Oh, we get a lot of clap in the chat as well. Thanks, Hugo and Emily. So thank you everybody for watching us. Stay with us. One more hour of content back in 10 to 15 minutes. See ya. Welcome back, friends, for the last segment of the day, day one of Community Hangout at Unite. We have so much things to talk about in this last segment, so stay with us. I might also have a code for survival kids, so stick around. Tomorrow we'll do exactly the same thing on day two, starting at 11 a.m. local CET Barcelona time, going on, I think, until 4 p.m. again. So it's 12 hours of stream over the course of 2 days. I'm definitely getting a little coffee over there just to make sure I can hang for the last hour. This is a cozy time, conversational. We have people from Unity, people that are guests, surprise guests, but it's really about you, the community. And I want to hear your question in the chat, so make sure you ask them. Someone actually in the chat said, music on these streams is always good. Jack, thank you for that. Yay! You can maybe tell them with your amazing voice over there.
I found it on YouTube.
There you go. Thank you, YouTube, for making the music license-free and great. We have Esteban in the chat. Shout out, Esteban. I want everybody to say hello. Esteban is one of our advocates in my team, and he does such a great job. We'll have him tomorrow, actually, in the advocacy segment, kicking off at 11:15 a.m. But right now, it's not about that. It's about industry. And who do I have here? Camera, all my friends. Kirsty and Prachi, Senior PMM at Unity and Director PMM at Unity. Such cool people to have to kick off this moment.
Aww.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
No,
great
thank you for
hair.
having us.
We have a running gag. Julia got great hair earlier. People in the chat keep saying, okay, great hair people today. Everybody has great hair. But I'm the only one with a hat, so it's kind of weird.
Where's your hair? It's hiding.
It's hiding. That hair day, I knew I had 6 hours of stream. I didn't want to have my hair all there. But yeah, so happy to have you both. And
Thank you.
we have so much to talk about. So I wanted to kickstart by making you answer the question we ask every guest. What was your first video game ever? Whoever wants to start.
Oh my gosh.
If you remember it, you might have to not remember it.
I'm going to age myself.
I know. I such a
greatly.
Yeah.
Matt said Pung, so.
I don't know if it was my first, but the one that came to mind immediately was Lemmings. Did anyone play Lemmings?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jack said yes,
Lemmings.
he played it.
And I can still hear the little like squish sound when they like jumped over the edge. I was trying to explain to my 11-year-old son, and he's like, I don't understand, Mom. Like, yeah.
Love that.
Yeah,
what about you, Prachi?
It was like early days Mario, like rectangular
the
controller.
Old one.
Like
yes.
I think, or maybe the original.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Super Mario Bros.
Jack is educating
He
me
knows.
currently. My brother is going to be like wildly upset.
I'm
don't
also
even
old,
know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that was the first one. But the first one I was like forced to play. The one that I actually remember playing was Sonic on our. It was a blue Sega.
Yeah, the Mega Drive, maybe.
Game
the Game
Gear.
Gear.
Thank
Whoa.
you, Jack. Jack knows me. I must have submitted the bio with all the bullet points. But yeah, that was like the first one I actually played as like a.
Like it got you into.
wanted to
conscience.
play.
Yeah.
I love that you said force me. I have a younger sister, 2 younger sisters actually. Shout out Janice and Prashanti. And Janice is my closest in age. Like we have 7 years difference.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, I always had my video games all the time, and she would be in the room just hanging with her brother.
Yeah.
And that's how she got into gaming, is just by like being in the room and me like giving her the controller, but I didn't want her to like kind of mess up my game, so I would unlock the controller from the console.
Oh,
and it took her maybe years to realize she was not playing the game. It was
you
me.
tricked her.
But it helped her get into comfortable playing the game, touching the remote, and eventually beating me up. She's pretty good at whatever game she's playing right now. Actually, her boyfriend now, which is also my brother-in-law, because I have a little baby, so I have a niece. Her name is Talis, and he plays a lot of video game. We play on PS5 together, a lot of games. And I think Janice now plays better video games than me because they date each other. They probably play video games together all the time.
Look at that.
So yeah,
That's such a
shout out to
lasting-
big brothers or boyfriends or girlfriends that are bringing their partners into gaming. So
Yeah.
it's
No,
nice
that's
to
awesome.
see that. So Prachi, I'm going to start with you talking about industry stuff.
Yeah.
So what are you most excited about at this year's Unite conference before we dive in?
Yeah, no, great question. Very topical. I actually joined Unity about a month ago, so I am
brand new.
Fresh in.
I know. It's been so much fun over the last 4 weeks.
And we already have you on the live stream.
I
Crazy promotion.
Roped her in quickly.
No, it's honestly been so great and truly such a testament to the people in the team here where they do throw you right in. There's a lot of trust around everyone, which is great. But no, it's been so fun to meet customers, especially when you think about, so Unity technology is so versatile and you can do so much with it. But when you think about the industry side, there is literally the sky is the limit. So I have talked to people who've used it for prototyping cars. I've talked to people who've been optimizing manufacturing. I've talked to people who've been using it for prepping for surgery. And so when you think about Unity outside of gaming, there is like a whole world of possibility. And it's been super cool to actually, talk to the people who are doing it and making such an impact on the world.
I love that.
Yeah.
So it's also a lot about the community, meeting real people in flesh.
Oh, yeah.
And hearing their complaint or desires and then bring that in and making better tools for everybody.
It's so fun being on the marketing team because a lot of the times people are always very vocal, but on marketing you can be like, well, I didn't build the product, but I can take that feedback and do something very useful with it.
Yes.
And so, yeah, you will never offend me.
But be kind.
But be kind.
You can be passionate, you can be angry about a certain thing, but don't be angry about the people working at Unity because we do our best to serve you or people.
We are very customer oriented.
That's the fun part, I think, like building on what Prachi was saying. It's really fun to be here at Unite and meet customers in the flesh that maybe there's people that I've met yesterday at Industry Summit or today just in the audience in a breakout session, and just being able to actually just talk to them and find out what they're using Uni for, or maybe they're not yet. Maybe they're just exploring and just finding out what they're trying to do and trying to make connections with others. You're like, oh, well, okay, are you using Blender? Well, then you should talk to Tobin because he used to work in that field, and like maybe he can help you figure out whether you. I'm
a huge Blender fan. Shout out to Blender.
Yeah. Thank you, Blender.
Source, I love it.
Blender. But it's kind of wild to learn how folks are getting into that different side of the business
everybody
as
comes
well.
from so much different angles. Sometimes you're very surprised, like what got you in, and it's like what? And then people from architecture got into game engines, and then like there's the whole segment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Love that.
So so be curious, be kind. Be curious. Come and find us.
One thing that I'm actually pretty impressed with is how cool our community is. I mean, we're always see it in the chat, like people are really, they just care about us. But specifically, like such a long show, like in 6 hours, I could have seen a lot of trolls. Nope. Everybody's just like very positive, loving each other,
that's so sweet.
Giving each other advice. Even when I'm not answering every question, people are literally answering each other's questions.
That's awesome.
Shout out to chat. Chat is W today. Question for Jack. Did you play Grim Fandango?
Grim Fandango?
Yeah.
I mean, forever ago, yes.
So that answers another question, which says, apparently Jack played every game, apparently. It's true. He has played a lot of great. And he has great music taste, yes, or we're big. Listen, Jack is the one that makes my day better because I just have to be here and talk. He's pushing the buttons, producing. We had some like technical hiccups last night. It was staying late, making the show perfect. So shout out to Jack, people.
Shout out to Jack.
And W chat again. Yep. AIA Dev. Sweet. Unity Studio. It's kind of like the elephant in the room for me. I'm excited about that. Can you tell us what is it?
Yeah. Well, let me first start with how we got here, which is...
You took the stairs?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, Unity Studio. So as I had mentioned, like we're not talking to the gaming audience, right? For this side of the house, we're talking to people in industry, manufacturing, architecture, whatever. And so there are
AEC, ATM.
Yeah. No, there's
so many all the labels.
So many
all the acronyms.
Acronyms and abbreviations. And the one thing about being outside of gaming is there are less people with C# skills. Right. And so we wanted to help all of our customers who are building these really immersive experiences in 3D, and they're building for innovation, they're building for impact, they're building for revenue, and they know the value of these experiences, but they don't necessarily have all the resources to maybe do it at the right speed that they want. And so we're really trying to make it more accessible to non-developers, and so enter Studio.
Yeah. So what is Studio?
Yeah.
It's the best way I think I've heard it described, actually yesterday at Industry Summit, is just a really intuitive web-based browser tool. So you can build and create in 3D. You can build your 3D application in Studio without using any coding. Super easy. Anyone, so you're mentioned, maybe not your tiny little niece, but younger children.
I'll
in fact,
get her
my
on
son has gotten
Tally,
his hands
you're
in
gonna learn
Studio. It's super simple. Yeah, cue the video.
Nice.
Yeah, and you'll see it's all drag and drop.
Love that video. Actually, I'm so happy to see this because when I joined Unity in 2021, I was a designer, and some of the UI element pixels that I pushed ended up being used in Studio. So it's pretty cool to see that.
Great.
The continuity of a lot
that.
of the work being there.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So why did we want to build this?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of it is truly like bringing 3D to the masses. The other kind of parts that we're trying to really build for and build into is a lot of the reasons that our customers are using 3D is for faster decision making, right? They want to be able to collaborate. They want to be able to understand, like, is this the right prototype? Should we move forward with that decision? Should we be building this building? Like whatever that might be.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Feedback loops.
And so being able to like give the power to the people, you're able to actually, if you have two developers, you don't have to be like the 8th item on their backlog. You can hopefully do the quick edit that you needed and push it out and see, actually let's like move forward with that or let's send it back or whatnot.
I love that.
So feedback loops are huge for us. We really want, people to be able to move forward with projects. And then secondly, we want it to work in the ecosystem. We don't want to throw off your entire workflow. And so, Unity Studio obviously works with Asset Manager. It obviously works with Asset Transformer. And for these specific customers, we're really talking about BIM and CAD files.
So their own 3D data
Yes.
automatically just works out of the bag.
Exactly.
It just works.
That's great.
Yeah, and these are like huge files that you're bringing in, and you can access it easily on a web browser. And so there's just another level of accessibility that we can bring with that.
Yeah.
You want to add to that, Kirsty?
I mean, I think Prachi has covered it. Like, look at her and like
One thing that
under
you said
4
earlier,
weeks.
like outside, was about also the fact that those experiences are light because it goes on the web.
Yes.
I think
Yep.
that's a very powerful statement, is that you can build something very complex, but the end result from a user experience is very seamless, very nice.
Yeah,
I love
and you
that.
can share it via a URL. I think there's the ability to have like a password protected version, and so
Okay.
it's, to your point, super light.
Love that.
Yeah.
And what can you do with it? So we have the QR code right now, by the way, people. If you're
perfect.
interested
yes,
to
great.
learn how to
Yes.
get into Unity Studio and try it out, join the beta today. It's our web-based 3D editor, easy interactive 3D without coding, faster feedback loops like we just said, and works with your ecosystem. So get your phone out, and if you're watching from your phone, take a screenshot, and you can use your built-in photo QR reader thing, hold pressed, whatever you had to do. You can also just Google it because it's probably going to be on our webpage soon.
Yes.
Sweet.
It is. In fact, I think we're quite near the top of the search at this point.
I know. I really hope so.
Yay.
The marketing team has done a great job, so we know
We're
it's
working
there.
on it. We're working on it.
What are some of the top use cases you would say you would recommend people using it for?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're seeing some really interesting use cases from the early beta testers, but I would say prototyping something really quickly, just being able to visualize your idea fast, and then being able to, like you were saying, Prachi, like get feedback on something so you know whether you need to change anything, whether you can move forward, and then maybe handing that over to your dev to kind of progress. That's something that we're seeing a lot of folks testing Studio for. I think product configuration, that kind of use case is also,
I love those,
yeah. And then also I'd invite you to put it to the tests. Like,
Oh yeah.
everyone, like sign up for the beta.
Please.
And tell us what you want to see.
See what you want to, see if it works for what you need to do. And I think a lot of what we're trying to do on the product marketing team is make sure that we're building this so that it's useful.
I love that.
So tell us.
And trainings. I think that's a huge, huge use case.
Huge industry.
Yeah.
Actually, that answered a question from the chat. Someone was like, oh, what are some of the top industry use cases you would see? Training. Actually, Excel also works a lot in industry.
Yeah.
So we see a lot of people using Excel for, onboarding people into like an HR job instead of having 20 books on your desk first day and then you have 3 weeks. Put on this headset, go through this experience. But also with Unity Studio, you could build something that's interactive for people like that.
Absolutely.
But even for like complex manufacturing processes, like all of this thing can be done now on the web, which is insane to think about. I love that.
Yeah.
Sweet. So we saw how to sign up for the beta. Any last words you would like to share with the community before we wrap up with the next guest?
Join the beta.
Join the beta.
Come as you are.
Yeah.
Come as you are.
And I do think, because I feel like we've gotten so many questions about this in person, I don't necessarily know if we have plans, but they love what they've been seeing. Our gaming side of the house has really loved the possibilities of Studio. And so I do think they want to bring this sort of lightweight editor to the gaming side. Because gaming devs work with a bunch of people. They work with artists, they work with designers, they work with marketing, hopefully. And so getting that kind of accessibility to these types of files without having to give all your time is something that we're definitely looking into, but unclear on timing and unclear on like when the roadmap would be happening. So
and that's fine. And I think that's what is the expectation from our community as well, is that at the end of the day, those moments of beta is like perfect to get the feedback for them also to test the limits, tell us what they want to see. So thank you so much, both of you, for joining us and bringing on the vibes again, continuing on the great set of hours that we started earlier today.
Thank you for having us.
Hopefully see you again maybe on the future live stream. Once maybe Studio is out of beta, we can maybe invite you again.
Absolutely. We would love that.
Yeah. Sweet. Well, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your Unite.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. So people, don't leave. We're not done for the day. We have our last guest of the day, and a very special guest, I will say. I will tell you more about them in a second, but before we do so, we'll swap our guests, so make sure people can sit down while others are leaving, of course. But also, on paper, I just want to read some messages from the chat. So I think the Bull was sharing about his incoming story. Did I read that right? What are the coolest things we're seeing in Unity design? We answered that question. I love the idea of Unity in industry. Many years ago, I started looking into using Unity to run simulations for efficient peak pathing in warehouses. That's such a cool use case. That was a past job. Then Aaron Lino side, it's a really cool tool. Things similar to this existed on Unity asset page before. It's good to have an in-house solution as well. Well, Prachi and Kirsty are definitely taking note on that, and we'll make sure to share all of the chat answers and questions with them. AIA Dev said, same, I went to school for architecture and now make games, but it's super cool to know someone might want to hire me if I have to go back. Yes, indeed. Urabik said, true, as a junior student, I might use my Unity experience in other industries outside of game dev and computer science. The Bull said, that's really cool. I actually was going to go to school for architecture as well, but ended up joining the Marine Corps instead, ended up as a software engineer years later. Iron Lino answering, though this has really killed my freelancing gig where we made something similar, still good for industry as a whole. Robbing answering, is Unity Studio and Unity Editor connected, like mixed between them for different team member and their skill set? I'll make sure to reach out to the team and let you know about that. What a cool origin story, Double, indeed. And guess what? I am joined right now by our last guest for the day, my friend Paride and Matteo.
Hello, Manuel.
Hello, guys. Pigiama Kasama in the house. I want W in the chat, people. I'm so happy to see you guys here for 3 reasons. One, because you've done something incredible with your partnership with Walmart. Second, you have your game out, which is amazing, and we got to talk about it. And third, because we're friends. I know you guys since like a while. We've seen each other at past Unite conferences. We've seen each other in Amsterdam when I was there visiting. And I'm just so happy to see like the progress of your studio and what you've been doing so far. So it's like a very special moment to wrap day one with you guys right now. And
Very
also, I think
exciting.
you're just fresh off the plane or something.
Yeah, we are fresh
just
from the
arrived.
plane, so yeah, we're not the sharpest tool of the shed today, but we'll do our best.
You're doing amazing so far. So Paride and Matteo joining us right now. So we're going to be talking, again, we're still in the industry segment about their partnership with Walmart and insight on how to bridge between gaming and industry, because they've been making games also outside of the industry concept. And then a bit about maybe sharing your knowledge on the SDK. That would be cool to share with the folks there. So we have about 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes together.
Sure.
But
Okay.
this is the end of the day. So if you want to make it longer, feel free to stay. If you want to go and have a sleep and come back to your hotel room, that's also fine.
We already have a nap, very quick nap.
Amazing. Wow, they got a nap. Amazing. So maybe introduce yourself first. Let's start with Matteo. What would be a way to introduce yourself first?
Yes, I'm a co-founder of Pigiama Kasama. I'm a former UX designer for Maserati and Alfa Romeo, so I mostly work already with Unity at the time, building display on board, and me and also other members of the Pigiama Kasama team came from that experience. So Unity was really foundational since the beginning of my career. So keeps creating enterprise software and keep creating games with Unity.
That's amazing. What about you?
Yeah, so I'm the co-founder as well of Pigiama Kasama. I am at the core a designer too, just like Matteo. I do come from a very different background, though. I was a computational designer, which is a fancy way of saying I did a little bit of coding to solve design problems. So I did very different things in the past, ranging from footwear design with Adidas and a bunch of other more boring stuff than what I'm doing right now. So I'm very excited, yeah. So this is a little bit what I bring to the table in terms of my previous skill. Yeah, that's it.
I love the diversity of people getting into game development. Like it depends on where you're from, and it kind of like dictate where you're going. But I feel like you guys have done a great job at navigating those uncertainties and differences. So it's nice to see. We have a running gag with the chat since this morning. Every time a guest come in, they're talking about their pilosity, whether they have great beard, great hair, things like that.
I don't have
And
any
so
beard,
right now everybody's like W hair for both Matteo and Paride, as always. You guys are winning on the hair one. And then who's this? Fredo saying, hello, great Paride, and Matteo. Fredo saying, very great accent, Matteo. Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of like a sexy voice over there.
I think he was mentioning, referring to my Italian accent in English. Still working on it, but thank you.
So you introduced yourself. Can you tell us a little bit about what was the thing that was maybe the most exciting for you joining Unite this year, and maybe a little bit about this project that you did with Walmart?
Well, as we already just mentioned, we do a lot of different things. I would say that Pigiama Kasama is very horizontal in the way we approach different projects, and those projects come from the industry world. We employ real-time technologies, Unity, to solve problems in the manufacturing. Also, I believe there is a Tom talk about a few things that we've done for them in the next day. So these things, but at the core, we are loving games and being able to share all our experience and what we've done so far in all those different fields, and finally pushing very hard on our own game is very exciting. So yeah. Covering many topics this time.
Yeah. For me, I think when I enter here Unite this year, there was the list of the games every year released, the biggest game.
Yes.
So of course my hope is to be there
one day.
One day, yes.
I don't see why it wouldn't happen. One thing that I love a lot about your game is the fact that there's a storytelling aspect, but also it just feels great in terms of like the visual identity and just like it looks good, you know what I mean? Like a lot of games is like hard to nail an art style, and being able to like have that work on multiple platforms and also the way that your game just feels, it's amazing. So can you share maybe a little bit about the game with the community and maybe tell them what it is and what's the excitement part behind it?
You mean the new one or the one? With
You can talk
Walmart?
about both. Like, why
Both.
not?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll take the Walmart one.
Okay, let's do it.
The Walmart project was very exciting because Walmart really wanted to make a real game.
Mhm.
And normally what we see, and this is something that actually we didn't like much and still we don't like much, is those marketing activation that are whose sole purpose is to try to be there just because it's good to have your brand related to a game.
Mhm.
But with Walmart project, it was very interesting because they were looking forward to do something that was real. That's something that
Right.
was a real game for gamers, where the storytelling had to be important, and it was such a great. Hence why we try to also be very. I would say strong with the visual and try to give a very unique visual identities because that was needed. Gamers expected that, and it was a very good. Here we are seeing the trailer.
Love the music, by the way, in the trailer too.
Yeah, I know, and it was a very mix of different people. We collaborated with Martian Blueberry, known for having done the Boondocks.
Which is legendary as a collab, by the way. That's insane.
It is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of the Boondocks and seeing like that art style teleported into a video game.
It is, and it was an honor for us to have the chance to have cutscenes and visuals animated and designed by them. And yeah, here the idea is we have this very strong identity, cultural identity, this very rich world. And we have to support that and complement that with everything. So real gameplay, a very long 45 minutes gameplay run on average, which is normally not something you would see in web games. So
and you can play it on Spatial, which is also made with Unity and such a great partner as well. I love that.
You can just click on a link and play it
right away.
Yeah, incredible accessibility with Spatial, which we always loved. And
Shout out Spatial.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Other titles were done on Spatial as well. So
actually, we have 4 videos from you guys. I think we have Peekaboom, we have a reel, a shop video, and the Walmart video. Do you want to see any of them right now before we move on, or we can put it after?
Yeah, maybe we can show the Peekaboom video. Maybe moving on.
Is it a Peekaboom? Okay.
To the next.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Jack in the back, clicking on the buttons. There we go.
Sparrow speaking. I built this enterprise on 3 things: danger, dynamite, and bad decisions. Welcome to Boom! This is your totally voluntary survival contract. You swing, crawl, and slam your way through earthquakes, gases, and very aggressive geology. You jump, you fall, you scream, and if you're still breathing, congratulations, you're promoted to still alive. Survival is great, sure, but survival in style? That's leadership. Thanks to George Hermano Designs, Natural Selection finally got a stylist. Now, I'm legally required to mention certain operational irregularities. That's the polite term for high-risk talent evaluation. Nothing to worry about, just nature doing paperwork. At Peekaboom, safety isn't guaranteed. It's printable, get yourself a fire gun, a chicken bomb, maybe a crowbar if you're feeling traditional. Caves are open, folks. Try not to wake anything important. Max Farrow here, signing off.
Very different mood, right?
Anything you want to add about this game?
Yeah, no. This is our take on a new breed of game that's getting popular at the moment, and it's a new challenge for us.
The Bull said, love the humor here, and he also said, love the cool visuals from the one with Walmart that you did.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
The chat is really nice today, so feel free to be yourself and so on. Yeah, so another question that I had for you is, how did this collaboration came to life? Like, what was the thing that made it work for you?
You mean the referring? Okay, now we put 2 things in.
Yeah, I know. I mean, actually angle it the way you want.
All right. Okay. No. The Walmart collaboration, I think it was very natural. For those who might remember, we also done Kasama: The Awakening, which is a very short narrative story made in episodes. And we really thought that this episodic approach in making games worked very well for different stories. Walmart Unlimited is about three vendors from Walmart that are also entrepreneurs, and they are highlighted each and every one in each episode. So I would say that the collaboration came through mostly because of I would say this natural feeling that we had with an episodic approach, and also having this very recognizable art style, which we like to do, and I think we can do. So I think these are the main reason why the collaboration came through. Yeah.
Love that. Also on the message on Kasama the Awakening, I still want a plush. I just love the character. It's so good. I feel like that's the best part of that game. It's the character design.
Thank you.
Sweet. What would you like to talk about next? Do you have any particular message for the community?
Well, I have something to say, because I know that Manuel, you are very close to a community, and you invited also to talk about community. It was interesting, this Walmart project. It was trying to represent the small business owner that sell the products at Walmart.
Okay.
So basically, we interviewed them. Especially Martian Blueberry interviewed them to create their character and their personality, and then we modeled them, and we brought the free business owner in the game that are the mentors of each one of every of the episodes. Wow. So there was this connection between actually the personal side in the community and the game. So there was the real people brought to the game, and also it was a good story that one of this person also was able, thanks to the game, to upgrade his company, to sell the company, and to upgrade his business. So I must say that I really like how Walmart is pushing boundaries of gaming, as they are doing many activation, but also how they are aware of
the reality
of reality.
Yeah.
So that's something that I really love about the project.
Yeah, I'm talking about meaningful stories in environments and in words that hopefully are very relatable with their customers and in general the audience. So.
Barry, there's someone in the chat saying, "What is Tom Holland doing in the middle here?"
Tom Holland. That's the first time.
It's a beautiful compliment. I think it's the hair.
It is. You should check your eyes.
All right.
But thank you.
Let's talk a little bit maybe about the SDK. Like, how did it came into fruition? Like, how did it help in the making?
Yeah. No, the SDK, it's of course the star of the show, talking about Unlimited. We know a lot about game economy. There are, I mean, we could talk hours about that. But what's very interesting about the Walmart SDK is the chance for developers to allow players to buy in real life products from Walmart right away from the game.
Okay.
And I think this is a breakthrough for having this possibility of using Unity and doing that. I guess we will say a little bit more about that tomorrow in the panel.
Yeah. If you're in Unite in person, you can watch the talk. It's actually tomorrow. We'll upload it on YouTube, of course, as VOD as always.
Yeah, and bridging the digital realm with an actual result in physical life. It is quite groundbreaking. So during Unlimited we were in the early stages of the SDK, so we were almost even testing how that could work, but that worked, and it was great. Of course, it's always worth mentioning that whenever you're doing some selling on your game or trying to push some marketing campaign, we never have to forget that the end user is a gamer and it's somebody who understands certain dynamics. So you really have to implement those elements of being able to buy stuff online in an organic and just you don't have to throw to the player's face. They don't care. Maybe they will get angry. So
usually that's how it feels, and so it's great to make it in a way that doesn't upset players, but feels like integrated.
It should be a genuine addition.
Yeah, and then in the level design and then the gameplay, we're trying to showcase the product after the player already enjoy part of the game. They already enjoy playing. He's already achieved some powers.
So it's not too early. It's
yes,
like inside.
he already experienced some cinematics. So I was like, okay, if you really like this project, then here is the product. Otherwise, we hope you have fun anyway. So that was the philosophy behind.
I love that. Does that excite you in the future to continue such collaborations, or are you focusing more into your personal games after that, or industry again, or are you, like you said, more horizontal and continuing on that front?
We definitely have the two souls, and it was working well this way. So it's also kind of sharing our profession with the passion, and I think we found a really great balance between these. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Do you agree?
I do. Yeah.
Any other video you wanted to show? Part of the one that we have?
We have a reel.
We have a reel. Okay, let's watch that.
Okay, yeah.
Give me a second.
Jack is like, we have a reel, but also I don't have it ready.
Yeah, this is, I would say, a good slice of...
That's Kasama, the
That's
character
Kasama,
I mentioned earlier. How cute it is!
Made in Gravity Sketch, a Unity software.
It's Unity everywhere here.
There's Unity everywhere, yes.
Yeah.
And not paid for saying that.
Well, that's the beauty. It's like, I'm not letting you say anything that you're forced to say.
No,
if you feel good about the brand, that's awesome. But really,
I just mentioned something that YouTuber always say. You know? I
want to be a YouTuber.
I want to be a YouTuber now.
So cool.
That's the digital twin application we are going to talk tomorrow, yeah.
One thing that transpires from this reel for me is, like you said, this horizontality that you have at the studio, because we've seen a lot of different use cases, but also a lot of different platforms, from mobile to PC to XR, like even working with Spatial, which has started, I think, as an XR platform first, which is now allowing people to just play games on their phone, on mobile as well, and having this kind of metaverse connection between people from every single angle. Mm-hmm. It's so cool to see how you've addressed almost every single market, but kept this kind of like game design consistency as a studio. That's really
100%, 100%. Yeah, I think on the bottom line, these are all human-computer interactive softwares, and then based on the client that you have on the project that you're doing, maybe you don't mention gaming when you talk about enterprise, but in its essence, for us,
it's a game engine behind.
It's a game engine behind. Yes.
Not only, maybe sometimes it's actually very close to a game. It's just that we don't add the label. This is meant for entertainment.
Yes.
But it's pretty much along the same lines, you know.
And I feel like the users also should expect enterprise to not be boring, but to bring some elements, gamifications from the gaming world.
Absolutely.
And we see that in the way that we've seen a little bit of the snippet of the talk you're going to do tomorrow for TomTom. And so you mentioned the digital twin application. I think a lot of that exists in the work that you do. And it's nice to see like infotainment for a car, for example, and having that real-time data mapped to the real world as much as in the digital world. Do you feel like we now have the tools to be able to like create such experiences in a more intuitive ways?
I think we do. Of course, when we are talking about digital twins, and which in essence are a digital representation of reality, this is one of the topics that's been in the minds of humankind since forever. How do we represent reality?
Yeah.
And whenever you are representing reality, you always have to do this, how I like to call dimensionality reduction. You have to reduce some elements and compress them in something else.
Abstract it.
Abstract, yeah, in a way, and make it readable and understandable. And I say that we have better tools. But I also understand and believe that reality is widely more complex than the tool we will ever have. So I think it's always a process. We will be able to do way more and in the future, and we are doing way more.
So
But
you're
I think
saying
it's
we're
a
still
process.
early, and it's not too late for people to join because there's still a lot
we could
of
have
gaps.
pen and paper, and now we have a real-time engine. So I would say we are quite far.
Yeah.
But that's definitely way more to do.
Yeah. That's a kind of positive message for people that might feel like they missed on the metaverse. Oh, it was during COVID. No, like the tools continue to evolve, the hardware evolves, the software evolves.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
Traffic is very complicated. It's one of the things we work there. And it's such a complicated ecosystem of many things that interact with each other, and making assumption out of something you can see from an advantage point given you by a digital twin. It's incredible, but there are things that are missing, and the room for improvement is always there. Regarding, of course, this idea of simulation in general.
We've seen also an example of I think an AI NPC. Can you share a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, so we've made 2 educational projects, and one was with a VTuber. So it was the professor. We make a mascot, and the professor was from a remote controller talking about the character, and there was the foundation to an AI chatbot for storytelling and still education. So in a way, there was an interactive chatbot. Really helped us also get a grasp on a younger audience, and it kind of also bridge to the game that we release now, Pick-a-Boom, that needs to take into consideration how different generation interact with the technology, definitely on a deeper and more intense level.
I love that. So you mentioned VTuber. Can you define what that is for people?
Yeah, so a VTuber, basically you are a YouTuber, but you have an avatar, so you don't see the real person. You are puppeteering the avatar.
Mm-hmm. And how does that actually work for people? Do they have to create the avatar first, bring it on Unity, I guess, and
yeah, we work a lot with an app called Animaze.
There are a bunch of different options.
There are a bunch of different
options. It depends. I would say the most common route, and there are many different tools available. Of course, Unity being one of the one doing that. I believe probably in one of the best way. It's capture reality as a first thing. So there are a bunch of apps you can use to. The iPhone is very good in capturing facial expression.
So you're scanning from the iPhone first.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. And you can do that in real time, also with a camera, by the way.
Right. Yeah, you don't need as much motion capture as before.
No.
You're able to actually cross this thing. We're looking at something special right there, actually.
Oh, look at that.
It's familiar.
It's a surprise that I wanted to show you guys. This is my avatar that I designed in Blender back in 2020.
Yes.
And that I sent to Matteo and Paride at the time. They're like, Manu, do you want to make an AR facial filter with this? And so at the time, your studio was really young, but I remember we worked together on the case study on it, and I used that AR filter so much.
Yeah.
Like on Snapchat. When
it was very popular.
I think you got like how many views?
Too many.
Too many.
Order of millions.
Like 250,000. That's insane. Yeah. And for me, that was huge because I was starting content creation. I was making tutorials on how to use 3D, AI, XR, and just like meeting people that are able to turn this into the blend shapes, like you just explained, and like bringing that to a real world. Look at this, Jack. Amazing. So I'm so happy to have
Jack
you both here.
Face
He's doing a good job.
Or if you have somebody that good with tracking, you don't need any device, actually.
But I think that explains a little bit of where we're going, right? Like being able to bring reality to the real world, of course, but doing it in an intentional way and where it makes sense. You don't want to just replace people. And there's so much work that goes into turning this avatar into like something really realistic that feels good across platform. And like you mentioned, like sure, Unity is a great place to do that, but I'm just happy to see like how we've evolved from like the early AR filters to now like full on motion capture and movies and film. And you can just use game engine to do all of that.
Yeah,
so
true.
it's beautiful to see the beginning of your studio and see you guys now today with us. And it was just a pleasure to have you on stage. And
Our
just wanted to
pleasure.
give you a
Thank you.
chance to also talk about what you want to say at the end and close with whatever message you want to share with the community.
Yeah, I would say we just released this game, Pick-a-Boom. If you have a VR headset, it's free on the MetaQuest store.
Let's go.
And yeah, I hope to see you in some of the game session. Devs play a
You
lot
should
of game.
definitely come. This game, it's literally a repository for our craziest thoughts. So as you can see, it doesn't take itself too seriously, and we don't want it to be.
And I think that's what's cool is that you're able to work with such strong companies like Walmart that feel serious maybe, but approaches also the customers in a very genuine way, but also make a game like Pick-a-Boom that feels super fun. Like I could play that with my friends. I can see myself streaming that as well. So that's amazing. Thank you guys. And a couple people in the chat, do we have any question for Pigiama, Kasama? If not, it's fine. We'll wrap it up. I don't see anything right now. Yeah, feels like we're good. And some people asking for the roadmap. The roadmap will be a separate VOD on YouTube, which will be uploaded the second it's ready, as much as the keynote as well. That was earlier today. And this entire stream, the 6 hours we did today together, I can't believe we've gone through 6 hours already, will be also uploaded. And then tomorrow, I'll see you back at 11 a.m. again, exactly at the same time. But before we wrap it up, I have a couple surprises that I will share with everyone. So stay with me. Just wanted to thank you again, Matteo.
Thank you, Manu.
Pigiama, Kasama, for joining us. You guys are amazing. Keep going.
You are
Keep
amazing.
doing amazing.
You're amazing.
And
Thank
happy
you.
to see you again on the live stream, maybe in the future.
Why not? Why
Hopefully.
not? Of course,
Awesome.
our
Maybe
pleasure.
We'll play Pick-a-Boom together. Who knows?
You must.
Also, well, have a great rest of your Unite, friends.
Thank you.
Thank you for being there and just jumping off the plane. That's crazy.
We didn't jump on the plane.
They didn't jump off the plane. They didn't parachute and stuff. All right. My friends, someone asked in the channel earlier if we could have a countdown with Jack's voice for survival kids. So I'm going to drop the last code for the day. Before you copy paste it, Jack, can you please use your magnificent voice?
Here we go. Last code of the day. It's hitting the chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Paste.
Woohoo! All right, the code has been shared. Copy paste it, redeem your game. The first one, first serve. Thank you, friends. This has been such an honor to host this stream. This was Community Hangout, day 1 at Unite. And there is so much more coming tomorrow. Right back at ya, same time. We're starting at the same time tomorrow. If you are on YouTube, literally go on the playlist section, Unite 2025, and you'll see the stream link for tomorrow. If you're on Twitch, you'll get the notification as always. And we're also streaming on X. So before we leave, just wanted to make sure that everybody knows where to go. We're streaming again tomorrow at 11 a.m. CET Barcelona time. It's early for the West Coast, I know, but we're covering the whole world here. It's not just about the US, and I'm really happy about that because our community is worldwide. We had people from India, Slovakia, Iraq, Morocco. That's insane. And tomorrow, I hope to see you soon again. There's jam-packed agenda again, 5 hours of stream tomorrow with a bunch of surprises, more codes. So if you missed that one, don't worry, there will be more. And I'm just happy to, again, be able to serve the community. That was your host, Manuel Sainsily, streaming producer and host for Unite. Thank you again. Have a great rest of your day. See ya.